The night sky was crowded with stars, their distant glimmer swallowed at intervals by the restless swirl of icy wind. Snow fell in ragged sheets along the frostfangs and across the haunted forest as men of the Night's Watch trudged north of the wall. Their breath condensed in the air, small ghosts of warmth vanishing into a realm that seemed to resent any living presence. Within the tangled mass of ancient trees, they felt it. A quiet so deep it seemed alive, an expectation that lingered in the darkness. Ranger Ed Tollett walked at the rear, quiet of voice but uneasy of mind, his usually dour humor replaced by an unspoken dread. There was no easy jest to be made about the eerie hush of the forest or the frost that coated every surface with glassy precision. Ahead, seasoned rangers like Corrin Halfhand scanned the territory with expressions carved of flint. Beyond, the youngest recruits kept their eyes forward, determined not to show fear, though terror hummed in their veins. The mission had been to investigate rumors. Sightings of pale shapes that glided between the trees like wraiths, of wildlings fleeing not south but deeper into the forest, as if pursued by an enemy they dared not confront. Each step crunched on a thin crust of ice, louder than it had any right to be. Ed suppressed a shiver, uncertain whether it came from the bitter cold or the sense of being watched. At times he imagined glimmering eyes hidden in the boles of crooked weirwoods, even though the red leaves had long since withered in these parts. This was no ordinary patrol. The others might feign indifference, but Ed knew they all felt it. Corrin halted them after a time, raising one gauntlet hand. The silence deepened, and the rangers pressed themselves against the gnarled trunks. Ed strained his senses, searching for any sign of movement, but only the sound of a distant breeze sliding over the snow reached them. Then came a noise. Slow, shambling footsteps, irregular as if whoever made them wasn't quite sure how to walk. Through the breaks in the forest, under the faint luminescence of the moon, they saw figures. At first, Ed wondered if they were wildlings. But wildlings breathed. Wildlings wore furs, their breath steaming in the cold. These silhouettes were too still, too silent. A stench hovered, faint yet nauseating, reminding Ed of corpses left in the sun too long. And then, as their heads turned, he glimpsed eyes glowing with an otherworldly pallor. He had never understood the stories recounted around the hearthfires at Castle Black. Tales of the dead walking, of white walkers with crystal blue eyes. But here, in the blackness beneath the trees, they were all too real. Corrin gestured for the rangers to drop low, but caution only went so far. The creatures moved in a listless search, as if sniffing for something, though no living breath stirred from their rotting lips. One ranger released a slight hiss of shock. It was enough. The shadows turned, those eerie eyes fixing on the cluster of black-cloaked men. The first fell upon them with sudden, violent speed. Swords were drawn, but the steel barely halted the whites' relentless advance. Their bodies, half-frozen and decaying, seemed impervious to ordinary cuts. Men of the watch hacked and stabbed, but each blow felt as though it did little more than tear away lumps of dead flesh. 2 rangers fell quickly, screams muffled by blood and the crackle of bones. Corrin barked an order, steel in his voice as he cried for fire. Desperate black brothers wrestled torches from their packs, but the swirling wind and drifting snow made it difficult to spark a flame. Another brother collapsed under the weight of a white that clutched his face in skeletal hands. It pulled the man free, but it was too late. Ice crystals rimed the man's lids, and his eyes stared wide, unseeing, as though death had stolen him in a single breath. At last, a torch flared to life, casting flickering light on the twisted forms shuffling toward them. Fire set them ablaze, shriveling their putrid limbs. They thrashed wildly, letting out shrieks that cut through the night. Corrin and the survivors seized the moment, driving back the cluster of whites. Yet even in victory they saw the shape in the trees. A tall, gaunt figure with flesh the color of snow, cloaked in night, observed them. Pale, glowing eyes watched the men of the Night's Watch. Then, silent as a whisper, it stepped behind the trunk of a tree and was gone, leaving an unspoken promise of far worse things to come. Corrin commanded a retreat. There would be no pressing deeper this night. The rangers carried the dead and the wounded, hearts beating as fiercely as war drums. Every man among them felt the chill in his marrow, the creeping realization that the old stories were all too real. Yet none foresaw just how soon the tide would break upon the realms of men. Far to the south, the chaos of the War of the Five Kings roared on, oblivious to the horror marching from beyond the wall. As Tywin Lannister held council in the Great Hall at Harrenhal, concerned with dividing his forces to crush Robb Stark's rebellious Northmen, news of the threat beyond the wall might as well have been a figment of children's nightmares. Among the flickering torches and the stench of blood, Tywin read reports about the progress of his forces in the Westerlands, calculating how best to shield King's Landing from the combined threats of Stannis Baratheon's fleet and the unrelenting guerrilla tactics of Robb Stark. Meanwhile, ravens from the Night's Watch carrying dire warnings of White Walkers and the undead were piled into corners, disregarded. The War of the Five Kings devoured attention, coin, and manpower. Food stores were diminishing under forced levies to feed armies on the move. Roads were lined with refugees, fleeing the brutality of soldiers for hire and the savagery of lords hungry for advantage. Lord Tywin, iron-willed and pragmatic, had no time for legends. In King's Landing, the Iron Throne was occupied by the petulant King Joffrey Baratheon, under the regency of his mother Cersei. The Red Keep buzzed with rumors of Stannis' fleet, assembling at Dragonstone, and of Renly's grand host gathered in the Reach. Sansa Stark was a trembling captive, clinging to proper courtesy even as Joffrey humiliated her at every turn. Around them, courtiers whispered, knights schemed, and the small folk starved. The coming winter had not yet gripped the south in earnest, but each new gust of cold wind drifting past the Blackwater Bay hinted at the distant storms that might one day arrive. Outside the city, peasants whispered of portents. Unusually harsh frosts at night, animals found frozen in the forest. Some claimed it was the result of the civil war, the gods punishing men's hubris. Others insisted darker forces were stirring, but who would pay heed to a ragged beggar's fears? To the east, under the protective canopy of towering weirwoods, Robb Stark considered his next move. The young wolf had outmaneuvered Lannister forces on multiple occasions. His soldiers spoke of him with reverence, for each victory seemed to come from courage and cunning beyond his years. Yet in the heart of every northern man lingered the knowledge that winter was coming. The North's entire identity was shaped by the unstoppable power of ice and snow. Though many believed the old tales of the Long Night had been mere superstition, any fresh rumor from the Watch still echoed with some significance among those loyal to the Starks. When the occasional raven from Castle Black arrived with warnings of white shadows, Robb did not dismiss them outright. He could not, but the War of the Five Kings pressed heavily upon him. He had men to feed, allegiances to keep, territory to defend. Winter was a threat, but it was intangible compared to the swords of the Lannisters and the Freys. Unease flickered behind his eyes whenever he thought of the old stories. Still, he pressed on. In the Vale, Lady Lisa Arryn remained behind the high walls of the Eyrie, paranoid and fearful, refusing to muster her knights for any side. The Vale was a fortress, impregnable to direct assault, and Lisa had no desire to see her beloved homeland soaked in blood for some distant war. As ravens arrived warning of terrors beyond the wall, she scoffed. The Vale had its own concerns, and to her mind, if something dreadful was truly coming, well, the Vale's mountainous isolation would serve as the perfect shield. On Dragonstone, Stannis brooded over maps. His jaw clenched as advisors urged him to strike at King's Landing while the city was ill-prepared. Melisandre spoke of the Lord of Light, glimpses in the flames, a darkness approaching. Yet for all her uncanny words, neither Stannis nor his men realized how literal that darkness would soon become. And so the War of the Five Kings ground on, unstoppable as a rolling boulder. Armies marched and clashed. The Riverlands were torn apart by warring hosts, and vengeance spread its wings across the kingdoms. No man among them anticipated the pale footsteps approaching from the far north. For centuries, the wall had stood as a silent sentinel. Generations of men had taken vows, believing their greatest threats were wildlings or the harsh environment. But everything changed when the Night King emerged from the ranks of the White Walkers. Rumors persisted that he was once a man, long ago, corrupted by ice magic, cursed with an unholy power to command the dead and bend them to his will. He wore a crown of black ice and moved with otherworldly grace. Unlike the silent whites, the Night King knew cunning, and he hungered for conquest, for the realms of men. Wildlings fled in hordes, streaming past abandoned villages, through the frost-laden forests, heading for the only barrier that might protect them, the wall. At Castle Black, Lord Commander Jeor Mormont scrambled to contain the crisis. The gates were not built to sustain an influx of thousands. Tensions rose as old grudges between the wildlings and the Night's Watch flared. Some among the free folk demanded safe passage south. The Watch insisted on disarmament. In the bitter cold of the courtyard, Mance Rayder stood with an air of restless urgency, meeting with the old bear. Both men understood the threat that followed close behind. Every hour wasted on negotiation allowed the dead to march another league. Jeor Mormont relented. Better to let them pass, to face the unthinkable with the combined strength of those still living. Word spread across the wall. The Watch had allied with the wildlings. Brothers in black armor stood side by side with the free folk. Men once considered enemies, now thrown together by need. The precarious alliance tested every vow, every prejudice. Yet even as the wildlings rushed through the gates, the whites arrived. Castle Black's sentinels shouted in alarm when shapes emerged from the darkness, eyes burning with icy malevolence. The clash began at the foot of the wall, where the old wooden stairs zigzagged up the icy edifice. Burning pitch rained down. Flaming arrows formed arcs of light across the night, and wildling spears flew. At first it seemed manageable. The whites were clumsy, and men fought with savage desperation. But then the White Walkers appeared with weapons forged of magical ice that shattered steel on contact. Their presence inflicted terror more profound than any mortal foe. The chill that radiated from them turned men's blood to slush. The first to fall rose again moments later, eyes vacant, compelled to murder those they once called brothers. Panic spread. Gasping in the howling wind, men slipped on the ice as they tried to flee. The cacophony of shrieks, the roar of flames, the clash of arms, merged into a horrifying choir. Within the courtyard, Jeor Mormont and Mance Rayder fought side by side, urged on by the knowledge that if they fell here, all the living would be next. The combined forces of the Night's Watch and free folk barely held the invaders at bay. All along the ramparts, Black brothers loosed arrow after arrow. Eastwatch by the sea sent its meager ships to check if the enemy might approach from the coastline, though the ice would soon render those seas near impassable. The men of the Shadow Tower dealt with an increasing press of undead from the west. Desperate ravens flew south, each bearing the same warning, an echo of old times. The long night is returning. The great war is here. So began the unstoppable expansion of the dead. The Night King, tall, silent, seemingly invincible, stood back, letting his lieutenants direct the onslaught. Even as the defenders at Castle Black held their ground that first night, thousands of free folk scattered south across the countryside. The White Walkers pursued with tireless menace. And so the tide of darkness slipped past the fortress in small, relentless waves, sending horrors deeper into the north. The outposts that once swore fealty to House Stark found themselves beset by nightmares. The Umbers at Last Hearth put up a fierce resistance, but whites overran them by sheer weight of numbers. Villages on the edge of the Wolfswood fell silent, their inhabitants joining the ranks of the undead. Word reached Winterfell, where a skeleton garrison remained under the command of Roose Bolton's men, for Robb Stark had marched south. Ramsay Snow, the bastard of Bolton, found himself confronted with a problem that no cruelty or cunning could easily solve. If anything, he relished the chance for brutality. But in the face of the walking dead, cruelty proved useless. Some said whites stormed the dread fort, choking its battlements in clawing hands, leaving the screams of flayed men echoing in the halls. Details remained unclear, but terror spread. In the faces of those who lived, fear shone like a lamp in a dark window. The north was collapsing under the weight of an unimaginable threat. Messages to Robb Stark became more frantic, urging him to return to Winterfell, to defend his people against a nightmare no mortal blade could hold forever. Robb's host was camped by the Trident when news reached him of the first wave of undead sightings beyond the Neck. The king in the north turned quiet, reading the letter penned in haste by Maester Luwin before Winterfell fell under new management. The horror in those lines was unmistakable. It described the chaos at Castle Black, the flight of wildlings and watchmen, and the unstoppable march of the Night King's growing army. Robb felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the crisp autumn air. All around him, lords and bannermen waited for orders. Some demanded an immediate retreat north. Others argued they could not yield the fight against the Lannisters, or risk letting the Iron Throne crush them the moment they left the field. His generals debated the best course. But Robb Stark knew one thing. If the nightmares in the north were real, no southern victory would matter in the face of such annihilation. Eventually, he called on the River Lords and the Great Lords of the North. They had followed him in a war of vengeance and secession, but this was far bigger than the Iron Crowns of Kings. Some bristled, insisting the war must continue. The Great John roared that they should push to Harrenhal and crush Tywin. Others, like Roose Bolton, whispered that it might be best to remain in the south, gather strength, and let the undead wear themselves out on other foes first. But in a moment of clarity, Robb declared they would head north. If he was truly their king, they would march with him to defend their homeland from the evil that men had dismissed as myth. Letters rode out under his seal urging an alliance, even with the Lannisters if that were possible. The old grudges meant nothing in the face of extinction. Some among his bannermen called it madness to trust House Lannister. Robb had no illusions about alliances, but he also knew that if humanity did not unite, the White Walkers would claim them all. The ravens reached Tywin Lannister, though many times in the past he had ignored such pleas. But now multiple letters from multiple sources testified to something monstrous in the north. There were also sightings of unnatural storms moving southward, fields blanketed in out-of-season snow, travelers found frozen to death on roads that should have been safe in autumn. Lord Tywin was not a man swayed by emotion, but he recognized a threat when it became too large to ignore, and so he summoned his council in Harrenhal, that bleak fortress haunted by the ghosts of old wars. Men huddled around the table, scanning the accounts of the living dead, the silent White Walkers, and the chilling figure of their king. Ser Gregor Clegane spat that it was nonsense, a ploy by the treacherous North. Others looked uncertain. The rumor that the Boltons, supposedly loyal to Robb, were under siege from these so-called ice demons suggested that this was no cunning ruse. Tywin weighed the odds. For House Lannister, nothing was more important than ensuring the line would continue, that legacy would be preserved. But if the threat was half as grave as described, legacy would mean nothing. Thus, after careful deliberation, Tywin dispatched envoys to King's Landing, to the Reach, to the Stormlands, seeking a grand truce. He had no love for Stannis or Renly or Robb Stark, but he understood survival. Letters were also sent to Balon Greyjoy, though Tywin cared little for the pirates of the Iron Islands. In the royal court, Queen Cersei bristled at any notion of forging alliances with traitors. Joffrey sneered, proclaiming that he feared nothing. But behind the arrogance, fear stirred. The city had begun to experience a chill wind from the north. The nights were lengthening, and rumors of something dreadful beyond the Neck kept creeping in. The small folk muttered that the dead were on the march, that the White Walkers were real, that this was the age-old enemy come again to claim the living. Cersei might have dismissed it as panic or rumor, but even Grand Maester Pycelle admitted there were strange phenomena impossible to ignore. All the while, Stannis Baratheon brooded at Dragonstone, hearing the Red Priestess Melisandre speak of a war of ice and fire. She gazed into the flames of her braziers and beheld images that seemed to confirm the coming darkness from the frozen wastes. Stannis's man Davos Seaworth felt the dread in his bones, though he tried to remain practical. Their first instinct was to sail on King's Landing, but the scale of the threat in the north forced them to hesitate. The Lord of Light's champion, so Melisandre called Stannis, could not ignore a challenge that threatened to snuff out all mortal life. In the grand scheme of prophecy, the living warred among themselves while a truly apocalyptic enemy readied to descend. And so, as lines of communication opened across the realm, a tenuous hope emerged. Perhaps the five kings would set aside their claims, for a time, to unite against the living dead. Yet the war did not simply pause overnight. Men are proud creatures, and their resentments run deep. Small skirmishes continued, old grudges flared, and not every lord believed the tales of the undead. However, as winter's cold breath seeped farther south, more reports came pouring in. Entire hamlets found empty, with footprints in the snow leading away, tracks of bare feet that should not have braved the cold. Such chilling accounts multiplied until even the most stubborn doubters grew uneasy. Renly Baratheon, flamboyant and confident, had retreated to Highgarden after his attempt on King's Landing. Surrounded by the flowers of the Reach, its warm fields and abundant harvests, it was easy to forget the threat of winter. But Loras Tyrell, hearing the pleas from the north, convinced Renly to take heed. Mace Tyrell, ever the PR agmatist, saw an opportunity to claim glory by leading the Reach's might in defense of the realm. So, grudgingly, they began mobilizing. Balon Greyjoy, restless on the Iron Islands, cared little for mainland politics. He had declared himself king of the Isles and the North, sending raiders to the Stony Shore and capturing parts of the North's coastline. But as fall turned colder and the seas began to freeze in unnatural ways, the Ironborn found their ships trapped in ice floes they had never encountered in living memory. Raiders returned with stories of silent bays littered with broken corpses. A creeping dread settled even on the Ironborn, whose hearts were said to be as cold as the sea. Balon raged against the situation, but Yara Greyjoy saw the writing on the wall. If the North fell, the dead would march into the Iron Islands eventually, if the weather didn't first crush their fleets. Faced with an enemy that didn't breathe, that had no fear, the old ways of the Ironborn seemed pointless. It was in that tumultuous moment that the Night King struck again, leading an assault on the North that would go down in history. Winterfell, newly seized by men loyal to the Boltons, found its gates battered by an icy storm of the undead. The nightmares came in droves, breaking through the outer defenses in a matter of hours. Ramsay Snow's sadistic glee vanished when he realized how futile torture was against creatures that felt no pain. He and his men retreated to the Great Hall, barricading doors with tables and chairs, while wights battered themselves into splinters trying to break through. In the crypts below, the ancient kings of winter slumbered in stone. Some whispered that if the crypts were ever disturbed, the dead Starks might rise. But these hushed rumors conflicted with the truth that the Night King's power seemed to bring only the freshly dead to his bidding. Regardless, there was no comfort to be found in the cold corridors beneath Winterfell. The siege lasted a full night, the corridors echoing with screams until, at last, the living were overrun. When dawn broke, Winterfell stood eerily silent. The smoke from a few fires coiled into the gray sky. Inside, the once proud fortress was filled with walking corpses under the dominion of the Night King. Robb Stark's host was still weeks away from returning home. By the time they reached Moat Cailin, the swamps of the Neck were frozen solid in places, making the fortress simultaneously easier to bypass and harder to defend. The battered remnants of the Bolton garrison, half mad with terror, stumbled southward, some half frozen, others bearing wounds that refused to heal. They bore testament to the unstoppable wave of darkness overtaking the north. Grief tore at Robb's heart. His ancestral seat had fallen. His home was in the clutches of an ancient evil. Yet he pressed on, joined now by whatever northern lords could rally. The Great John brought men from the mountains, already hardened by cold but unprepared for the horrors they would face. The Mormonts arrived, Lady Meage bearing the grim resolve of a house whose sigil was the bear. Others dripped in day by day, sharing rumors of half-eaten corpses walking, of entire families turned. The coming battles were unlike anything Westeros had known. Living men, bound by new alliances or old loyalties, faced a foe that would not yield, would not negotiate, and knew no fear. At the vanguard of these battles was the Night King himself, rarely seen but always felt. He controlled the whites with an unholy bond that no mortal could sever. Blades of Valyrian steel or dragonglass were rumored to kill White Walkers, but supplies of such weapons were scarce. As far as the realm knew, there were only a handful of Valyrian steel blades left in the entire Seven Kingdoms, scattered among the great houses. Heartsbane was with Randall Tarly, who guarded it jealously in the Reach. Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail were in King's Landing, though the latter was in the hands of the still petulant King Joffrey. Longclaw was with Jon Snow at the Wall if Jon Snow still lived. Rumors said Jon had abandoned the Watch to travel with a wildling redhead. Others said he had taken command of the surviving brothers. No one knew for certain, but all guessed that such weapons might decide the fate of the realm. Meanwhile, King's Landing still seethed with tension. The capital's gates closed tight against the refugees pouring in from the Crownlands and the Riverlands, many of whom had heard rumors of the undead that had begun trickling down. Cersei tried to clamp down on the panic, ordering gold cloaks to maintain order. But the city teetered on the edge of chaos. Winter shipments from the Reach had become sparse as Mace Tyrell focused on reinforcing his borders. Starvation loomed. Joffrey grew more erratic, lashing out at rumors of nightmares. He demanded the heads of any who spread lies. Even Tyrion, appointed again as Hand of the King in a last-ditch attempt to bring sense to the realm, found himself stymied by Joffrey's tantrums and Cersei's paranoia. But Tyrion's quick wit saw beyond the city's walls, recognized that soon King's Landing would be forced to decide, remain isolated or join the living in a last stand. Tattered alliances began to form, thanks in part to Tyrion's efforts at negotiation with envoys from Stannis, from Renly, and even from Robb Stark. They spoke in heated secret councils, planning a possible muster in the north. Yet, even if they agreed, how could they unify armies that had so recently slaughtered each other? Down in the Stormlands, Stannis' march had stalled at King's Landing's gates, uncertain whether to besiege the capital or heed the call from the north. His bannermen were weary from earlier skirmishes, and many had deserted or gone over to Renly. But Melisandre's visions in the flames grew ever more urgent. She told Stannis that a tide of darkness would soon devour the realm, and the only choice was to stand against it. The question was how. Slowly, a precarious consensus formed. The realm needed a champion with the magic of light to face this champion of ice. Stannis listened, increasingly convinced that his destiny lay in protecting the Seven Kingdoms, not just claiming a throne. Whether or not the realm truly loved him mattered less now than survival itself. The Lady Melisandre insisted that only the power of R'hllor could banish the darkness, and Stannis found himself willing to seize any advantage. The greatest challenge lay in forging cooperation out of a land divided by war. Robb Stark, on the verge of fighting a losing battle in his own territory, needed relief from the south. The Lannisters, entrenched at Harrenhal and King's Landing, still commanded large armies, though Tywin refused to move without some guarantee of reward, or at least a strong strategic advantage. The Baratheons were split between Stannis and Renly, each with reason to mistrust the other. Yet the inexorable, glacial push of the undead forced a reevaluation of old grudges. If they did not unite, they would be picked off separately, doomed to join the Night King's Legion. The new ice storms advanced daily. The shivering sea sprouted towering icebergs that drifted close to White Harbor, blocking trade. Inland, small rivers froze solid, leaving farmland deserted. The dawn sky often came under a heavy blanket of gray clouds that never yielded to the sun. Outside of Winterfell, the first major battle occurred, a frantic attempt by the assembled Northern Lords and Robb Stark's returning army to reclaim the fallen castle. The White Walkers had established a foothold, with whites spilling out like locusts, devouring the countryside. Robb led a combined force of Northmen and Riverlanders, guided by scattered survivors from the local villages. Desperation lent them fury. The battle raged in the fields around the castle walls, once green under the summer sun, now frozen and as hard as iron. Men hammered at the undead ranks, discovering the only real ways to destroy them: fire, dragonglass, or a sufficiently explosive blow that tore them to pieces. Arrows scarcely hindered them, swords only delayed them. The living moved in disciplined lines, pushing forward with torches and pitch, creating great bonfires to incinerate the corpses. Yet for every one that fell, it seemed two more emerged. The White Walkers themselves prowled behind the lines, picking off knights as if they were children. Then came the shriek of direwolves as Grey Wind, Robb Stark's companion, led a group of massive northern wolves into the fray, rending undead limbs with savage jaws. The men took heart from the beast's bravery, rallying in one surging assault. For a moment, it seemed the living might reclaim ground. But the Night King appeared on the parapets of Winterfell, a solitary silhouette carved against the swirling snow. He raised one pallid hand, and a bone-chilling wind swept the battlefield, knocking men to their knees. The freshly slain rose, eyes glowing with bluish light, and turned on their former comrades. Panic thundered through the ranks of the living. Even for the bravest warrior, seeing a fallen friend stand again, sword in hand, was enough to shatter resolve. The lines broke in places, men fleeing in all directions. But Robb, flanked by the Great John and other loyal bannermen, kept a core formation intact. They retreated methodically, dragging the wounded with them, ensuring their line did not fully collapse. The living lost Winterfell that day, forced to fall back to the Barrowlands. The ancient seat of House Stark now belonged definitively to the dead. In that moment, as the king in the north tasted defeat at the hands of an inhuman foe, the realm collectively realized the stakes. Word spread of the tragedy at Winterfell, of the unstoppable force commanded by the Night King. The southern lords, once scoffing, now hurried to muster. The Grand Alliance began to coalesce. Even the Ironborn, out of grim self-interest, promised some ships for ferrying supplies north. The Tyrells agreed to march their splendid cavalry up the King's Road, or what remained of it, to join forces with the other armies in the Riverlands. Stannis decided to bring his men inland instead of directly besieging King's Landing, forging a deal with Tywin Lannister brokered by Tyrion. The terms were uneasy, full of mutual suspicion, but each side recognized that if the living did not band together, no one would survive. Letters bearing the sigils of each house declared a temporary peace. Mercenaries found themselves retasked with fighting the dead instead of men. Suddenly, all across Westeros, the tide of war changed direction. Soldiers from once enemy armies traveled side by side, forging friendships in the face of a threat that transcended their old conflicts. Some territories resisted. The Freys, entrenched at the Twins, demanded special concessions in exchange for passage across the Trident. They demanded titles and marriages, but under pressure from the entire realm, and threatened that if they did not comply, they would be left to face the undead alone. Even Walder Frey relented. A hush fell across the lands whenever the talk turned to the horrors in the north. Tales of unspeakable sights, armies of frost-rimed corpses, children with frozen eyes wandering the roads at night, a monstrous giant turned white smashing through village palisades, spread by firelight. Priests of the Seven prayed, red priests invoked R'hllor, and the faith of every man and woman was tested. When the united armies finally converged at Moat Cailin, it was a sight unseen since the days of the Targaryen conquest. Banners of House Lannister flew alongside those of House Stark and Baratheon. Tyrell roses mingled with Mormont bears, Tully trout with Clegane hounds, Florent foxes with Karstark sons. Hardened soldiers who had once spilled each other's blood now stood in the mud and swirling snow, uncertain whether to trust the man beside them, but they knew they had no choice. Robb Stark, gray eyes haunted by recent defeat, met Tywin Lannister on a cold morning near the old fortress. The tension in the air was palpable. The man who had orchestrated the Red Wedding in another timeline was here, in this scenario, forced to treat with the king in the north as an ally. Emissaries from the Reach, from the Vale, from the Stormlands, from Dorne, reluctantly, for Dorne still felt the sting of old Targaryen memories, also arrived, though the journey from Sunspear was long and many believed the dunes of Dorne might prove safe from winter's horrors. Still, Prince Doran Martell had sent a contingent, if only to observe. Over the course of frantic days, the High Lords formed a broad strategy. They would attempt to push north in a great campaign, retake Winterfell, and drive back the White Walkers. Melisandre insisted that the Lord of Light would grant them victory, so long as Stannis played his prophesied role. Others placed more faith in steel and discipline. A select few, remembering the old tales, called for Dragonfire. But there were no Targaryen dragons left in Westeros, at least none known. The realm would fight with mortal hands or not at all. The approach northwards became a slow, brutal affair. The weather worsened daily, with howling winds that tore at tents, turned roads into slick ice, and made every march an ordeal. Men died from exposure or from sickness that swept through overcrowded camps. Resources were stretched thin. Tyrion Lannister worked tirelessly to coordinate supply lines, forging new deals with minor houses to keep the alliance fed. But as the days grew darker and shorter, it became evident that the Night King had no intention of waiting for them to gather their strength. His undead hordes moved south like a predator circling wounded prey, striking at night with lethal efficiency. Entire outrider companies vanished, their remains discovered the following morning as animate corpses. Scouts reported the presence of White Walkers prowling in the forests on either side of the march, harrying supply wagons, slaying drivers, and raising them as whites. Paranoia soared. Men began refusing to go out in small groups. That was the environment in which the great battle for the North took shape, a rolling series of clashes that eventually collapsed into one cataclysmic confrontation near the shores of the frozen Long Lake. Initially, the Alliance had tried to stand at a point where they could anchor their flanks against mountainous terrain, limiting the undead approach. But the White Walkers seemed to slip through every gap like wind-driven snow. The living soon found themselves surrounded on multiple fronts. Night fell quickly, and the dead attacked under the pale glow of a waning moon. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Brienne of Tarth fought at Renly's side, cutting down whites with her massive sword, occasionally smashing them aside with a shield blow. The Tyrell cavalry tried repeated charges, their horses screaming as undead hands dragged some beasts to the ground. The Knights of the Vale formed shield walls, but whites piled upon them from all angles. Despite the swirling snow, siege engines flung burning pitch, creating circles of flame that cast dancing shadows across the gore-stained ice. Meanwhile, the White Walkers advanced with an unnerving calm, cleaving through men and women alike with their ice-forged spears and swords. In the midst of the carnage, the Night King appeared, striding through drifting snow as if it parted for him. He made no sound, showed no fury. In his unearthly silence, men felt the presence of death incarnate. Arrows that came near him froze and shattered in midair. Warriors turned to face him, but his blade of frozen dark crystal cut through them as though they were made of paper. House Bolton men, House Tyrell men, House Baratheon men, none could stand before his glacial power. Then came Stannis, wearing blackened steel and a look of grim determination. Melisandre followed at a distance, chanting to her red god, praying for the flames to triumph over ice. Stannis raised his sword, Lightbringer she called it, though it did not blaze as some might have hoped. Still, it glowed with a faint radiance in the swirling darkness. The Night King paused, as though assessing this new challenger. Stannis swung. Their blades met. Shards of ice sprayed across the battlefield, freezing the ground where they landed. The Watchers dared to hope. Perhaps the chosen champion could defeat this unnatural creature. But the Night King was ancient, fueled by a cold that predated memory. He battered aside Stannis' sword, inflicting a deep wound to the Baratheon's armor. Stannis staggered, blood staining the snow. Melisandre's voice rose in desperation, summoning flames to swirl around her king. For a brief moment, tongues of fire licked at the Night King's icy armor, forcing him to recoil. The Watchers roared in triumph. But the Night King unleashed a bitter wind that snuffed out the flames as though they were no more than a candle. From the opposite flank, a young warrior cloaked in black furs tore through a pack of whites, Valyrian steel in his grip. Jon Snow had arrived, having escaped the wall with a handful of sworn brothers and free folk. Ghost, the white direwolf, raced at his side, jaws snapping at the undead. Jon had learned through brutal trial and error how to fight White Walkers, how to use dragonglass and Valyrian steel. He saw Stannis reeling under the Night King's assault and sprinted to assist, cutting down a white that lunged for the wounded king. Their eyes met, these two men who had once been at odds. Without words, they faced the monstrous foe. The Night King sneered at Jon, as if remembering him from a prior skirmish at Hardhome or at the Wall. Jon braced himself, lifting the ancient sword Longclaw in both hands. Their blades clashed, sending a pulse of cold through Jon's arms. He grit his teeth, calling on every ounce of strength. This was no mortal enemy. This was a living embodiment of winter's wrath. Once, at Hardhome, Jon had shattered a White Walker with a single strike of his Valyrian steel blade, but the Night King was mightier. Their duel was a dance of steel and ice beneath a sky filled with swirling snow. Around them, battles raged. Tyrion Lannister, forced to fight for his life, stabbed a lunging White in the eye with a dagger. Robb Stark, battling near Renly's standard, directed a group of Northmen to hold a line near the lake's shore. The ice cracked beneath the weight of the undead, sending some plummeting into the frigid water. Any respite was brief, as more clambered forward, heedless of the danger. Jaime Lannister, newly arrived with reinforcements from Harrenhal, found himself side by side with Brienne. The two sworn enemies turned reluctant allies in the face of oblivion. Even Sandor Clegane overcame his fear of fire long enough to wield a burning torch against the undead, cursing every step of the way. The living felt unity amidst the horror. Old feuds were buried under piles of frozen corpses. Jon's final clash with the Night King became the focal point of the entire battlefield. Every soldier who happened to glimpse their struggle felt the weight of prophecy, or at least realized that if the Night King was not stopped, the living stood no chance. With each blow, Longclaw rang like a bell, the Night King's ice blade shrieking in protest. Stannis tried to rejoin the fight, but he was too injured, stumbling in the snow. Melisandre's magic flared intermittently, throwing sparks of flame that hissed against the Night King's chilling aura. The king in the north, Robb Stark, cut his way through a knot of undead footmen, hoping to reach the duel. Others joined him, but they were blocked by a sudden wave of whites commanded by lesser White Walkers. Moments stretched like hours. The wind howled. The battle might have lasted until dawn, or it might have concluded in minutes. Time lost its meaning in the swirling dark. At last, Jon saw an opening. Mustering every ounce of his will, ignoring the numbness in his limbs, he feinted left. The Night King swept his blade across in a vicious arc, missing Jon by inches. Jon pivoted, channeling all his strength and fear into a downward stroke. Longclaw met the Night King's sword with a deafening crack. And then, whether by luck or fate or Lawleress' hidden hand, the ice blade shattered. Shards of freezing shards erupted. The Night King staggered, unnatural eyes wide. For an instant, a hush fell. Jon sank Longclaw deep into the Night King's torso, piercing whatever malignant core sustained him. A groan escaped the icy tyrant, like the cracking of glaciers. He collapsed to his knees, the frost-laden air quivering around him. And then his form splintered into 1,000 shards of blue-white ice, dissolving into the howling wind. All across the field, the Whites and White Walkers twitched, froze, and then collapsed as if their controlling will had been extinguished. The living stared in disbelief. Thousands of undead toppled in an instant. A few White Walkers had enough autonomy to continue fighting, but most crumbled into scattered ice. The day was won if it could be called a day. Jon Snow fell to his knees, exhausted, blood trickling from a dozen cuts. Ghosts circled him, whining softly. The Alliance forces reeled from the victory, unsure if the fight was truly over. But it was. The Night King was destroyed. The Legion of the Dead had no master, and without him, they were nothing. Dawn came late, revealing a battlefield blanketed in corpses, both living and dead. Pyres were constructed. The living knew well enough to burn all the bodies. They had no desire to see them rise again. The cost was staggering. Thousands of soldiers from every corner of the realm lay dead. Great lords and nameless knights alike had perished. Stannis still breathed, though gravely wounded, his eyes filled with a mixture of relief and bitterness. Tyrion Lannister stumbled through the carnage, calling for a maester. Renly Baratheon knelt by the body of Loras Tyrell, tears filling his eyes. Loras had fallen in a clash with a White Walker earlier in the night, and no magic had saved him. Robb Stark embraced his mother, Catelyn, who had arrived with a medical caravan. Tears glistened on her cheeks for all the lives lost. Tywin Lannister surveyed the devastation with a cold, stoic gaze. The realm he had fought so ruthlessly to control had nearly vanished in a storm of ice. The threat was ended, at least for now, but the War of the Five Kings had left the land scarred, and the undead invasion had multiplied that misery tenfold. In the days that followed, a cautious peace settled over the survivors. They knew rebuilding would be arduous. The north was ravaged. Winterfell lay in ruins. The living could attempt to restore it, guided by House Stark's will, but it would take time. The alliances forged in the face of annihilation might fray now that the common enemy was gone. Ambition, pride, and revenge never truly die. Yet something had changed. Men who fought side by side against the dead had tasted a camaraderie that overshadowed many petty feuds. Stories spread of Jaime Lannister saving a Karstark soldier, of Renly Baratheon giving up his own mount for a wounded Mormont fighter, of the Hound risking fire to save children from a burning wagon. Such acts of bravery and shared humanity left an imprint on the hearts of many. There were, of course, those who insisted on returning to old enmities, Walder Frey among them. But the War of the Five Kings, which once seemed so important, was overshadowed by the memory of the real war, the Great War against the Night King. For Jon Snow, who had struck the killing blow, legend would grow around him, though he shunned such praise. He returned to what remained of the Night's Watch, seeking to rebuild and ensure that no threat like this would ever again descend upon the realms of men. Robb Stark traveled back to Winterfell, accompanied by what forces remained, determined to restore the Stark seat, to show the North that the ancient line still stood. Tywin Lannister withdrew to King's Landing with fewer men, but a deeper wisdom of how fragile power could be when confronted by cosmic forces. Stannis Baratheon recuperated at the Wall, convinced that the Lord of Light had spared him for some greater purpose, though uncertain what that might be. Melisandre hovered by him, speaking of the forging of a new era. Renly returned to Highgarden with the Tyrell forces, carrying home the body of Ser Loras. A gloom fell on him, tempered only by the knowledge that the living had triumphed. All across Westeros, small folk and nobles alike spoke of the great victory at Long Lake, of the united armies that overcame a nightmare older than memory. The scars would not quickly heal. The snows had reached as far south as the Stormlands, and it would take careful stewardship to see the Seven Kingdoms through the winter. Yet there was a chance for a more unified realm, at least until the old resentments stirred anew. For a time, the houses that had warred so bitterly found themselves linked by loss and by triumph. In the aftermath, the banners of House Stark, Baratheon, Lannister, Tyrell, Tully, Arryn, Greyjoy, Martell, and others flapped in the icy wind, each as battered as the men who carried them. The memory of the Night King persisted. Minstrels composed ballads of a pale rider whose eyes glowed with the light of a frozen moon, of the living dead who nearly conquered the realm. They sang of Jon Snow's brave blow, of direwolves leaping amid swirling snow, of queens and kings laying aside their crowns to face an unimaginable horror. Children stared wide-eyed at these tales, frightened yet exhilarated. In some dusty corner of Old Town, maesters debated the nature of the White Walkers, poring over ancient scrolls to ensure that if winter's champions ever rose again, the realm would be prepared. Others ventured beyond the wall, searching for any remnant of that evil. Now they had reason to believe that the greatest danger had been vanquished, but legends of the Long Night suggested that such threats could never be fully destroyed, only pushed back into the frigid darkness for centuries at a time. The war-weary folk of Westeros carried on. Fields needed replanting, walls needed rebuilding, alliances needed tending. The War of the Five Kings had become, for many, a tragic prelude to a far more consequential conflict. The monstrous invasion forever changed how people viewed the North, the Wall, and the old stories. Fear of the White Walkers would live in the songs and histories for generations, a cautionary tale about the need to unite in the face of inhuman foes. The living had emerged victorious, but at a terrible price in blood and sorrow. As snow continued drifting across the battered hills, men remembered a single truth above all else. No crown, no castle, no family feud mattered when the Night King marched. All that mattered was life itself. And in the hush of each winter dawn, survivors offered silent thanks that they had outlasted the night. Though uncertainties remained, whether southern lords would truly uphold their fragile alliances, whether new pretenders might rise to challenge the weakened houses, whether the next spring would come soon enough to avert famine, there was solace in knowing that humanity could triumph over the darkest of foes. The memory of the Night King lingered as a ghostly reminder that the world held horrors beyond mortal ken. But in that memory lay a lesson too, that men, when united, were capable of saving themselves from the most terrible doom. And as time marched on, with snow still swirling over the burned ruins of Winterfell, with the battered legions returning home, with ravens carrying tidings of both sorrow and hope, the land once more looked forward. After a season of unbridled chaos, the realm had not only survived the War of the Five Kings, it had withstood the fury of an ancient nightmare. And in that survival, there was the promise of a future, a fragile hope that the living could indeed outlast even the longest night. A hush had fallen over the north in the days that followed the climactic confrontation at Long Lake. Men and women from all corners of Westeros still combed the battlefield for survivors, tending to the wounded, burning heaps of corpses, both white and mortal, to ensure that nothing stirred again. The reek of smoke hung heavy in the frosty air, mingled with the raw stench of death. Broken armor and discarded shields lay half-buried in churned mud that had frozen overnight. Horses whinnied and pawed at the ground, uneasy among so much carnage. Even the wind seemed subdued, as though exhausted by the fury it had carried through the darkness. It was the largest gathering of armies anyone could recall. Stark men in their furs, Tyrell knights in gilded plate, banners of Baratheon and Tully and Lannister, even the sunburst of Dorne and the crescent moon of the Vale. Hundreds of sigils, once raised in defiance of each other, now drooped side by side in the cold. Victorious in the greatest battle of their age, the soldiers found little cause for celebration. Too many had fallen. The White Walkers and their hideous servants had been defeated, at least for now, and the Night King lay shattered upon the ice. Yet the cost was staggering. So many bright lives had been snuffed out in the swirling dark. Every noble house could count its dead. Great heroes and nameless peasants alike littered the field. Robb Stark stood near the remnants of a large pyre as he surveyed the aftermath, shoulders slumped beneath his thick cloak. Snowflakes fell gently upon the black ash, forming a pale veil over the bodies that had been consumed by flame. Gray Wind, still panting from the fighting, rested at his side, muzzle speckled with half-frozen blood. The king in the north had reclaimed much of the bearing he'd displayed before the War of the Five Kings tore apart his family. But there was an undeniable weight in his eyes now, a knowledge of horrors beyond anything men had faced in living memory. Those who approached him offered quiet bows or tired salutes. He acknowledged each with a measured nod. Not far away, Stannis Baratheon sat propped on a crude wooden stool. His dark beard was crusted with ice, and a maester fussed over the gash along his side. The wound was grievous, but not mortal. Melisandre hovered behind him, her red robe so bright against the white drifts that she looked like a flame dancing in snowfall. On the ground by Stannis' feet, Lightbringer, his sword, or so she called it, lay sheathed, its once faint glow extinguished with the final death of the Night King. The Red Priestess claimed the Lord of Light had tested Stannis in the fires of battle and deemed him worthy to continue. The king himself stared ahead, jaw clenched, too drained to speak. Some men whispered that Stannis' might had failed at the critical moment, and that it was truly Jon Snow who felled the Night King. Yet, for now, the battered soldiers in Baratheon livery gave their lord credit for standing toe-to-toe with an unearthly foe. A mere stone's throw from them, Tywin Lannister stood with Jaime at his side, their heavy crimson cloaks dusted with gray ash. Tywin's expression betrayed little as he watched survivors hoist fresh timbers for more pyres. But the tension in the muscle along his jaw revealed he felt the weight of it all. Jaime, his golden hair dulled by soot and mud, gazed across the ghastly wreckage. He had once relished the glory of battle, but this was something else entirely. No songs would do justice to the devastation inflicted by an enemy that felt no pain. A slight distance away, Tyrion Lannister hobbled on a makeshift crutch, having twisted his knee in the fighting. Whenever their gazes met, Tywin and Tyrion exchanged only stiff nods. This was no time for petty quarrels, though many old resentments still lurked beneath the surface. Along the fringes of the sprawling encampment, Knights of the Vale gathered their wounded. Some lamented that Lady Lisa Arryn had stayed behind in the Eyrie, refusing to bring her full strength south or north until almost too late. Still, those few valiant knights who had joined the alliance had fought bravely. Their plate mail was caked in frozen mud, and their sigil, the Moon and Falcon, was barely recognizable beneath grime. Among the Tyrells, solemn faces abounded. Though House Tyrell's cavalry had torn into the Whites with commendable courage, they, too, lost many good men. Word had already spread that Ser Loras Tyrell had fallen in the thick of battle. Renly Baratheon, devastated, knelt beside Loras's body as it was prepared for a funeral pyre. Few dared to approach him in his grief. In the midst of these scattered assemblies, Jon Snow stood at the edge of a ragged crowd, Ghost by his side. The men who recognized him murmured quietly. Some stared with the wide-eyed reverence usually afforded to legends. He had thrust Longclaw into the Night King's chest, delivering the final blow that shattered the monstrous foe. Jon, though, felt no triumph. There was only emptiness. If anything, he was plagued by the knowledge that so many had died, including friends in the Night's Watch and wildlings he had fought beside. He remembered the swirl of snow and moonlight, the Night King's inhuman gaze, and the shriek of shattering ice when their blades met. The images refused to leave him. With every battered breath, he wondered if he had done enough, or if yet another horror might lie in wait beyond the wall. He found himself approached by the one face he still recognized from the Watch, Samwell Tarly, cheeks flushed pink from the cold, his breath puffing in faint clouds. Sam cradled a thick roll of parchment in one arm, various quills and flasks of ink stuffed into his belt. Somehow, even in the devastation, Sam had resumed the role of an unofficial chronicler. "Jon," he said quietly, I've been asked by Maester Aemon, by the men who remain, to gather accounts. The Ravens, they'll want to know. The Citadel, the rest of the realm. They have to know the truth." Jon nodded, forcing a small, sad smile. "They do. But you'll need more parchment than that." His voice was hoarse, weighted by exhaustion. "The story will fill volumes." Sam pressed his lips together. "Then I'd best get started. The others want to hear from you, Jon. Ser Davos said we may need to speak with the kings about what comes next." Jon glanced around at the scattered hosts. "Kings," he repeated. There were so many men with claims to that title: Stannis, who saw himself as rightful heir; Joffrey, still in King's Landing; Robb, proclaimed king in the north; Renly, who still styled himself king; even Balon Greyjoy. Yet they had set aside those claims for the sake of survival. Now that the common enemy lay vanquished, would that unity remain? He wondered, not for the first time, if they would soon turn swords on each other again. Robb's voice came from behind Jon. "Snow," he said softly. Jon turned. The king in the north, battered and pale with fatigue, reached out to clasp Jon's arm in a comradely gesture. Grey wind sniffed at Ghost, two direwolves measuring each other's presence. Once there had been a gulf in rank between them. Robb was the trueborn son of Eddard Stark, while Jon was the acknowledged bastard. But after this war, after all they had seen, such distinctions felt distant. "You saved us all," Robb said, not quite able to keep a tremor from his voice. "I was with our men, too far to help. But we saw what you did." Jon swallowed, lowering his gaze. "It was only luck or the blade. I'm no hero." "You are to them," Robb said, nodding toward a group of battered men from the north, some missing limbs, others leaning on makeshift crutches. They were looking in Jon's direction. "The realm would be lost without that blow you struck." Jon shook his head, but his reticence changed nothing. The story had already taken shape. the bastard of Winterfell, had ended the great threat, saved the living from eternal night. Robb sensed that Jon struggled with such praise. "If you have time," Robb added softly, "I want to talk about returning home, about what's left of the North, about the Night's Watch." A pang of sorrow flitted across Jon's chest at the mention of the Watch. Castle Black lay half in ruins, overrun more than once by waves of whites, though the living had rallied. Most of his black brothers were gone, either fallen or scattered. In theory, his vows still bound him, but everything had changed. "We'll talk," Jon said after a moment. "I promise." They parted ways, each weighed down by the burdens that came with survival. Robb headed off to speak with the great Jon and other northern lords, who had begun planning a slow, careful trek back to Winterfell. Despite the ruin that had befallen the Stark seat, it remained home. They would attempt to rebuild if winter's chill allowed it. Jon, for his part, walked deeper into the encampment. He passed columns of men trying to raise tents on half-frozen ground. The entire host needed shelter from the intensifying cold. Word had spread that winter was truly upon them, no longer just a rumor. The silent swirl of snow made it plain. He spotted Davos Seaworth near a line of torches, distributing meager rations of bread and dried fish. Davos was adept at mercy and organization both. Even after the horrors of the battle, he offered weary men a tight smile and a few kind words. Jon paused, appreciating the Onion Knight's dedication. A year ago, Davos would have been just another enemy banner to the Stark cause, but here in the new reality forged by the war against the dead, it all felt different. Davos caught Jon's eye and nodded, as if to say, "We stand together in this." Across the makeshift thoroughfare, the Red Priestess Melisandre chanted something beneath her breath, holding a small brazier of coals. Flickers of flame reflected off her auburn hair, and her red gown seemed too thin for the bitter cold. Yet she didn't shiver. If anything, she seemed to glory in the contrast between fire and ice. Jon felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. When she looked up, their gazes met. There was a strange intensity in her eyes. She offered a cryptic smile. Then she turned away, drifting back to where Stannis rested. Jon let out a breath, not entirely sure he liked the interest Melisandre seemed to have in him. In the following days, the battered host lingered near the lake, mourning its dead, nursing its wounded. Supply caravans trickled in, many from the south carrying salted meats, black bread, and barley, provided through a patchwork of newly signed treaties that had momentarily aligned nearly all the great houses. Hungry men gathered around cooking fires, shivering under their cloaks. Snow continued to fall, inch by inch, day by day, burying old bloodstains and broken weapons beneath a blanket of white. There was something grimly peaceful about the hush that settled on the camp, as if the swirling flakes were trying to hide all memory of the carnage. Yet no one would truly forget. Discussions began among the highest lords about next steps. An immense, if uneasy, war council formed in a large tent near the lake. Flickering lanterns cast shadows on drawn faces. Almost every seat was claimed by a figure of renown, whether by birth or by deed. Robb Stark, tall and solemn, sat near Tywin Lannister, whose composure was as implacable as iron. Between them, Stannis Baratheon struggled to maintain a straight posture to pit his still healing wounds, and Renly hovered nearby, face etched with sorrow. Representatives of the Vale, led by a steward of House Arryn, listened warily. The Tyrells, led by Mace Tyrell and a grim-faced Garland Tyrell, taking the place of his fallen brother Loras, kept a close watch on Renly. Several northern lords stood behind Robb. A few lesser river lords observed, though many among them nursed grudges against both the north and the west. Tyrion Lannister, standing off to one side, discreetly exchanged glances with Ser Davos. The two of them had taken on an odd role as moderators whenever old enmities rose in heated argument. By the end of the first session, it was clear that forging a stable peace would be anything but easy. Despite having fought side by side, the lords still bristled with old resentments. House Bolton had lost its fortress. House Frye had demanded too many concessions for letting the armies cross the Twins. the Ironborn continued to hold certain coastal areas of the north, which infuriated Robb Stark. And in King's Landing, Joffrey Baratheon still sat the Iron Throne, though he had contributed no men to the final battle. Tywin Lannister insisted that if the realm was to remain under one king, it must remain Joffrey. Stannis glowered at that. Renly scowled as well. Robb said nothing, though his silence radiated tension. The old fissures seemed ready to split open again. By the third day of councils, a tentative plan had emerged, to move the allied armies south, or at least away from the bone-chilling wilds around the lake, and establish a winter stronghold along the King's Road near Moat Cailin. The Neck would provide a more defensible position than these snowbound plains, and from there, smaller hosts could branch out to reclaim the rest of the north, including Winterfell, if at all possible. Lords from the west and south would have the option to return to their own domains, but the reality of winter's onset made rapid travel risky. Several proposed that they continue to keep their armies together for mutual support. Others wanted to break away, anticipating renewed conflict once the White Walkers were no longer a threat. Voices rose, curses flew. Only the memory of the horrors they had just survived kept swords from being drawn in the war tent. Amid these fragile negotiations, news arrived that the roads leading to King's Landing were nearly impassable, choked with refugees fleeing rumored undead or bandits. The Crownlands had begun to see snow as well, a phenomenon that rarely struck so far south this early. Tywin Lannister was visibly disturbed that King's Landing might be at risk, if not from the White Walkers, then from food shortages. He sent ravens to Cersei, instructing her to gather grain and restrict entry to the city to prevent riots. The old lion could not hide his vexation. As much as he wished to reassert Lannister authority, the realm was simply too battered and cold to kneel easily. Throughout it all, Jon Snow remained mostly on the periphery, slipping in and out of the councils at Robb's request. The king in the north valued Jon's first-hand knowledge of the White Walkers, but Robb could see that Jon had little taste for politics. What truly occupied Jon's mind was the fate of the Night's Watch. He learned from scattered survivors that Lord Commander Jeor Mormont had fallen at Castle Black, along with many of Jon's sworn brothers. Some insisted that the old bear had died heroically, giving them a chance to seal part of the wall's inner gates. As for leadership, no one was sure who remained to claim the Black Cloak and command. Bowed by grief, Jon began to wonder if the Watch had any purpose left. The threat beyond the wall, so many believed, was gone. But the wall was still there, and the ancient vow still echoed in his memory. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. He spent his evenings walking the quiet outskirts of the camp, Ghost padding silently at his side. Occasionally, he came upon other watchers in the dark, northerners, knights from the Reach, men from the Vale, everyone restless and ill at ease. Some recognized him, quietly offering thanks or an outstretched hand. Sometimes, in the flickering torchlight, Jon saw fervent admiration in their eyes. It unsettled him. Once, he stumbled into Melisandre, who stood gazing into a brazier's coals. She looked up with that haunting half-smile. "A sword in the darkness," she murmured, as though reading his innermost thoughts. "Forged in the cold, tempered by duty. You have a role yet to play." Jon said nothing, too weary for riddles, and continued on his way. Eventually, the great host broke camp. The battered tents were taken down, wagons loaded with the wounded, and the slow march southward began. Broken men limped beside highborn lords. After a few days, the armies reached the area around Moat Cailin. The fortress itself was little more than a cluster of old towers sinking into the damp earth. In warmer seasons, the Neck was a swampy morass infested with biting insects. Now, in the cusp of winter, parts of it were frozen, though boggy pools still dotted the land. The Northmen quickly took to fortifying the remaining causeways, setting up a more organized encampment that spanned both sides of the old ruin. At one of these causeways, Jon rejoined Robb Stark, who had established a sort of command post beneath a large, tattered Stark banner. The king in the north sat on a wooden stump, reviewing reports from his bannermen. Catelyn Stark stood nearby, her expression pensive. Though mother and son had been reunited, neither could ignore the magnitude of what lay ahead. The rest of the north needed to be reclaimed from stray whites and possible iron-born reavers. A fraction of the undead horde remained scattered across the icy forests, lacking the unifying will of the Night King but still posing a threat. Wildlings roamed as well, some friendly, others less so. Winterfell lay in partial ruin, possibly overrun by corpses. On top of it all, Robb had to navigate the precarious alliance with southern powers who might turn on him at any moment. Jon found himself blinking as he saw a familiar face by the tent's entrance. Arya Stark, pale but resolute, dressed in rough leathers. She had arrived that morning, slipping into camp with a ragged group of survivors led by the Hound, of all people. Rumors said Sandor Clegane had rescued Arya at some point in the Riverlands, half by chance, half by oath to keep her safe. Watching her now, Jon felt a surge of relief and disbelief. She looked older, more hardened. Her eyes were as gray and guarded as winter skies. She spotted him and, for a moment, let out a trembling breath. Then she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. Jon returned her embrace, pressing his cheek to the top of her head, feeling her slight frame tremble. "You're alive," Arya whispered, voice tight. "I kept hearing you were dead, or that you joined the wildlings, or that you were somewhere beyond the wall." "I'm here," Jon said, hardly trusting his own voice. He had been sure Arya was lost. Rumors of her whereabouts had swirled for months. King's Landing, Harrenhal, the Riverlands. Now, she stood before him, battered but unbroken. She stepped back, glancing at the wolf at Jon's side. "Ghost is bigger than I remember." A ghost of a grin touched her face, fleeting. Her own direwolf, Nymeria, had been lost long ago in another life, or so it seemed. "Too many things have changed," Jon murmured. He noticed the faint flicker of sorrow in Arya's eyes. "Is Sansa? She's still in King's Landing, last I heard," Arya said, jaw tightening. "They had her locked up as a hostage. The Lannisters, or maybe the Tyrells. I'm not sure. Word is she's engaged to Joffrey, or forced to be. Nobody knows if that arrangement holds now that Margaery Tyrell once had her claims on the king. The war changed all that. She swallowed. "We have to get her out of there." Jon nodded, face grim. "We will," he promised, and yet he could hardly fathom how. King's Landing was far away, and winter had come. An entire realm needed rebuilding, and Sansa was deep in the capital. Still, the vow tasted like truth on his lips. He would not abandon her. Robb joined them, pulling Arya into a tight hug that spoke of relief and heartbreak. For a while, the siblings simply stood there, remembering the family they had been before Ned Stark was executed and the world turned upside down. Catelyn approached with tears in her eyes, touching Arya's cheek gently, as if to ensure she was real. "Mother?" Arya said, standing stiffly at first before her shoulders sagged, letting Catelyn pull her close. Time had carved harsh lines on Catelyn's face, but for a moment she allowed herself to be a mother again. In the background, men discreetly turned away, giving the Stark family a shard of privacy in a camp otherwise devoid of warmth. When they broke apart, Arya took a breath. "We should do something," she said, eyes lighting with fierce resolve. "We can't just let the Lannisters keep Sansa. If we're all together, we can." Catelyn pressed her hand gently on Arya's. "We will see to Sansa, child. But the North must be reclaimed, or there will be no safe haven for any of us. And winter is here. That complicates everything." Arya's expression dimmed, but she nodded. Jon felt a pang in his heart, wishing they could simply gather their siblings and vanish from all the madness. But duty and survival loomed. In the weeks that followed, the Allied armies scattered in small detachments across the neck and lower parts of the north, clearing out straggling whites that roamed mindlessly since the Night King's demise. It was grueling work in frigid conditions. Spears, torches, and dragonglass arrowheads were employed to ensure that any remnants of the dead stayed dead. The process revealed the depth of the devastation. Villages stood empty, their occupants either fled south or turned into whites. Once forested areas lay scorched by desperate attempts to ward off the undead. Wells were tainted by corpses. Fields were torn asunder. Everywhere they went, the living encountered only echoes of terror. Yet the realm pressed on. As for the Grand Alliance, it began to fray. Some lords declared their debt to the north fulfilled and turned south, determined to salvage what they could of their holdings. A number of the Westerland's bannermen accompanied Tywin Lannister toward Harrenhal, intending to re-establish control of the Riverlands. Renly Baratheon, inconsolable over Loras, returned to Highgarden with his battered host, leaving a token force under Garland Tyrell's command to aid Mace Tyrell. Stannis Baratheon lingered longer near Moat Cailin, but the tension between him and Tywin was palpable. Finally, after a furious exchange in the command tent, rumors said Stannis demanded Joffrey's abdication. Tywin refused. Stannis departed as well. Many wondered whether the War of the Five Kings would soon reignite, despite everything that had happened. Robb Stark and his northern lords had no appetite to continue fighting the Southerners, not with their homeland in ruins. For now, they would focus on burying the dead, rebuilding Winterfell, and driving off the Ironborn who still occupied the Stony Shore and Deepwood Motte. Many suspected that once the North regained its footing, Robb might well renew his quest for an independent kingdom. Yet that was a concern for another day. Food, shelter, and surviving the winter took precedence. Amid these shifting alliances, Tyrion Lannister decided on a risky plan: to travel back to King's Landing himself, carrying a pledge from Tywin that the crown recognized the truce with the North for the time being. The dwarf parted ways with Robb in a conversation full of careful civility. "I trust you'll remember that, on occasion, I have done you and your family no harm," Tyrion quipped with a half-smile. "I'd like to believe we're capable of not murdering each other in the future." Robb accepted Tyrion's handshake. "I'll remember." It was the closest thing to amity they could share. Catelyn eyed Tyrion with old suspicion, but said nothing. Possibly, she recalled that Tyrion had once shown something akin to kindness toward her daughters. Or perhaps she simply understood that the realm needed every ally it could find. Before Tyrion rode south, he paused to speak with Jon Snow. "You, my friend, have gathered quite the legend around yourself," he said, lips twitching in wry humor. "Kinslayer, Kingslayer, those are labels men sometimes attach to a deed. But Slayer of the Night King is a tad more formidable. I suspect the singers will never let you rest." "I'm no friend to singers," Jon replied quietly. "They embellish too much." Tyrion nodded. "Quite. But be warned. The realm has a curious way of twisting heroes into pawns, especially when so many crowns remain unsettled." He bowed his head in a brief gesture. "If by chance your path leads you to King's Landing, do try not to get yourself killed. I'd hate to see a proven hero undone by petty politics." Jon almost smiled. "I'll do my best." And then Tyrion was gone, leading a small entourage south across the dangerous roads. Stannis had already set out in another direction, presumably to gather more men or claim further legitimacy for his crown. That left the king in the north free to turn his attention fully to Winterfell. The journey home was slow and harrowing. Snowdrifts reached chest-high in places, and winds scoured the roads. The Northmen, accustomed to harsh weather, stoically trudged on. The travelers from the south, fewer in number, struggled mightily. Many a southerner stared at the endless expanse of white with near terror in their eyes. Even the knights of the Vale, used to mountain winters, murmured that the chill here felt different, as if a memory of the White Walkers still lingered in the wind. At last, Robb Stark and a sizable contingent of Northmen, accompanied by Jon, Arya, Catelyn, and a handful of other survivors, reached the outskirts of Winterfell. They found blackened walls, collapsed towers, snow-draped courtyards. The smell of death had faded, replaced by a deep silence. Ravens circled overhead, cawing in the gray sky. The gates, once proud, hung broken. It pained them all to see their ancestral seat in such ruin. Smoke stains marred the old stones. The main hall had partially caved in. A sense of emptiness prevailed, as though the spirit of the place had been torn out. They entered cautiously, spears and torches in hand. Wights had infested Winterfell in the final days of the undead onslaught. Now, only the battered remains of the siege were visible. Skeletons in the snow, scorch marks where fires had raged, rusted weapons frozen to the ground. By some grim fortune, The crypts below seemed undisturbed, though no one felt eager to venture down without good cause. Ramsay Snow, if he had survived, was nowhere to be found. Perhaps the Whites had carried him off, or perhaps he had fled. No one could say. For days, the Starks and their loyal men worked to clear away the debris. Huge bonfires burned in the courtyard, fueled by broken beams. Arya roamed the collapsed halls, silent. She found the old practice yard where she had once dueled with a wooden sword under the watchful eye of Ser Roderick Castle. The ghosts of memory haunted her. Jon, meanwhile, discovered fragments of the library that had collapsed in the fighting. Many precious tomes were lost, but he salvaged a few. Robb and Catelyn conferred with northern lords about reconstruction, hauling in new timbers from the Wolfswood, though it would take months, if not years, to properly restore Winterfell. Still, the presence of the Stark family in these halls granted a shred of hope to men who had feared their line was lost. Amid the clearing efforts, rumors drifted in from the south. Scouts returned with tales of renewed violence in the Riverlands. The mountains' raiders had reappeared, sacking villages and seizing grain. Lord Walder Frey had grown bolder, extracting new tolls from travelers. The Vale had shut its passes again on orders from Lysa Arryn, who feared further chaos. Stannis was rumored to be forging alliances with lesser lords near Storm's End, determined to raise another army. Renly had taken up a more permanent seat in Highgarden and had begun calling his banners once more, perhaps angling for another push toward King's Landing once the snows receded enough to permit travel. And, in King's Landing itself, King Joffrey reigned behind the safety of the Red Keep. Cersei Lannister presumably orchestrated the court's intrigues, while Tyrion tried to keep the city from starving. Discontent festered among the small folk, who demanded bread and firewood that the crown could not easily provide. Winter, it seemed, had not united the realm in the aftermath of the Night King's destruction. If anything, the old fractious nature of Westeros was reasserting itself. Men whispered that the War of the Five Kings would blaze up once more, in a new form. But for the time being, a cold lull held the land in its icy grip, as if the war slept beneath the snow, waiting for spring to come before it reemerged. Jon Snow grew restless in Winterfell. Although he helped clear the rubble, gather supplies, and guard the perimeter, he felt unmoored. The Night's Watch was in tatters, scattered, with no clear command. Tormund Giantsbane and other wildlings had vanished into the snow, perhaps returning to the far north or merging with rural settlements. The old vow kept echoing in Jon's mind, yet his duty to the Watch seemed at odds with his place among the Starks. Each time he saw a ragged Night's Watch cloak half buried in the snow, or the black wing of a raven overhead, he was reminded of the uncertain path before him. One evening, while standing atop the battered walls of Winterfell, he encountered Roose Bolton. The man's face was unreadable, pale eyes calculating. Despite the fact that the Boltons had once been vital bannermen of House Stark, the alliance had been uneasy of late. Ramsay's brutality had tarnished Bolton honor, if any such honor ever existed. But Roose himself had been known to serve Robb, until rumors that he might have considered turning cloak. That was in another life, perhaps. Now, the Boltons were reduced in power, their fortress at the Dreadfort rumored to have been overrun by Whites and partially burned. Bolton regarded Jon with a curious tilt of his head. "Snow," he said in his soft, chilling voice. "You wear that name still, though many in this realm would hail you as more than a bastard after what you did." Jon felt a prickle of unease. "The name suits me well enough." Roose let out a low hum. "Does it? Perhaps. Yet half the north and beyond whisper your name as if you were some prophesied savior. If the realm thought the threat of the dead was ended, we might wonder if you have new ambitions. Or if the Stark in you seeks a crown." Jon's jaw tightened. "I'm not after crowns. We have a king, your liege lord, Robb Stark." He glanced out into the snowy darkness. "All I want is to see the north safe." Roose inclined his head. "Then we are of one mind, surely," he said, though Jon caught the glint of calculation behind those pale eyes. The man had always been a puzzle, polite, reserved, and yet terrifying in his unpredictability. "See to it that none meddle with the North again," including the Ironborn. And if the rest of Westeros descends into war once more, it might be best if the North remembered old loyalties. He left it at that, turning away with a swirl of his cloak. Jon stood there, uneasy, suspecting that the Boltons would maneuver themselves back into power at the first opportunity. But for now, they remained subdued, no doubt reeling the devastation they themselves had suffered. As the weeks wore on, life in the battered castle took on a semblance of routine. Fires blazed in the great hall, though half the roof was missing, replaced by makeshift wooden planks to keep out the snow. The winter town that once thrived around Winterfell had been burned and looted. Only a handful of huts remained standing. Desperate small folk trickled in, and Robb did his best to provide bread and shelter. The larders were pitifully low. Letters went out across the north, imploring any loyal houses untouched by the worst of the invasion, such as the Manderleys in White Harbor, to send what food they could spare. The Manderleys responded that they would do their utmost, though White Harbor itself had been half-blockaded by ice in the harbor and by raids from the sea. The Ironborn lurked near the coast, though the freezing water hindered them as well. Each day brought new tidings of the realm's unsettled state. Queen Cersei had reportedly executed several members of the City Watch for allowing bread riots in King's Landing. Stannis' loyalists spoke of a grand red priest from Volantis arriving in the Stormlands, eager to crown Stannis as Azor Ahai reborn. Renly's men circulated rumors that Joffrey was not Robert Baratheon's son, which the entire realm had already whispered, but now they threatened to reveal fresh evidence. The Dornish seemed content to stay behind their mountains, though a few caravans of Dornish wine arrived in the Crownlands to trade at exorbitant prices. The Tyrell banners were reorganizing in the Reach, planting winter wheat in a frantic bid to stave off famine. And in the far north, beyond the Wall, no one knew for sure what might lurk. The White Walkers were defeated, but the haunted forest and Frostfangs remained wild land. Little by little, the rhythms of a harsh winter took hold. Snowdrifts grew deeper, turning travel into an ordeal. Some nights, the temperature plunged so far below freezing that horses froze in their stables if not tended diligently. Icicles formed along the ruined walls of Winterfell, and men crowded around hearths for warmth. Every so often, a fresh wave of refugees or wildlings arrived, too desperate to be turned away. The Starks' decision to feed them, meager though the fare might be, gained Robb a measure of loyalty from those who had nowhere else to go. Amid this day-to-day struggle, Arya kept her promise to train with a sword, practicing forms in the courtyard that was cleared of rubble. She had reacquired needles somehow, no one knew the full story, and now she ran through Lightfoot stances in the snow. Sandor Clegane had vanished shortly after delivering Arya to Winterfell, perhaps uncomfortable with remaining in a place where he was once considered an enemy. A few watchers from the battlements had reported seeing him depart south, wrapped in furs, muttering curses about how ridiculous it was to freeze to death protecting wolf pups. Still, Arya carried an odd mixture of gratitude and unresolved feelings for the man who had grudgingly shielded her. Each time she caught sight of her reflection in the steel of her blade, she seemed more determined to shape her destiny on her own terms. Jon spent many evenings speaking with Robb in the half-repaired Great Hall. Sometimes they reminisced about their childhood, about Bran and Rickon and the games they once played in these very corridors. Often the conversation turned to the future. Should the North remain independent, or rejoin the Seven Kingdoms under some reformed monarchy? What would happen if the Lannisters demanded fealty again? Robb admitted he no longer yearned for war, but he would not kneel to a regime that had brought House Stark so much grief. Rebuilding would take years, decades perhaps, and the North would rely on trade with the South eventually, no matter how strained relations might be. On one such night, with the wind howling beyond the walls, Robb met Jon's gaze across the flickering light of a lantern. "I know what you're thinking," he said, "about the Night's Watch, about what your duty is." Jon let out a slow breath. "It's not that simple anymore. The Watch is nearly gone," Robb said, "and with winter closing in, there's little chance of re-establishing any real presence at the Wall. Not with so much destroyed. Perhaps, if you remain, you could do more good here as a Stark. Many in the North would rally behind you, especially after what you did against the Night King." Jon shook his head, uneasy with the thought. "But that's not who I am. Bastard or not, I took vows. And while the White Walkers may be gone, we don't know what else lurks. The Watch stands guard against threats we can't name until they appear. The realm needs a shield." Robb considered that. Father would have said the same. But Father never foresaw anything like this, a once-in-a-thousand-year invasion. "I can't deny I'd feel safer knowing the Watch is strong. But how can it be rebuilt? So many gone, no strong backing from the crown. The Southerners never truly cared about manning the wall. Even we in the North grew complacent." Jon said nothing for a while, the lantern's flame casting shadows across his face. "I don't know," he admitted at last. "But I can't abandon it. Whatever it takes, I'll find a way to gather men. Criminals, exiles, someone. And if the Southern Kings won't send recruits, maybe I can persuade them. Even after everything, there might be some sense in their heads about the future. I could travel to King's Landing, speak to them." Robb let out a weary chuckle. "You realize it's a den of vipers. If you step foot in the Red Keep, Cersei Lannister might decide to name you an outlaw. You're a Stark by blood, no matter what your name is." Jon sighed, leaning forward, elbows on his knees. "Perhaps so, but we can't hide behind these broken walls forever. If I can bring back anything, food, supplies, coin for the Watch, it may be worth the risk." Robb slowly nodded. "If that's truly what you want, once winter eases enough for the roads to be passable, you have my blessing. But watch your back, Jon." A faint smile curved Jon's lips. "I will." They parted with an unspoken sadness, each aware that time might scatter them again. The sense of family they reclaimed in Winterfell could be threatened by forces beyond their control. The politics of the Iron Throne, the fragility of uneasy truces, the hunger and desperation spreading across the realm as the snows deepened. But for the moment, at least, they had this battered seat of House Stark, warmed by the glow of braziers, sustained by the knowledge that they had endured unimaginable darkness and still drawn breath at dawn. Elsewhere in the castle, Arya found herself venturing into the crypts. Torch in hand, she descended the twisting stairs, ignoring the cold that seeped from the ancient stones. Down in the gloom, the statues of old Stark kings and lords loomed, each with a stone direwolf at his feet. The crypt held an eerie hush. Arya's flame danced across the faces of her ancestors, carved in solemn granite. At the far end lay the newer sarcophagi. Lyanna Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickard Stark. Closer still, a place prepared for Lord Eddard Stark, though they had never recovered his bones. The memory stung. She heard the echo of her own footsteps, and in that lonely resonance, she felt the weight of all that had happened. Ned's death, the war of the Five Kings, the terror of the White Walkers, the break in her family. She halted at one statue that wore the stern features of a Stark long dead, a sword across his lap. Cobwebs clung to the corners of the carved face. A tear slid down her cheek, unbidden. When she wiped it away, the sorrow hardened into resolve. She thought of Sansa, trapped in King's Landing, her sister, for all their quarrels. She thought of Bran and Rickon, their whereabouts still uncertain in this alternate chain of events. The last she'd heard, they had vanished from Winterfell when Theon Greyjoy seized it. But that was before the undead tide. No one knew for sure if they lived. Perhaps they wandered the wild somewhere, or had been secreted off to safety. The uncertainty gnawed at her heart. She clenched her jaw, forging her pain into steel. The old crypt gave no answers, only shadows. Up in the great hall, Catelyn Stark conversed in hushed tones with Maester Luwin, one of the few who had survived the occupation under Ramsay Snow. Luwin had hidden in the library tower, gathering what knowledge he could. Now, he explained that travelers from the White Harbor Road had seen unnatural storms lash the eastern coast. Others insisted the Iron Islands were locked in ice, their ships barely able to sail. Winter's grip squeezed everything. Catelyn worried that the realm's food supply would not last. Hard choices loomed for every region. The confrontation with the Night King had ended one nightmare, only for the slow cruelty of a full winter to take its place. Days turned to weeks. Winterfell's walls gradually rose, with newly cut timbers shoring up collapsed sections. Men hammered nails with numb hands, drank broth to stay warm, and hammered again. Jon Snow led small patrols out into the surrounding countryside, searching for pockets of undead that might remain. He found a few scattered wights in remote corners, half frozen, wandering aimlessly until they were burned. It was a grim, methodical task, reminding the survivors that the memory of the undead would linger, like an infection that refused to die outright. Through it all, the question of Sansa weighed on the Starks' minds. Deserters from the Lannister side occasionally drifted north, confirming that Joffrey still held her captive in King's Landing. Some swore that Sansa had been forced to attend royal functions, to smile and bow in public while the Queen Regent displayed her as a trophy. Others claimed the betrothal to Joffrey was in limbo after the Tyrells withdrew from the capital. Cersei might be using Sansa as a bargaining chip to secure northern loyalty. In any event, the message was clear. Retrieving Sansa would not be easy. A bitter morning arrived when Robb announced that if the snows ever lessened, he would send a small diplomatic mission south to parley with any who might arrange for Sansa's release. Or, failing that, to gather intelligence for a rescue. Arya argued fiercely that she should go, that she had hidden among enemies before and could do so again. Catelyn was horrified at the thought. Jon wanted to be included, but also felt torn by his vow to restore the Night's Watch. They reached no immediate agreement. If winter locked down the neck, no one would be traveling in force for some time, so they could only wait and worry. In these tense days, small changes took on huge significance. A cart loaded with turnips and salted fish arrived from the Rills, courtesy of House Ryswell, lifting spirits momentarily. Soon after, a raven from the Manderleys brought word that they had recaptured some outposts near the coast, driving out an Ironborn raiding party. A glimmer of victory in a winter of hardship. Another messenger from the Barrowlands said Shireen Baratheon, Stannis' daughter, was ill with a winter fever. Melisandre had summoned every remedy she knew, though the cure was uncertain. Slowly, the tapestry of the realm took shape in scraps of news delivered by half-frozen riders. Through all of this, the memory of the Night King's downfall hovered like a half-remembered dream, overshadowed by the day-to-day struggle to survive. Yet no one truly forgot. The man who had shattered the ancient evil walked among them in plain clothes, face half hidden by a thick beard and the hood of his cloak. Some men bowed awkwardly when Jon Snow passed by, unsure how to greet the man rumored to be chosen by the old gods or the Lord of Light or whatever powers existed. He accepted their deference with a faint nod, never comfortable with it. Sometimes at night he dreamed of that final duel, of ice shards exploding into the air. He always woke in a cold sweat, heart pounding. Ghost would lift his head, watchful. The days were heavy, the nights were restless. But that was the way of winter in the north. At last came a subtle shift in the weather. It was still cold, but the howling gales receded a fraction. Snow still fell, but not in such thick, unrelenting sheets. Perhaps the season had reached a plateau, where the storms would relent enough to allow some travel. Seizing the moment, Robb sent out riders to every loyal house, summoning them for a council at Winterfell. He wanted to rebuild the seat of the North's power, ensure that every corner of his kingdom recognized his authority before the southern houses resumed their wars. Over the course of a fortnight, small retinues began to arrive. Karstarks, Glovers, Serwyns, Mormonts, the Ryswells from the Rills, the Dustons from Barrowton, and finally Wyman Manderley from White Harbor, carried in a stout carriage due to his size and the precarious roads. With them came dire news of more Ironborn raids along the Broken Branch, but also news that the Ironborn's longships were often trapped by thickening ice floes, limiting their range. The North had a chance if only they could rally together. Robb convened a great feast in the partially rebuilt Great Hall. Great only in name, for it was meager by the standards of House Stark in better times. The tables featured salted fish, turnips, onions, and dark bread. Ale was thin, but the lords drank it gratefully. A hush fell as Robb rose to speak. He wore the furs of a northern king, though the crown itself was not on his brow. Grey winds stood at his side, watchful. One by one, The lords raised cups in solemn tribute to Ned Stark, to those who had died fighting the undead, and to the memory of every fallen warrior. The flickering flames revealed many a tear, quickly hidden. Robb's voice carried a new depth. We've endured the invasion of nightmares, something our ancestors warned us about. Houses that once feuded stood shoulder to shoulder. Today, we remain battered, and winter is upon us. But we are alive. The North still stands. Winterfell still stands. We have chosen me as king in the North. I will not force any house to bend if they wish to go their own way, but I vow to protect this land as best I can. I ask you to stand with me, to see that the Ironborn are pushed back into the sea, to guard our roads and to feed our people. We have lost too much to let petty squabbles weaken us now. He then gestured for Jon Snow to stand. Reluctantly, Jon rose, aware of the crowd's scrutiny. Robb spoke. You all know his name. Bastard of Winterfell, sworn brother of the Night's Watch, and the man who struck the blow that slew the Night King. Many call him a hero, but I say he is our brother, and the North owes him a debt. I support any efforts he makes to rebuild the Watch, for if we have learned anything, it's that we can never again leave our walls unguarded. Some men raised their cups to Jon. Others looked uncertain, suspicious that a bastard's glory might overshadow the rightful king. But the moment held a sense of unity for now. Jon bowed his head, voice low when he spoke. I thank you for your kindness, but it was not only I who killed the Night King. We all stood against him, and it's all of us who must rebuild. A murmur of assent rippled through the hall, faint but growing. For a short while there was camaraderie. Men shared stories of their victories and losses in the Great War against the dead, sometimes with tears in their eyes. The meager feast ended on that note of solidarity. But as the candles guttered and darkness settled, the undercurrents of ambition and resentment stirred once more. Roose Bolton spoke quietly with some lesser lords, measuring them for future schemes. The Manderleys expressed concern that the king in the North's armies might not be enough to safeguard White Harbor from another Ironborn incursion. House Glover demanded immediate action to retake Deepwood Motte. The Karstarks lamented their heavy losses and the death of their lord, Rickard Karstark, in a southern campaign months earlier. Some harbored bitterness toward Robb for that. Catelyn and Maester Luwin did what they could to foster compromise, but the North, though proud and resilient, was not immune to the same fractious impulses that plagued all the Seven Kingdoms. And far to the south, events in King's Landing and elsewhere were poised to shape the North's fate whether they wished it or not. Tyrion Lannister's attempts at governance were stymied by his father's absence and Joffrey's sadism. Stannis maneuvered in the Stormlands, building alliances. Renly brandished the reach of Highgarden to threaten the Iron Throne once the weather improved. The Lords of the Vale remained perched on their mountaintops, uncertain whether to intervene. Dorne watched from afar, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to avenge old slights. The Greyjoys and Pike chafed at the ice clogging their harbors, but Balon's ambition had not cooled. In short, the realm that had briefly united to face the long night was fracturing again under the pressures of politics, pride, and hunger. Still, for the men and women at Winterfell, the immediate concern remained survival. The nights grew longer, the storms fiercer. Wolves prowled the edges of the broken walls, howling under a milky moon. Inside, families huddled for warmth. Soldiers took turns patrolling, watchful for more straggling wights. Jon busied himself forging dragonglass arrowheads with any small supply they could scrounge. Most of the obsidian had come from Dragonstone, and the route there was all but impassable now. Arya worked with a group of younger recruits, teaching them the swift, precise strikes she had learned from her days of secret practice. Robb spent hours drafting letters to potential allies, to the Tullis and Riverrun, to the Vale, to the Baratheon claimants, even to King's Landing, though he harbored no illusions about Joffrey's good faith. On a frigid morning, when the sun hung pale in the sky, Jon stood on the battlements, gazing north. If he squinted past the last tangle of bare trees and rolling hills, he could almost imagine the shape of the wall in the far distance. He wondered how many Black Brothers remained, how many wildlings roamed the shadow of the Frostfangs, and whether the magic that once bound the Night King still lurked in that frozen land. Each question had no easy answer. He exhaled, breath forming a ghostly cloud. Ghost padded up beside him, ears perked, nose twitching at the wind. Jon realized he would never truly belong in the warm feasting halls. His destiny, as he saw it, remained entwined with the watchfires on the wall, with the vow he had sworn on that lonely night so long ago. The victory over the Night King had changed everything, and yet many struggles remained. The War of the Five Kings, smoldering with unresolved claims, threatened to erupt anew. Starvation and the cold would test the Seven Kingdoms more harshly than any summer war. The scars of the undead invasion would remain for generations, and the memory of that terror would linger in the songs. As dawn filtered through the shifting clouds, Jon let his hand rest on the pommel of Longclaw. The blade felt neither warm nor cold, just reassuringly solid. He recalled how it felt to meet the Night King's gaze, that sense of unstoppable doom, the bitter chill that seemed to seep into his bones. Against all odds, the living had stood firm. They had persevered. Perhaps that was proof that men could unite when needed. But for how long? He feared the realm's capacity for forgetting its lessons. He prayed that this time might be different. Ghost let out a soft growl and Jon patted his head. "We'll keep watch," he murmured under his breath, though to whom he spoke was unclear. Perhaps to the gods or to himself or to the father he had lost. "We have to." Far behind him, in the bleak corridors of the half-ruined keep, the Starks and their banners planned for the future. Ancestral halls slowly filled with the voices of the living once more. And beyond, in the wide swath of the Seven Kingdoms, the battered and war-torn population braced for the unrelenting season. Yet even in the darkest winter, hope glimmered like a stubborn spark. The Night King was gone. Jon Snow had seen to that. Their victory was fragile, but it was real. Now, in the hush of early morning, the last hush before the day's labors began, Jon shut his eyes and listened to the wind. Yes, it was cold and full of secrets, but for the first time in living memory, that wind did not carry the threat of the long night. Men would fight and bicker again, as they always did, but they had stared into the face of extinction and emerged alive. If nothing else, that was a promise that, this time, winter need not last forever. So the realm settled, uneasy yet unbroken, into the long white season. Alliances crumbled and reformed. Kings nursed grudges and planned campaigns. The small folk prayed for food enough to see them through. Above it all, in the swirling gray sky, ravens carried messages of caution and compromise. And in the north, wolves howled through the cold, haunting the nights with songs that reminded every living soul of what they had endured and what they still might become. Even if the War of the Five Kings rekindled, even if the snows deepened and the roads vanished, men would remember that a threat far greater than any mortal rival had tested them. And in that memory lay the seed of a fragile hope, that next time, should the cold winds rise and the shadows beyond the wall stir, the living would again find it within themselves to stand together in the light. Snow dusted the highest walls of Winterfell like pale ash, drifting silently in the early morning light. Jon Snow stood atop a stretch of stone rampart patched with new timbers, gazing out across the frosted courtyard, where a handful of men busied themselves stacking logs for the hearth fires. In the weak glow of dawn, the battered castle slowly came to life. He could see gray wind nosing at the base of a tall pine, watchful as ever, and beyond that, a group of guards stamping their feet in the cold. Smoke rose from makeshift chimneys in wavering columns, and each breath of wind carried the faint smell of boiled oats and pine. Winter might have quieted the realm, but no one here had forgotten the war or the nightmares that had so recently ravaged the north. He exhaled, sending a puff of white into the air. This morning, he was due to meet with Robb and several of the northern lords to discuss rumors from the south and the possibility of a new supply route. Always more councils, more letters. Jon had grown weary of such gatherings, but he understood that the survival of Winterfell, indeed of the entire north, depended on forging alliances in these harsh times. They needed food, coin, and the promise of peace from any corner of the realm that could spare it. That meant contending with the same southern politics that once seemed so distant when Jon was just a bastard at Winterfell. He descended the worn steps, Ghost trailing at his heel. The direwolf's red eyes reflected the torchlight, a silent sentinel at Jon's side. If any guards once wondered at the monster-sized wolf padding through the corridors, they no longer did. Ghost was a part of Winterfell's daily life now, as much as the half-ruined towers and half-frozen wells. Men inclined their heads respectfully whenever Jon passed. They still called him the Slayer of the Night King in hushed tones, some with admiration, some perhaps with a hint of unease. Jon never relished the attention, yet he accepted it, the same way he had accepted the vow of the Night's Watch so long ago. A duty laid upon him, unasked for, unstoppable. In the great hall, where the roof was patched with thick planks and loose skins to keep out the swirling snow, long tables had been set up around a flickering central fire. Robb Stark stood near the dais with Roose Bolton, Lord Wyman Manderly, and a handful of other notables. Lady Midge Mormont, a pair of Glovers, a Serwyn or two. They were talking intently, heads bent together, as Jon arrived. The hall was drafty, but the flames in the hearth kept the worst of the cold at bay. A pot of spiced wine simmered on a tripod near the center, and the faint aroma of cinnamon and cloves hung in the frigid air. Robb caught sight of Jon and beckoned him over. "We were just about to start," he said. A nod of greeting passed among those gathered. Bolton's pale eyes flicked toward Jon, unreadable as ever. Manderly gave a low grunt that might have been a greeting, his ample belly testing the limits of his belt. Midge Mormont, arms folded across her chest, offered a curt nod. They were waiting, Robb explained, on a few more voices. Ser Roderick Castle's niece, who had taken on a steward's role, and old Barth Dustin from Barrowton. Jon's gaze swept the hall. On the dais, the seat once reserved for the Lord of Winterfell remained battered, the ancient wood chipped and scorched. At least the ramparts outside were no longer littered with the bones of the dead. Bit by bit, the keep was clawing its way back to life, but there was no question that winter's icy grasp tested everyone's endurance. Soon enough, the missing lords drifted in. One by one, they shed cloaks heavy with frost, stamping their boots at the threshold. Barth Dustin was a tall, cadaverous man with a narrow face that seemed perpetually fixed in disapproval. Shaking off the cold, he exchanged a few words with Manderly and then found a spot near the hearth. Ser Roderick's niece, young, sharp-eyed, plainly dressed, brought parchments and a fresh quill. She handed them to Robb, who spread them out on a makeshift table formed from 2 planks set across barrels. Everyone formed a loose circle around the table. Robb cleared his throat. "We've heard fresh rumors from travelers who came up through the neck. They speak of renewed strife in the Riverlands. Ser Gregor Clegane's men are raiding again, seizing stores of grain, and the Freys are extorting tolls from any who seek passage along the Green Fork. That means supplies from the south, if we hoped for any, will be scarce at best." A stir of discontent passed among the lords. White Harbor needed trade from the south to maintain any semblance of prosperity, and the rest of the north needed White Harbor. Lady Mormont growled, "The Freys have always been a plague. Are they not bound by the alliance we forged against the dead?" Lord Bolton's voice, soft and smooth as ever, replied, "We forged that alliance under duress. Now that the Night King is destroyed, many lords assume they can revert to old tactics. Walder Frey may be senile, but his brood is cunning enough. They'll exploit any advantage." Robb let out a slow breath. "We could attempt a diplomatic overture first, if only to preserve our meager resources. There's little appetite for a renewed fight so soon." He paused, looking around. "We're still struggling to feed ourselves. I have no illusions about launching a southern campaign in midwinter, especially not after all we've endured." Dustin snorted. "The Freys deserve to be taught a lesson, but I'll not risk men in a war that lines only Walder's pockets. If the Lannisters can't rein them in, that's their failing." Lord Manderly folded his arms over his bulky frame. "Sending envoys to the Freys might buy us time. Perhaps we can arrange specific terms, safe passage in exchange for a small toll or supplies. But that assumes they'll honor any bargain. And if they don't? asked Lady Mormont, lip curled. We can't march on the twins now, not with half our men near starvation. Jon spoke up quietly. Is there any word from King's Landing? Tywin or Tyrion Lannister might see reason in restraining the phrase, if it means avoiding further chaos. He recalled how Tywin had seemed grudgingly willing to negotiate during the Great War. But that was then. Robb rubbed his eyes, fatigue lining his features. No recent word. We've sent ravens, but the roads are perilous, and the last messenger never returned. For all I know, King's Landing is too busy dealing with bread riots or Stannis or Renly to waste breath on Walder Frey. Manderly let out a harumph. Still, we might try again. A letter to Tyrion Lannister. He's the closest they've got to a sensible man in King's Landing. Barth Dustin, frowning, said, Cersei remains the real power behind Joffrey's throne. The Queen Regent has little love for the North. I doubt she'll care if we starve. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the hiss of wood in the fire. Jon glanced from face to face. The old conflict lines of the War of the Five Kings were re-emerging, no matter that they'd all fought side by side against the undead. Men had short memories when it came to grudges. Finally, Robb pressed his lips together. We'll send another raven. We'll outline the situation. If the crown cannot or will not reign in the phrase, we'll consider alternatives. It might do little good, Bolton observed softly. But as you say, we can't begin a war in the dead of winter. We'll bide our time. Robb nodded. And in the meantime, we must also prepare for the Ironborn. Reports from Deepwood might indicate they've barricaded themselves behind the walls. Despite the ice choking their ships, they've entrenched. If they remain come spring, we'll be forced to act. Lady Mormont's eyes flared. Deepwood belongs to my kinsmen. The Mormonts will fight for it. Not yet, Robb said. As with the phrase, we can't launch a campaign. Our men are too few, too hungry. The sea ice might keep the Ironborn pinned, and we can starve them out by controlling the land routes. They're in no better shape than we are. Perhaps if they realize we're content to wait, they'll cut their losses. Balon Greyjoy is not known for wise retreats, Manderly noted. He tried to crown himself king of the Isles and the North. Perhaps he still fancies that title. And his daughter, Yara, is said to be cunning enough to keep a foothold here if she can. Unease settled over the group. Even in the best of times, the Ironborn were notorious raiders. In the midst of winter, with everyone's resources stretched thin, any new conflict could tip them toward disaster. Robb closed his eyes for a brief moment. We'll keep watch. If we can gather enough strength by spring, we'll drive them out. His voice hardened slightly. The North has suffered enough invaders. After more discussion, trade routes, emergency grain stores, and winter priorities, the meeting dispersed. Men drifted away, some to prepare letters for ravens, others to snatch a moment's rest before the day's tasks began in earnest. Jon lingered with Robb, eventually retreating to a quieter corner of the hall while the last lords departed. A few servants cleared the space, sweeping ash from the stone floors. Robb rubbed his neck. I sometimes wonder if I'll ever see a day when we aren't fighting someone, he said quietly. We joined forces to save the living, but that threat's ended, and already the old battles rear up. The North is on its knees, yet men in the South bicker over crowns. Jon placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. You've done all you can. If Father were here. He caught the flicker of pain in Robb's eyes at the mention of Ned. He would be proud that you saved this realm, at least from the worst threat. The rest, maybe it's just the nature of men. Robb gave a short laugh devoid of mirth. Father always said the only time men are truly united is when they face a greater foe. If that's so, once the foe is gone, we're left with ourselves and all our old sins. He cast a glance around. But we'll do what we can. Jon nodded, then changed the subject slightly. Any word from Catelyn and Arya? I haven't seen them this morning. Mother is with Maester Luwin, sorting out a new distribution of supplies. Arya has been training in the yard again. I hear she's taken a few scrawny recruits under her wing, trying to teach them the water dancing style she once learned. Robb's expression flickered with affection. She's a terror with that sword, they say. And not just the wooden one, either. Jon felt warmth stir in his chest. Arya's resilience reminded him of how far they'd come, and how much they'd lost. I might take a look. Always good to keep up my own sword hand. If we're to ride south someday, I'll want to be ready. Robb's brows rose. You're still determined to go to King's Landing? When the snows lessen, yes. I can't forget the Watch. With so many scattered, we need resources, new blood. And if Sansa's still a hostage... He hesitated, voice tight. I can't abandon her. We all have reasons to see that city. Robb sighed, nodding. Then we'll see it done. They exchanged a weary smile, each bracing for the next turn of fate. Jon made his way out to the courtyard, where the training yard had been cleared of rubble and was now lined with straw dummies and a short wooden fence. A handful of young men, too thin, too ragged, were gathered around Arya Stark, who spun with needle in her hand, demonstrating a swift thrust. She wore thick gloves and a cloak pinned at her throat, her hair tied back. Even from a distance, Jon could see the fierceness in her stance. She corrected the posture of a boy who was half a head taller than she, guiding his elbow and the angle of his wrist. Another lad watched, shivering as if uncertain whether to be impressed or terrified. Jon approached quietly, crossing his arms as he observed. Ghost padded along behind him, sniffing at the straw targets. Arya flicked her gaze over, recognized Jon's presence, and offered a slight smirk. You here to learn the water dance too? She asked, though there was a playful challenge in her tone. I might pick up a step or two, Jon replied with a half-smile, but I think I'd slow you down. She arched an eyebrow, then turned back to her recruits. We'll continue tomorrow. Remember, speed, balance, precision. It's not about brute strength. The young men nodded and dispersed, relief evident on their faces as they ran off to find warmth. Arya wiped sweat from her brow with the back of her glove, hooking needle's point under her arm. You've improved, Jon said. I remember when we used to spar in the old yard, though not half as well as this. Arya shrugged. I was a girl with a wooden sword then. I've seen things since. For a moment, her eyes flickered with memories she never spoke of. Then she glanced at Needle. But I'm not done learning. One day, I'll best you, Jon Snow. Jon laughed softly. I've no doubt. Until then, maybe we can practice. If you're not too busy training the others. Arya's grin made her look younger for an instant. Anytime. Then her tone sobered. When do you leave for King's Landing? Is it soon? Maybe I can come. Jon exhaled. There's no telling how soon. The snows might keep us locked in the north for months. And King's Landing is dangerous. It might be better if you stayed. You've only just gotten back to Winterfell. Her face tightened. I know how dangerous it is, but I left Sansa behind once before. I don't want to do that again. And I'm not a child. Jon weighed her words. He'd known this conversation was coming. We'll speak to Robb and your mother. I won't rule it out, but it's not a decision I can make on my own. And we'll need a plan. Wandering into the capital with no allies is a good way to get killed or tossed in a black cell. Arya's knuckles whitened on the hilt of Needle. We have to do something. We can't leave her with that monster Joffrey forever. Jon rested a hand on her shoulder. I promise we'll do everything we can. But for now, focus on your training. We might need you at your sharpest. She searched his face, then nodded slowly. All right, but when the time comes, I want to be there. Jon was saved from answering by the sound of approaching horses at the main gate. They turned, eyes drawn to a swirl of movement near the entrance as riders emerged from beneath the battered portcullis. Jon made out the banner, a ragged black and white shape. He squinted. House Umber? No, their sigil was a roaring giant. This was something else. Another shape, a gray shape, possibly House Reed, the Crannogmen from the neck? He and Arya exchanged a glance, then walked together across the courtyard, with Ghost trotting after them. As they neared, Jon saw that the riders were indeed Crannogmen, small of stature, lightly armored in boiled leather. They guided lean horses more suited to swampy terrain. At the head of the party rode a man cloaked in brown and green, with a slender spear strapped across his back and a shield marked with the lizard lion of House Reed. When the group came to a halt, the leader dismounted carefully, scanning the courtyard. "Jon Snow?" he asked, voice reedy but calm. "Or the king in the north?" Arya frowned at the question. Jon said, "I'm Jon." "Robb's inside." "Who are you?" "I'm Jojen Reed, here by my father's leave," the young man said, removing a glove to show long, thin fingers. "We've brought tidings from Greywater Watch." Jon recognized the name. Jojen Reed, the boy mystic, some called him. He'd heard Myrcella might have described him as a strange lad gifted with odd dreams. Jojen turned to beckon a second rider forward, a slight figure with big dark eyes, a hood pulled low. "My sister Mira is here as well," Jojen added. "We have information about the War of the Five Kings, and also about survivors from the undead. Some rumors." Arya exchanged a sharp look with Jon at the mention of survivors from the undead. Jon felt a cold shift inside him, as if the wind had touched his spine. "We'll bring you to Robb. Come inside and warm yourselves." Jojen nodded, expression grave. Mira dismounted gracefully, her spear strapped to her back. Jon led them across the courtyard into the hall, with Arya at his side. The Reeds drew a few curious glances from northern soldiers, but otherwise the bustle of the keep continued. The Reed siblings moved with a sure-footed grace, as though unbothered by the winter chill. Robb and Catelyn were inside, finishing up the last of the morning's written correspondence. Seeing the newcomers, Robb straightened. "Jojen Reed, isn't it? I recognize you from years ago, when you visited with your father. My thanks for coming all this way." Catelyn's eyes widened slightly, remembering the children of Howland Reed. "Is something amiss in the neck?" Jojen pressed a hand to his chest in greeting. "My father remains at Greywater Watch, ensuring it does not vanish altogether." He offered a wry smile. Greywater Watch was known to move, in the tales drifting through the swamps. Then his expression turned serious. "We've come for two reasons. The first is to confirm that the neck remains open for any northern travelers, though the bogs are half frozen. We'll do our best to keep the Freys in check if they move too far north. But the second..." He glanced at Mira, who gave a small nod. "There are stories," Mira said, voice soft but certain. "A few weeks past, our marsh scouts captured a pair of men wandering the edges of the swamplands. They looked half dead from cold and hunger, but they spoke of whites further south. Mindless, rotting corpses that still roamed even after the Night King's fall. Not an army, mind you, but small pockets. These men said they'd narrowly escaped an entire cluster of the men. Some abandoned holdfast." Robb's face darkened. "I had hoped that, with the Night King gone, the whites would drop lifeless. Most of them did. But we've been hearing rumors of stragglers in the north as well." Jon exchanged a glance with Arya. "We've seen them, a few. They wander aimlessly without a master. We've hunted them down near Winterfell and beyond. But if they're in the neck..." Catelyn sighed, weariness etched into her features. "That means travelers from the south risk encountering the undead on top of bandits and Freys. That's dire news." Jojen nodded. "It is. My father wants to coordinate with you, Your Grace," he said, addressing Robb, "to ensure no large force of whites is gathering in the swamps. We can handle small pockets, but if they come in droves, we'd be overwhelmed. We also wonder if they might drift even farther south, into the Riverlands." Robb rubbed his jaw. "We'll need a plan to push them out. But with winter thick upon us..." He glanced at Jon. "Perhaps a small party could do it. Experienced rangers, not a full army. The neck is no place for large forces anyway." Jon turned it over in his mind. A group armed with dragonglass and enough supplies could track and eliminate stray whites. The Crannogmen know the terrain best. Mira's gaze flickered with interest at that. "We'd be willing to guide them, yes. Father's bowmen can help. And we suspect these pockets of whites aren't large. They'd be scattered." "That's one problem," Robb said. "The other is the Freys." Jojen's face fell into a small, grim line. We can't guarantee safety if a large Fry force marches north. But as you said, we might handle small scouting parties. Greywater Watch is well hidden. If Walder Frey or his sons are wise, they'll avoid the bogs in winter anyway. But the war might push them into desperate measures. Arya spoke up, her voice still carrying a youthful edge despite the steel in her tone. We won't let them have the neck. We'll burn their baggage trains if they try. The Reeds offered faint smiles, as if they appreciated her direct spirit. Catelyn placed a hand on Arya's arm, cautioning her gently. Let's not speak of burning trains yet. We'll send a raven to the twins and to King's Landing, demanding the Freys stay south of the neck. We can only hope they heed it. Robb inclined his head. Agreed. Meanwhile, Jon, if you're willing to lead a small force to coordinate with the Reeds, we might rid the swamps of wights. You've seen how to kill them. We can spare you for a time, though your departure for King's Landing might be delayed. Jon weighed the idea. He was eager to address the Watch's needs, but letting wights roam free was unthinkable. I'll do it. Or if you want me to remain here, we can find another. But I have some experience. The memory of Hardhome and the final battle at Long Lake flickered behind his eyes. And Ghost can help track them. Catelyn frowned, protective instincts clear. Jon, be careful. We can't lose you. You're needed. He met her gaze with quiet resolve. I'll be careful, but this has to be done. We can't let even small pockets of undead linger. They'd only grow with each traveler they kill. Robb nodded, jaw set. Then it's settled. Jojen, Mira, we appreciate your warning. We'll outfit a small company, 10 or 15 men, no more. Lightly armed, carrying fire and dragonglass. Enough to move swiftly. Jon, will rely on you to lead them. Jojen offered a slight bow. My sister and I will serve as guides. We should depart as soon as feasible, lest the wights slip away or multiply. They agreed on details. Provisions, horses for the non-Crannogmen, vantage points from which to scout. The Reeds would also provide small boats if they had to navigate watery patches within the neck. Once the plan was in place, they parted. Mira and Jojen left to stable their mounts and gather sustenance. Arya lingered beside Jon, looking as though she might protest that she wanted to go too. But before she could speak, Robb quietly said, Arya, your mother needs you to help with the inventory in the granaries. We're behind schedule. Arya glowered. But I can track wights as well as anyone. Arya, Catelyn said softly. Not this time. She stiffened, tension radiating. After a moment's pause, she spun on her heel and stalked away, cloak fluttering behind her. Catelyn sighed, exchanging a worried look with Robb and Jon before she followed. Jon wished he could bring Arya, but it was no idle mission, and the next dangers multiplied in winter. If anything happened to her, Jon would never forgive himself. That evening, preparations proceeded. Jon carefully selected a dozen men. A few skilled archers, a pair of huntsmen who knew the swamps, and 2 old Night's Watch rangers who'd survived the long night. Though the watch was shattered, these 2 had remained in Winterfell's orbit, not quite sure where else to go. He told them they'd be wearing black cloaks again, at least in spirit. The men accepted, relieved at the chance for real purpose. They sharpened axes, readied torches, and scrounged whatever dragonglass arrowheads remained from the stash brought south by Stannis's men months ago. It wasn't much. Some would have to rely on fire. Outside, the wind howled, and the temperature plummeted further. Snow drifted against the castle walls in hip-deep drifts, requiring daily labor to clear the passages. Inside the keep, many huddled near the fires, worried about the next wave of storms. Jon spent hours ensuring all was in order. Tinderboxes, flints, a few precious flasks of lamp oil. The men needed warm furs and enough food to last at least a fortnight. Late into the night, he finally found a moment's respite in the old library tower, rummaging through scattered books while Ghost lay curled near the door. There, by flickering lamplight, he encountered Samwell Tarly, who was poring over a battered tome. Sam had stayed in Winterfell to compile a record of the undead invasion, at Maester Luwin's request. The plump young man shivered beneath his cloak, exhaling frosty breath into the dusty air. When Sam saw Jon, he lit up. "Jon," he said, voice echoing softly in the gloom. I was just looking through these accounts of past winters, seeing if anything spoke of stray whites that survived after a White Walker was destroyed. But there's hardly anything. The lore is contradictory." Jon rubbed warmth into his hands. "That doesn't surprise me. Hard to keep records in times like those. Or maybe no one survived to record them." Sam swallowed. "Yes, that's the conclusion I'm reaching as well. I wish we had more surety about what we're facing." "You're leaving soon. Tomorrow, if the weather holds." Jon gazed at his old friend. "I'd like to have you along, Sam, but I know you're not keen on combat." Sam lowered his eyes. "I wish I could be braver, but the last time I faced a white, I froze. Maybe I'd be more of a hindrance." "I'm sorry, truly." Jon squeezed his shoulder. "You're braver than you think, Sam, and we need your knowledge here. If the realm is to learn from this war, you might be the only one who can set it down properly. So keep writing." Sam brightened a bit. "I will. Be safe, Jon. And come back. There's so much we still don't know. About the others, about the mysteries of the far north. But we know enough to stay cautious." "I will." Jon turned to go, the lamplight throwing his shadow long across the scattered volumes. He felt an odd sensation in his chest, anxiety but also purpose. In many ways, leading this mission into the neck felt like a small echo of the Great War, and he'd promised himself never again to let fear or ignorance blind them to the threat of the undead. Come morning, he would ride out under the direwolf banner, with a cloak of black furs and a sword of Valyrian steel at his hip. Before dawn, the group assembled in the courtyard. Horses stamped and snorted, their breath forming clouds in the icy air. Mira Reed tested the tension on her frog spear, while Jojen double-checked the lizard-lion shield strapped to his back. The half-dozen northern men, layered in fur and boiled leather, loaded small saddlebags with jerky and hardtack. The two ex-rangers of the watch, Duncan and Harris, adjusted the black cloaks they'd unearthed from some storeroom in Winterfell. Though tattered, they wore them proudly, as if reclaiming old honor. Robb and Catelyn stood by to see them off. Arya lingered off to one side, arms folded, hood pulled low. When Jon moved toward her, she raised her chin defiantly, but her eyes glistened. "You'd better come back," she muttered, voice slightly wobbly. "And if you see any phrase, stab them too." Jon suppressed a smile. "I'll try to leave the phrase alone for the moment, but if they get in my way..." He feigned a casual shrug. "Take care, Arya. Keep your sword hand sharp." She nodded stiffly, not trusting herself to speak. Catelyn approached, wrapping her cloak tight. "Go with the gods, Jon, and bring back whatever news you find." He inclined his head, touched by the compassion in her eyes. They had not always been close, but the war changed many things. Then he clasped Robb's forearm in a warrior's farewell. Neither said much. The bond between them was strong enough to convey what words could not. Then the party filed out through the battered gatehouse into the morning's weak light. Snow crunched under the horses' hooves, and a hush clung to the world, broken only by the clank of gear. Jon rode at the front, Ghost loping alongside, with the Reeds just behind him. The ex-rangers and the huntsmen fanned out, watchful for any sign of trouble. Winterfell's courtyard dwindled behind them, swallowed by drifting snow. They headed south, uncertain of what they might find, but united in the purpose of scouring any remnants of the dead from the land. The first few days of the journey were monotonous, the roads choked with snowdrifts. The wind gnawed at exposed skin, and they often had to dismount to lead the horses across icy patches. Occasionally, they passed the remains of small hamlets that had been ransacked by the undead or simply abandoned. Broken doors, cold hearths, footprints lost in the drifts. They encountered no living souls aside from the occasional crow perched on a fence post. At night, they made camp in half-collapsed barns or beneath thick pines, lighting small fires ringed with stones to keep sparks from spreading. Jon set watches, trusting the ex-rangers to stay alert. The hush of midwinter pressed in on them, a silence so deep it almost felt haunted. Now and then, Ghost would raise his head and sniff the air, but no whites appeared. By the fourth day, they reached the fringes of the neck, where the ground began to sink into marshy bogs that froze over in patches. The landscape grew eerie. Low-hanging branches dripped with ice, half-submerged huts dotted the edges of ponds, and spindly trees rose from stagnant water. Here, the reeds truly came alive, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes and hidden mud patches. Mira scouted ahead with her spear balanced easily across her shoulders, while Jojen led them on narrower paths that twisted through dense tangles. Even with the cold, the neck was a labyrinth of partially frozen channels and reed banks. The horses snorted, uneasy when the ice creaked beneath their weight. That evening, the party halted at a small patch of solid ground crowned by a fallen log. Mira insisted it was safe. "The water here is shallow. Even if the ice cracks, you won't drown," she said, tying her horse to a gnarled cypress. "But keep your weapons ready. If the whites lurk anywhere, it could be in this half-flooded ruin." She gestured at a cluster of collapsed huts not far off, visible in the fading light. Jon nodded and dismounted, patting his horse's neck. One of the huntsmen, a wiry man named Sten, ventured forward to set snares for any small game that might wander by. The rest gathered around a modest fire. Ghost prowled the perimeter, ears perked. The ex-rangers, Duncan and Harris, muttered to each other about how unnatural the swamplands felt. "Colder than the Frostfangs in its own way," Harris remarked, frowning at the stagnant water. "At least up there, the ice is honest." Jon listened, quietly checking Longclaw's edge. "Keep your senses open," he said. "Whites could be under a sheet of ice, for all we know. They don't breathe." That was enough to send a chill through the group. Mira's eyes narrowed. "My father's men have found them in the water before. The corpses didn't move until we came near. Then they tried to grab our ankles." The huntsman returned eventually, carrying a single muskrat he'd snared. It wasn't much, but it would supplement their dwindling rations. They roasted it quickly, taking turns nibbling small portions while the rest ate salt beef or dried fish. The night closed in, thick with the musty smell of marsh plants. Jojen sat cross-legged, silent, as if in a trance. Jon had heard rumors that he experienced strange dreams, though he had never witnessed it directly. Eventually, they established a watch rotation. Jon took the first watch, pacing along the edge of the frozen patch, scanning the darkness. The glow of the fire played off the ice, creating ghostly reflections. Ghost moved in and out of the flickering gloom, silent as a shadow. Hours passed slowly, each breath turning to frost on Jon's beard. He fought the creeping numbness in his toes, occasionally stamping his feet. He thought back to the last time he had guarded a cold expanse in the night. Hardhome, the Wall, the far northern wastes. So many terrors had come since. He wondered if Westeros would ever again know true peace. At some point, Jojen Reed came to relieve him. The boy had a faraway look in his eyes, as though he was only half present in the waking world. "Rest well," he told Jon softly. "We'll move deeper into the marsh at first light." Jon nodded, grateful for a chance to sleep. He found a spot near the low fire, rolled himself in furs, and closed his eyes. The wind sighed through the tangled trees, a lonely lullaby. Ghost curled up beside him, a welcome warmth against the chill. In the darkness behind Jon's eyelids, memories flickered, blue-eyed whites, the Night King's pale gaze, the swirl of snow at Long Lake. He breathed, willing the ghosts to stay at bay. For a few hours, at least, he let himself drift into uneasy slumber. They pressed on at dawn. The path soon turned into a series of half-submerged causeways, sometimes forcing them to dismount and lead the horses over slippery logs. The reeds guided them meticulously. In the gloom of the thick marsh trees, sunlight scarcely penetrated. They found tracks, faint footprints in the mud, the shape of bare feet. Jon knelt, touching one. The edges were half frozen. "These could be whites," he said quietly. "How fresh, do you think?" Jojen crouched beside him. "Hard to say, but likely within the last few days." The men tensed, They readied spears, bows, and torches. Ghost sniffed the air, hair bristling. A sense of unease spread through the group. If whites were here, they might lurk around the next bend in the swamp. Following the tracks, they soon reached a cluster of collapsed huts perched on wooden stilts above stagnant water. The huts had partially sunk, the angled walls thick with black mold and half-eaten by rot. An overturned canoe lay in the reeds. The hush was oppressive. Jon nodded to Mira and the huntsmen to circle around. One ex-ranger found a vantage on a half-fallen tree trunk to cover the approach with his bow. Jon advanced carefully, long claw in hand. Ghost let out a low growl. Jon slowed. He gestured for the others to fan out, forming a loose arc. No movement greeted them from the huts. Yet the footprints had to lead somewhere. With each step, the soggy ground sucked at their boots. The smell of old decay and wet wood clung to the air. A sudden crack broke the silence. One of the hut's supports snapped, sending the structure lurching. Everyone froze. Then something emerged from the gaping doorway. A shape covered in dripping moss and black sludge, arms outstretched. Its eyes gleamed with the telltale unnatural blue. A wight, it staggered forward, bare feet slapping on wet planks. A rotting face contorted in a silent moan. In the next instant, another half-dozen figures lurched out from behind, some crawling across the collapsed roof. All whites, skeletal or half-decayed, reeking of the swamp. Their jaws gaped in wordless hunger. Jon shouted, "Light the torches!" The men scrambled to comply. Mira thrust her spear at one that lunged from a broken window, impaling its chest. Though it did not breathe, she held it off long enough for Jojen to slash with a dragonglass dagger, severing its spine. Jon sidestepped a swiping hand, bringing Longclaw down in a powerful arc. The steel bit deep, cleaving through the wight's shoulder to its ribcage. It jerked, black fluid oozing, but still flailed with its other arm. Jon yanked the blade free. Another blow took its head, sending it rolling into the water with a splash. All around, the swamp erupted in a flurry of snapping jaws and ragged limbs. The ex-rangers fell into practiced motions, hacking at the undead while carefully staying out of reach. Duncan unleashed a barrage of quick cuts with his long sword, severing arms and legs. Harris used a torch to set one wight alight, grimacing at the stench of burning, swamp-soaked flesh. The huntsman fired arrows with obsidian tips, each shot punching through decaying skulls. One arrow missed, lodging in a rotted shoulder, but the next found its mark. Ghost darted into the fray, latching his fangs onto a wight's throat. The creature collapsed, limbs twitching. Another wight tried to grab Ghost's flank, but Mira was there, driving her spear into its side. She twisted it free, face pinched with determination. "We must burn them," she called, "or they'll rise again." Flames from the torches spread across the wet wood, hissing and popping. Smoke mingled with the cold fog that draped the area. The fight was brutal but brief. Without a white walker to guide them, the whites moved clumsily, driven only by mindless hunger. Once the initial shock passed, the living pressed their advantage. They hacked, stabbed, and burned. Jon nearly slipped off a plank into the icy water, but caught himself and spun, slicing a white clean in half. Its torso flopped, grasping with bony fingers, until he stomped on it and pinned it for a final blow. When the last of the creatures lay smoldering or sinking into the swamp, the group gathered in a cluster on the most stable patch of ground. Their breath heaved in the biting air. No one had been killed, though one huntsman, Toller, nursed a deep gash on his forearm from a wight's filthy nails. Another man clutched at a tear in his cloak. "That was more than we expected," Jojen said, looking pale. "They must have gathered here. Some might be from travelers, or from old graves disturbed by the invasion." Jon wiped sweat and swamp muck off his brow with the back of his hand. "We'll burn them to be sure." He scanned the huts. "Search for any more. Carefully." They spent the next hour poking through the ruins, guided by drifting smoke. Twice they found additional corpses that appeared motionless. One lurched to life when they prodded it, but a swift torch thrust ended its stirring. By the time they finished, the water around the huts was choked with blackened lumps. The party built a makeshift pyre of rotted planks on the largest patch of solid ground, dragging what corpses they could from the water. It was grisly work, but they dared not leave any behind. The stench of burning flesh and wet algae was choking. Everyone kept cloth wrapped over their mouths and noses, eyes stinging. When the pyre's flames roared high enough to consume the last remains, they withdrew to a safer distance. Jon's arms felt leaden, and a dull ache settled in his shoulders. But they had succeeded, one more nest of whites destroyed. A sobering thought, though. If there were pockets like this scattered throughout the neck, it could take weeks or months to clear them all. They pressed on for 3 more days, carefully winding deeper into the swamps. Twice more they encountered stray whites, but never in such numbers as at the sunken huts. Each time they dispatched the undead, relying on the same techniques of coordinated strikes and fire. Ghost proved invaluable for detecting them before they could ambush the group. The direwolf's hackles would rise, and Jon would shout the warning. The reeds guided them expertly, avoiding watery pits or quicksand hidden beneath a deceptive layer of ice. Eventually, they reached a small reed outpost perched on a stable patch of land. Several crannogmen stood guard with shortbows, greeting Jojen and Mira with relief. The outpost was little more than a ring of sharpened stakes around a few huts, but it offered a chance to rest and regroup. Its watchtowers were primitive tree platforms, from which one could see a surprising distance across the marsh. Over a shared meal of fish stew and sour ale, the outpost's leader, a wiry older man named Rhine, provided additional information. "We've heard rumors the Freys might send scouts into the neck soon, searching for alternate routes north. But so far, the winters kept them at bay. They're not bold enough to wander the swamps in force." Jon was silent, recalling how the War of the Five Kings had led the Freys to betray the Tullus and, in another world, might have murdered Robb Stark at the Twins. In this timeline, events had diverged, but Walder Frey was no less treacherous. "If they come, will you hold them off?" "As best we can," Rhine said. "But we're few. We'd rely on the bogs themselves. Let them sink or freeze. Still, if they bring enough men." Jon nodded, setting down his bowl. "Then we might have to send a real force. But for now, we'll remain watchful." He glanced at Jojen. "We've cleared out multiple clusters of whites. We may want to swing east just to be sure." Jojen stirred. "I had a dream," he said quietly, "of men struggling in black water, arms flailing, eyes empty. I saw a broken tower sinking, and shadows swirling around it. I believe that might be the ruin known as White Tide's Tower, near the eastern edge of the neck. It's a ruin that sank decades ago, from what we know, but Father said it can still be reached by boat. There could be more whites there." Jon exchanged a look with Mira, who shrugged. "We can try, but it's half a day's travel by water, maybe more if the channels are frozen." "It's best we do," Jon said, though a weary part of him longed for Winterfell's relative warmth. "We can't leave them. If even a few remain, they could kill travelers or become a threat in the future." So they set out again, borrowing small skiffs from the outpost, little boats that had to be painstakingly broken free of ice in the shallow harbor. They paddled through meandering channels, working around chunks of floating ice that clanked against the hulls. The cold was bitterly intense. Each breath stung, and the water around them seemed dark as pitch. Yet they persisted, navigating by Jojen's instructions and the faint glow of a clouded sky. By midday, they reached a stretch of open water ringed by drooping trees. In the center rose a crooked shape of stone, White Tide's Tower, or what remained of it. The foundation had sunk at an angle, half collapsed, so the tower leaned precariously. Slime and barnacles clung to the walls. Most of the upper floors had caved in, leaving a jagged stump that jutted from the water like a broken fong. Mist hovered near the surface, swirling whenever the wind blew. They tethered the skiffs to a dead tree trunk that thrust out of the water near the tower's perimeter. Mira hopped out first, testing a submerged ledge with her spear. The water was waist-deep, but the stone ledge provided some footing. "Careful," she warned, voice echoing oddly in the open space. It's slippery. One by one, the party disembarked, spreading out along what used to be a courtyard. Ghost swam a short distance, then bounded onto a section of half-submerged steps. The swirling mist dampened sound, making the tower's leaning silhouette loom ominously overhead. Jon felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. Something about the place reeked of foreboding. They advanced slowly, weapons ready. Drifts of snow coated the leaning stone, but the water lapped at the cracks. Within the hollowed remains of the tower walls, darkness yawned. The men lit torches, which sputtered and hissed in the damp. Jojen moved near Jon, whispering, "This is the place from my dream. I saw shapes in the water." Jon nodded, peering into the gloom. "Stay alert." Duncan, one of the ex-rangers, slid forward, bow at the ready. The stench hit them first, an odor of decay, more pungent than anything they'd encountered yet. Then movement in the murky water. A pale shape bobbed to the surface, half a rotted face with empty eye sockets. The men tensed, but it did not stir further. Possibly a long-dead body. "It's foul," muttered Harris, the other ranger, splashing forward. This tower might be full of them. Then it happened. A ripple in the water behind him, a hand bursting from beneath the surface. Slimy, rotted fingers clamped around Harris's leg, pulling him off balance. He gasped, toppling sideways. The torch he carried plunged into the black water with a sizzle. Another white erupted from the depths, jaws open in a silent hiss. Harris fought to free his leg, but its grip was iron. "Help!" he shouted, thrashing. Jon rushed forward, long claw at the ready, but the water was hip-deep, slowing him. Mira lunged from the side, driving her spear into the white's torso. It splintered with a crack, but the creature kept grappling. Harris drew a dagger, hacking at the hand around his calf. Another shape surfaced behind him, latching onto his shoulder. "Damn it!" Jon growled. He swung long claw, cleaving the second white's head from its shoulders. The body sank back, releasing Harris. But the first white was still there, thrashing in the dark water. Harris gasped as he finally tore free. He stumbled backward, bleeding from a deep tear in his thigh. Mira withdrew her spear and finished the white with a savage downward thrust, pinning it to the stone walkway. More whites emerged from the half-flooded lower levels of the tower, some crawling up cracks in the floor, others rising from beneath the swirling water. In the echoing gloom, their pale eyes glowed with eerie light. They staggered or floated, reaching with lifeless arms. Some were missing limbs, others wore the remains of ancient tabards. Possibly the old guardians of White Tide's tower, long dead. Jon realized with a jolt that these might have been here for years, reanimated by the Night King's magic, and somehow still animated even after the Night King's destruction, like the pockets they'd seen. The men fought as best they could in the water, hampered by ice shards and slippery stone. Torches hissed, threatened to go out. One huntsman lost his footing and fell, a white nearly dragging him under before another man intervened with a flaming brand. Ghost leapt onto a chunk of broken masonry, snarling, then sprang onto a white that clambered up behind Jojen. He tore it apart with savage bites. Jojen stumbled, splashing, but managed to slice another with his dragonglass dagger. Mira whirled, her spear spinning in efficient arcs, though the water made her footwork precarious. Jon waded deeper into the collapsed tower, ignoring the cold that soaked his thighs. A tall white lunged at him from the right, half its skull missing. Jon parried with long claw, nearly dropping the hilt as a wave of water struck him. He shoved it back, then slashed down, severing its head. Another took its place, grabbing for his arm. Jon snarled and kicked out, sending it reeling. The men pressed forward in a ragged line, mindful of each other's positions. Duncan retrieved a torch, holding it high to illuminate the recesses. More skeletons littered the submerged floor. Most were still. Some jerked to life as the group advanced. They cleared room after room of watery rubble, finding pockets of reanimated corpses. Each needed to be cut apart or burned. The reek was overwhelming. Harris, wounded in the leg, had to be carried by 2 men. He insisted on helping with a dagger, his face pale from blood loss. Toller, the huntsman, used a spare torch to ignite anything that still twitched. Great clouds of foul smoke billowed into the leaning tower. The only mercy was that the whites lacked coordination. Still, a single slip could be deadly in the half-submerged corridors. Finally, after what felt like hours of brutal exertion, the last white was hacked into pieces or burned. The men stood panting in knee-deep water, exhaustion etched on every face. The flickering torchlight revealed the tower interior to be a ruin. The floors caved in, broken furniture drifting, old tapestries rotted. A few drowned bodies from centuries past had been disturbed, awakened by the Night King's magic. That magic still somehow lingered in them, refusing to let them rest. Jon's heart pounded at the thought that many more pockets might lurk across Westeros. He and Mira found a portion of higher ground near what might have been a chapel alcove, where the water only covered their ankles. There they gathered the others, checking injuries. Harris's leg wound was the worst. Blood oozed from ragged claw marks, and they had only rudimentary supplies. Jojen did what he could to bind it, but the possibility of infection loomed. Another huntsman nursed a fractured wrist from being pulled underwater. The rest had bruises, scrapes, and the stench of rotten flesh clinging to them. Jon stared at the carnage. This had been no trivial handful of whites. They'd found at least 20 reanimated corpses in and around the tower. "We need to burn the lot," he said, voice echoing. "But this place is half underwater. Fire may not reach all of them if they sink." Mira inhaled. "We can do what we can. Drag them onto the higher ground in the tower, pile debris, set it alight. Then the water can drown anything left. But that might take hours. Meanwhile, Harris needs a healer." Jojen frowned. "The nearest Reed outpost is a day's travel back. Another half-day or more to the real settlement. We could try to bring him there, or to Winterfell, but that's even farther." Jon considered the man's pale face, the deep slice in his thigh. They had to act soon or risk losing him. "We'll do a partial burn, then we'll retreat. If some remains sink beyond reach, it's unlikely they'll cause further harm unless someone wanders in here." He sighed. "But I'd hate to leave any that might reanimate." Duncan suggested, "We can collapse part of the tower. If we knock down enough stones, bury them for good." Jon mulled it over, eventually nodding. "That might help. Let's hurry." They set to work. Toller and Duncan used pry bars to dislodge sections of the leaning walls. The decrepit mortar gave way with relative ease. Slabs of stone crashed into the watery depths, stirring waves. The men heaved the largest white corpses onto a patch of ground near the shattered entrance, piling debris around them. Then they lit a final pyre with torches. Flames curled, black smoke rising into the open sky where part of the tower roof had collapsed. The smell was vile, but at least it meant the job was done. Ghost stood guard at the perimeter, glancing occasionally at the water as if expecting another hand to shoot forth. None did. Once the blaze was roaring, Jon and the others climbed back onto their skiffs, half carrying Harris. They pushed away from White Tide's tower, hearts pounding. Behind them, the tower's leaning remains glowed with sullen firelight. Collapsing timbers hissed. The swirling mist soon hid everything from view. They paddled toward the nearest outpost, minds reeling from the confrontation. Harris moaned softly, drifting in and out of consciousness. Jojen guided the boats, jaw tight. No one spoke except in hushed curses. The horizon had grown darker, a sign that night was not far off. At last, near dusk, they reached the outpost, where the Crannogmen helped carry Harris into a small hut. They lit a brazier, stoked it to warmth, tried to clean and stitch the wound as best they could. Jon knelt near the bed, watching as the man's eyes fluttered. He prayed it would be enough. They had no real maester here, only folk remedies. Weariness weighed on them all. Jon's limbs ached as if he'd been wrestling a bear. The others displayed similar fatigue. But a small sense of accomplishment crept in alongside the bone-deep exhaustion. They had destroyed 2 major pockets of whites in the neck. Perhaps that would be enough to keep travelers safe for now. Over a thin stew that night, Rhine, the outpost leader, asked if they intended to remain. Jon shook his head. We've done what we can. We need to see Harris taken care of, but soon we must return to Winterfell. We've delayed too long. My king, Robb Stark, will need to know about these pockets. Jojen agreed. We'll remain a day or two to see if Harris recovers enough to travel. Father's men will handle any other strays. We'll keep watch in the bogs. But your presence has helped greatly. Mira smiled faintly at Jon. Thank you. You fight well. My father always said the Starks were good allies. Now I see why. Jon nodded, feeling a flicker of pride, though it was dulled by the memory of all they had faced. We do what we must. 2 days later, they began the journey back. Harris was weak but alive, supported in a small boat. The outpost lent them another guide, a crannogman called Cray, to ensure the route was safe. The trip north passed with fewer incidents. The weather mercifully steadied, though the cold remained brutal. One morning, they had to crack a sheen of ice off the boat hull before continuing. At night, they huddled around fires, speaking little. Jojen occasionally murmured that he saw more visions. A throne of swords half buried in snow, a black dragon wing stretching across a red sky, a child with eyes of flame. Strange portents that few knew how to interpret. Jon only half listened, busy with the immediate realities of leading exhausted men home. At last, after negotiating the final stretch of the neck, they returned to firmer ground. The men sighed relief when the northward road appeared, still blanketed in drifts but at least more predictable than the swamp. The horses, though weary, welcomed the chance to move on solid footing. Ghost loped ahead, tail high, seeming glad to be out of the marsh. On the final day, the ramparts of Winterfell came into view, standing dark against a steel-gray sky. Jon felt an unexpected rush of emotion. This battered castle had become an anchor, a place of belonging amid all the chaos. He spurred his horse forward. Guards at the gate saluted them, calling out welcomes. Word spread quickly that Jon Snow's company had returned. Despite the frosty air, a small crowd gathered to see who survived. Jon recognized some faces, from blacksmiths to stable hands, each wearing an anxious look. Robb strode out into the courtyard, flanked by Catelyn and Arya. Jon dismounted stiffly, wincing at sore muscles. We found multiple pockets of whites, he said without preamble. Probably 24 or more, all destroyed. Robb's eyes widened. That many? Jon nodded. At White Tide's tower, we faced near 20 alone. Some from who knows how long ago. The reeds say there could still be more, but hopefully scattered and few. We did what we could. He gestured to Harris, carried by 2 men. We've wounded. He needs a maester's help if we can spare it. Catelyn immediately called for Maester Luwin. Arya hovered, anxious, as the wounded man was borne inside. Then she looked at Jon. You look half drowned. Did they pull you underwater? Jon managed a faint smile. Not quite, just up to my belt in marsh sludge. She shook her head, gazing at him with a mixture of relief and respect. I'm glad you're back. Robb clapped Jon's shoulder. You've done a service for the realm again, brother. The last thing we need is the undead left behind. Thank you. Jon sighed. I wish we could say we got them all, but we can't be certain. The neck is vast, and the dead can hide well. But we've culled the worst of them. That might be enough until spring. He paused, searching Robb's face. Any new tidings from the south? The phrase. Robb's expression hardened. Some. Come inside, we'll talk. We've a warm meal waiting. Jon longed for warmth and rest. Ghost, shaking out his fur, padded along behind them as they walked into the keep. The hall smelled of stew and bread, though the supply of fresh grain was minimal. The flickering torches lent a softer glow than the watery gloom of the neck. Jon took a moment to relish the relative safety of these walls. Then, with a resigned exhale, he listened as Robb and Catelyn described the latest developments. It seemed the phrase had indeed pushed small foraging parties toward the neck, though they'd largely turned back after losing men to the bog's perils. Walder Frey had sent a terse response to Robb's Raven, refusing to guarantee any safe passage. King's Landing, for its part, had offered no real response. Another letter had arrived from Tyrion Lannister, explaining that the Crown's authority over the Freys was limited, and that Tywin was currently absent from the capital, dealing with insubordination in the Western lands. Joffrey had little interest in the matter. Jon grimaced. So the South remains a mess. Meanwhile, we're scouring whites from the neck. Not just the South, Robb said. Word from the Ironborn suggests they've raided a few more coastal villages near Deepwood Motte. Our outriders are falling back to defend the inland routes. House Glover is furious. If the Ironborn continue to hold that fort, we'll have trouble feeding the north once winter deepens. Catelyn's voice was quiet but urgent. We're stretched too thin. Every day brings new threats or burdens. And there's still Sansa. She hesitated, looking at Jon. We've not received new word from King's Landing regarding her. I fear she's still a hostage. Jon's stomach twisted. Then we have to do something. I plan to go there once we settled the matter in the neck. Perhaps after a brief rest, I'll gather volunteers for a journey. Robb nodded, though concern etched his features. We might also consider an envoy from the Vale or from the Tullis. If we can coordinate, we'd have a better chance. Going alone is dangerous. Cersei might imprison or kill you on sight, especially if you appear as a Stark envoy. Catelyn clasped her hands. We can't let fear stop us, but we must be smart. Let me think on it. For now, you should rest, Jon, and ensure your men are cared for. Jon agreed, exhaustion closing around him like a heavy cloak. He parted ways, heading to the tower where he kept a small chamber. Ghost followed, silent as ever. The corridors felt strangely welcoming after the cold, dripping labyrinth of the swamps. As he climbed the worn steps, he thought again of Sansa, trapped in a faraway city that might be roiling with unrest. So much to do, so little time. That night, he slept fitfully, dreaming of ghostly towers and black water. In his dream, the tower sank deeper and deeper, until the swirling current pulled him under. Pale hands reached for him in the dark, and he struggled against them, crying out. When he woke, heart pounding, he found Ghost licking his face, a worried whine in the wolf's throat. Jon sat up, sweat-stained. Dawn's light crept through the cracks in the shutters. He forced himself to breathe and push away the nightmares. A few hours later, he was in the yard, cleaning and oiling Longclaw. The clang of hammers rang from the smithy. Soldiers trudged about, carrying crates of onions and dried fish. Winter might be harsh, but life at Winterfell persisted. Sometimes the bustle almost reminded Jon of the days before Ned Stark rode south and everything changed. Except now, those old illusions of safety were gone. He had seen the face of death itself in the Night King's gaze. Compared to that, petty wars felt small, and yet they were no less real for those who had to fight them. Robb summoned him that midday for another council in the Great Hall. The same cluster of lords was present. Bolton, Manderley, Dustin, Lady Mormont, a few others. The discussion revolved around the Ironborn and the possibility of retaking Deepwood Motte. The Glovers had arrived to press for immediate action, but Robb insisted they lacked the men. The debate grew heated at times, with the Glovers practically begging for a strike. Manderley pointed out that shipping men up the coast was impossible now, with the sea half frozen. Marching overland in deep winter was equally daunting. Tensions rose, old grudges simmering beneath polite words. Jon watched quietly, feeling more like an observer than a participant. He'd had his fill of conflict in the neck, and the war seemed endless. But near the end, when one of the Glovers insisted they must beg the Lannisters or the Crown to intervene against the Ironborn, Robb said, "We can't rely on the Crown. They have shown no interest in safeguarding the North. We must rely on ourselves or find new alliances." Roose Bolton, in his soft voice, added, "Alliances are possible if we prove strong. Weakness draws vultures. The Freys see weakness, the Ironborn see it as well. If we do not stand firm, they will pick at us." Lady Mormont nodded grimly. We must at least defend what we have. If we can't muster a force to drive out the Ironborn, we can at least block them from expanding. So it was decided. They would garrison key roads, gather supplies, and wait until the worst snows relented, or until a stroke of fortune arrived. Jon wasn't sure which was less likely. At the close of the meeting, Robb caught Jon's arm. "I need to speak with you in private." They stepped into a side chamber, a smaller council room with a single brazier. Arya was there as well, perched on a stool, chewing her lip. Robb shut the door, turning to Jon. "We've been debating the best way to free Sansa. We can't openly march south, not with everything else. But a small group might slip into the city. Maybe gain an audience with Tyrion or some other ally. Or we can approach Stannis or Renly for help. They might see advantage in rescuing a Stark hostage to gain our favor." Arya spoke up, eyes flashing. "We can't trust them. Any of them. Stannis might want the North's fealty in exchange. Renly might as well. The Lannisters won't just hand her over. What if we do it ourselves?" Robb rubbed his temple. "Easier said than done. King's Landing is well guarded. Cersei and Joffrey have the gold cloaks. The city is on edge with winter hardships. Sneaking in might be possible, but escaping with Sansa unscathed." He shook his head. Jon understood the concern. "We also have no guarantee Sansa is in good health. She might be heavily guarded. Even if we reached her, we'd need a plan to get out of the city. The roads south are likely patrolled by Lannister forces or mercenaries. By sea, the route from King's Landing is blocked by storms and shifting loyalties. Stannis' blockade might still be in place at Dragonstone. Or the royal fleet could intercept us." Arya's face fell. "Then what? We just wait? Sansa could be suffering day after day, forced to endure that wretch Joffrey. We can't." Her voice caught. Robb sighed. "I know. I hate it too. But charging into the lion's den is suicide. We need leverage. Perhaps if we capture a high-value hostage from the Lannisters or a Frey, we can trade. Or we approach Tyrion directly, though there's no guarantee he'll defy his sister." Jon considered. "Tyrion did show some willingness to treat with us before. If anyone in King's Landing sees reason, it might be him. But we have nothing to offer, aside from acknowledging the Crown's nominal authority over the North, which you swore to break away from." Robb's jaw tightened. "That's a bitter choice. We fought for independence. Father's memory demands it. But if offering some measure of fealty could free Sansa..." Arya clenched her fists. "Father never wanted war. He always believed in protecting his family first. Maybe he'd do the same if it meant saving Sansa." A long silence fell. Jon felt torn. Ned Stark had died at Joffrey's order, or Cersei's manipulation. To bend the knee now seemed unbearable. Yet leaving Sansa there was equally unthinkable. Finally, Robb forced a breath. "Let's gather more information. We can send a small group south, your mission to secure resources for the Watch, as well as gather intelligence on Sansa's situation. If the chance arises to rescue her quietly, we take it. If not, we at least plan for a future move. That's safer than a direct confrontation." Jon nodded slowly. "I'm willing if that's the path we choose, but we'll need stealthy people." "Arya, I know you want to come." She broke in. "Yes, I do." Robb shook his head. "It's too dangerous. I need you here. If something happens to me, you're the last hope for House Stark's direct line, aside from Sansa. We've lost too many siblings already. Bran and Rickon are missing, we assume them dead or in hiding. We can't risk you as well." Arya's face twisted with anger and grief. She opened her mouth to argue, then saw the raw pain in Robb's eyes and closed it. "Fine," she muttered, voice trembling. "But if Jon gets an opening to save Sansa and he doesn't, I'll kill him myself." Jon gave a wry half-smile. Understood. In truth, he felt relief that Arya wouldn't be plunging into that viper's nest. "Who would come with me?" "A small group. Maybe Gendry if he's still around. He's good with a forge and a hammer and doesn't draw attention. A few others who can blend in. We can pose as travelers or merchants." Robb nodded. "We'll figure it out. For now, rest." We can't spare the men for you to leave immediately, not after your trip to the Neck. But soon, before the roads become truly impassable. Jon agreed, a heavy knot in his stomach. This was the path forward. A clandestine mission to the heart of Lannister power. He left the small chamber mind-churning. Outside, the corridors felt colder. Snow drifted in through arrow slits. In the courtyard, stable boys led horses back from a short patrol. The entire keep was a beehive of desperate energy. Everyone waiting, braced for storms that might seal them in for months, or for news of yet another crisis. Jon headed back to the stables, checking on his mare. Ghost padded after him, sniffing hay bales. In the following days, the weather worsened. A storm blew in from the shivering sea, dumping thick snow that blanketed the roads. Robb's scouts reported that travel south would be nearly impossible for a time. Jon took the delay stoically, spending his hours drilling in the yard, training new recruits who trickled in from outlying villages. Some men came to Winterfell seeking shelter, others wanting a sense of purpose. Among them were a few who expressed interest in the Night's Watch. Jon recorded their names, though the Watch had no real leadership now. Perhaps, he thought, he could lead them back to Castle Black once the snows relented, try to rebuild some semblance of the old order. At night, he dreamed of Sansa in a lonely tower, tears on her cheeks. He saw King's Landing in flames, the Red Keep collapsing, Joffrey's cruel laughter echoing. Then the scene shifted to a wide plain of ice, where the Night King's broken shards littered the ground. Jon awoke each time with his heart pounding, unsure of whether these were mere nightmares or some distant echo of truths. Weeks passed. Midwinter arrived in a hush of endless white. Winterfell's storerooms were carefully rationed. The lords who remained set aside old feuds for the moment, focusing on daily survival. The old Godswood, dusted with snow, became a place of stillness where some found solace in prayer. Jon often visited, standing under the heart tree, recalling the face of his father. Sometimes the wind sounded like a whisper, but never did it speak words he could understand. Then, on a cold morning when the sky was a flat iron gray, a raven arrived bearing unexpected tidings. Tyrion Lannister had sent a letter, addressed to King Robb Stark of the North and to the Honorable Jon Snow, if present. The bird arrived half-frozen, and the missive was smeared, but still legible. In it, Tyrion wrote that King's Landing was on the brink of revolt. Food shortages had led to riots, and Joffrey's cruelty had only inflamed tensions. Stannis Baratheon was rumored to be gathering a fleet again, preparing for another assault on the city come spring. Tyrion implied that if the North had any interest in Sansa Stark's welfare, or in preserving a measure of order in the realm, they might send envoys soon. He warned that Cersei grew more paranoid by the day, and that Sansa's situation was precarious. Cersei might decide to punish her at any sign of Stark defiance. The letter ended with a cryptic line: "A city in chaos might offer opportunities for discreet intervention, though I cannot guarantee safety. Come if you dare. The choice is yours." Robb read it aloud in a private gathering with Jon, Arya, and Catelyn. The words set them all on edge. Arya looked ready to bolt for a horse that moment, but the snows made such a journey impossible just yet. Catelyn pressed a hand to her mouth, trembling with worry for her daughter. Jon exchanged a grim look with Robb. "It's a trap," Arya muttered. "He wants us to come so they can take more hostages. Or it could be genuine," Jon countered quietly. "Tyrion might see the city unraveling and want to broker a deal. He's cunning, but not without some sense of decency. If Joffrey is losing control, we might have a chance to free Sansa." Catelyn whispered, "At what cost, though? If we ride into a city on the brink of revolt, we might be caught in the crossfire. Or we could give Cersei the excuse to kill Sansa outright." Robb read the letter again, jaw tight. "Either way, it confirms that King's Landing is in disarray. This might be our only chance before the snows get so deep that no one can travel. The roads may open briefly if we get a mild spell. We must be ready." They agreed. Jon would lead a small band south at the first sign of a break in the storms. With him, he would take Gendry, who had indeed been in Winterfell's forge, plus a couple of discreet northerners who could blend in. Possibly Sam, if Sam dared to undertake the journey, though Jon suspected Sam might be more useful continuing his archives in Winterfell. Arya demanded to go again, but once more Robb refused. Catelyn insisted they would find another way. Arya stormed out, furious, but powerless to change her brother's decree. The next day, the wind shifted. Clouds parted just enough to allow a pallid sun to peer through. Scouts reported that the main route south might be marginally passable if the weather held for a few days. Seizing the moment, Robb and Jon finalized preparations. They packed rations, warm clothes, a cover story. They would pose as merchants traveling with a limited wagon, perhaps carrying hides or northern steel, seeking trade in the Riverlands. On the morning of departure, the entire keep was awake early. Toller the huntsman volunteered to join, along with a quiet man named Harwin, once in service to House Stark as a stable hand, now a capable scout. Gendry stood ready, a hammer slung across his back, wearing a heavy cloak. Arya appeared, scowling but silent, as the group gathered in the courtyard. She gave Gendry a look that said, "If anything happens to him, I'll hold you responsible." The blacksmith's apprentice swallowed, nodding. Robb embraced Jon, resting his forehead against Jon's in a moment of brotherly affection. "Stay alive," he whispered. "If you can free her, I'll do all I can," Jon murmured. "Keep the north safe in my absence, and watch for word from me by Raven." Catelyn clasped Jon's hands. Tears shone in her eyes, but she steadied herself. "Bring my daughter home, if the gods allow, and come back to us." Jon promised he would. Then he climbed onto his horse, checking that Ghost padded beside him. The small wagon was harnessed to a pair of sturdy dray horses, loaded with carefully chosen goods. In the hush, men parted to let them through the gates. Snow still drifted, but the wind was calmer than it had been in weeks. They rode out in a tight column, forging south along the King's Road. The tension in Jon's chest was almost painful. He was leaving the relative safety of Winterfell for a city that had once tried to kill his father and sisters. The War of the Five Kings might still smolder, and the undead might lurk in hidden corners, but he could not turn away. Duty and family pulled him onward. Behind them, Winterfell's scarred walls receded into the distance. The spires and broken towers sank beneath the curve of the horizon, swallowed by pale hills and naked trees. Jon inhaled the crisp air. Once more, he was venturing into the unknown, uncertain if he would return. The restless swirl of the road beckoned, and in his mind, he pictured Sansa alone in the Red Keep, yearning for rescue. If any chance existed, he would take it. So began another quest, overshadowed by the hush of winter. Overhead, clouds drifted like silent witnesses, indifferent to mortal struggles. Each hoofbeat crunched on icy ground. Gendry rode close by, scanning the trees. Toller handled the wagon, humming softly under his breath to calm the horses. Ghost padded alongside, occasionally bounding ahead to sniff at the roadside. Jon urged his mount forward, eyes steady on the path. Whatever awaited them in King's Landing, treachery, chaos, or a fleeting hope, he would face it, sword in hand, guided by the memory of the battles he had already survived. Winter might have claimed the land, but the spark of determination burned on in the hearts of those who refused to surrender. And for Jon Snow, that spark meant a chance to save at least one more Stark from the cold jaws of fate. They rode southward in a tight column, heads bowed against the bite of the wind, wheels of the single wagon rattling over frozen ground. In a matter of miles, the snows rose deeper around them than they'd expected, forming icy drifts that stretched across the King's Road. The days were dim and the nights black as pitch, with only the pale wink of stars to remind them of any gentler sky. At times they skirted the forest's edge, where the skeletal branches of half-barren oaks loomed overhead, swaying with a cold rattle. A hush lay on the land, broken only by the soft snort of a horse or the wind's ragged cry. Jon Snow felt each mile press upon him like a weight in the saddle. King's Landing was a world away, and the realm between was paved with risk. They numbered only 5. Jon himself, Gendry the smith's apprentice, Toller the huntsman, Harwin the keen-eyed scout, and a woman named Naya who had drifted into Winterfell mere weeks before, desperate for shelter. Naya had proven an excellent rider and had volunteered to handle certain negotiations on the road. "I can handle a horse and talk my way past guards if it comes to that," she had said. In better days, the King's Road would have been dotted with travelers, wagons, and inns. Now winter had chased most folk indoors, and the ones who did appear, fur traders, wandering hedge knights, moved in wary knots, suspicious of strangers. They traveled with the pretense of carrying trade goods, spare pelts and lumps of raw northern iron, hoping such a front would keep bandits or prying eyes from guessing their true mission. Jon and Harwin took turns guiding the wagon, while Toller rode a rangy mare and scouted ahead. Gendry carried his hammer slung across his back, the same one he used in the smithy. With his broad shoulders and open face, he looked less like a cunning infiltrator than a blunt weapon. But Jon trusted the lad's heart and skill. Naya rode behind them, often quiet, her cloak pulled low to hide her features. The five shared a single overarching goal: reach King's Landing in secrecy, gather intelligence on Sansa Stark's plight, and, if the chance arose, free her by stealth. Their progress was painfully slow. The northern roads were never gentle in winter, and now the realm's anarchy only added to the dangers. Each day they advanced in biting cold, teeth chattering despite their thickest furs. They paused at midday for a meager meal, salted meat, hard bread, a few onions to stave off scurvy, then pressed on. Nights were spent in the ruins of old farmhouses or under the lee of a hill, wherever they could find the slightest shelter from the wind. Beneath the snow lay scattered reminders of the War of the Five Kings. Wrecked wagons, burned homesteads, shattered siege engines long since picked clean of anything valuable. Occasionally, they glimpsed fresh footprints. Once, in the gloom before dawn, Toller spotted a band of armed men trudging west across a half-frozen stream. The two groups observed each other warily from a distance. Neither moved to greet the other. Each morning Jon woke stiff and cold, half dreaming of Winterfell's crumbling walls. Ghost would press a warm muzzle into his side, rousing him from uneasy slumber. The wolf maintained a tireless patrol around their camp, sensitive to any threat that might creep through the snowy darkness. Sometimes, in the hush before the sun rose, Jon would catch Ghost staring off into the trees, ears alert, as though hearing voices too distant for mortal ears. Jon felt a pang of gratitude that the wolf was with him. In this uncertain land, Ghost's presence was the surest comfort. On the 9th day, they reached the outskirts of the Neck, once again, the watery boundary between the north and the Riverlands. Here the bogs had begun to freeze in places, though not as thoroughly as the far north. Patches of fog clung to the edges of swampy pools. Some portion of the muddy causeways had turned to permafrost, but other spots were treacherous with half-hidden sinkholes. They picked their way carefully, guided by Harwin's memory and Toller's sense of tracks. Often they moved at a crawl, with Gendry dismounting to push the wagon free when it bogged down in a patch of slush. Each laborious step reminded Jon of his recent mission with Jojen and Mira Reed, scouring pockets of whites from these marshes. He wondered if any new undead horrors might have surfaced in the weeks since. Yet they saw no sign of reanimated corpses, only the ragged evidence of old battles. Dead trees, charred huts on stilts, abandoned fishing nets. At a narrow crossing, they encountered Crannogman sentries, hidden behind moss-laden logs. The watchers emerged with bows and spears, suspicious at first, until Jon mentioned that he traveled south under King Robb Stark's authority. Though the watchers were no fans of travelers in the swamp, they recognized House Stark's name, and offered uneasy directions to the firmer land that would lead out of the Neck. One of the Crannogmen, scrawny and pale, warned them of Frey outriders roaming near the causeways on the southern edge. "They've circled around twice," he said, voice low. "Looking for an easy route north, mayhap. We've been giving them ghost paths. They lose men to the quicksand if they stray." Jon thanked the man, heart sinking at the mention of the phrase. If Walder Frey's brood still mustered near the Neck, it might be difficult to pass. He had no illusions about the sort of welcome the Freys would offer any who bore the name Stark or Snow. But they had few alternatives. The main route south was still the King's Road, which wound through or around the twins. Even if they tried a remote track, they risked tangling with roving Fry scouts. They pressed on, stepping carefully past the swamp's final meandering stretches. A day and a half later, they emerged onto drier terrain that sloped up toward Old Forest. Here the land grew more temperate, but the cold remained fierce. On one gray afternoon, a sleet-laden breeze whipped into them, forcing the group to huddle in the lee of a hillside until it passed. That night, Gendry built a small fire in the partial shelter of a crumbling watchtower. Through the broken stones, they glimpsed the watery plain of the Neck spread out behind them, half lost in swirling mist. Jon stood watch, letting the others doze, mind flickering with images of what might await them at the Twins or beyond. In the early morning, he woke Toller for the next shift. Toller rose, bleary-eyed, to keep watch while Jon tried to rest. Ghost settled by Jon's side, but sleep came fitfully. He dreamt of Sansa trapped in a tower room, weeping. Then she turned to him with eyes like blue glass, reminiscent of a white stare. He jolted awake, heart hammering. The dream clung to him, cold and oppressive, until the sky brightened in the east, and he rose for another day's ride. The first direct sign of Fry activity appeared 3 days beyond the Neck, as they entered a region of low hills and thin woods. Toller paused where fresh hoof prints crisscrossed the snow. Harwin crouched to examine them, whispering, "Roughly a dozen riders, I'd say, traveling northward. Light horses, not heavily burdened. Freys or brigands." A tuft of horsehair snagged on a branch bore the faint color of silver gray, reminiscent of the Fry banners. Toller spat. Gendry tightened his grip on his hammer. Nya sat her horse quietly, a frown creasing her brow. They decided to veer west, off the main track, in the hope of dodging the riders. This forced them onto a smaller trail, barely passable, through a tangle of withered brush and stunted pines. Jon's guess was that the Freys were scouting possible approaches to the Neck, not specifically hunting for them. Still, an encounter would end badly if the Freys discovered who he was. The wagon rattled and lurched, the horses growing skittish as the ground grew uneven. They passed no living souls that day, only the occasional crow circling overhead. By dusk, they found a half-collapsed barn to shelter in, walls thick with rotting straw. Toller half expected Fry outriders to appear, but the night passed quietly. At last they reached the lands around the Twins, vantage points that revealed the wide river in the distance. The old keep, 2 squat towers on opposite banks, loomed against the pallid sky. Icy flows drifted in the current beneath the great stone bridge that joined the castle's pair. Once, this crossing was the main artery between the north and the Riverlands, and Walder Frey's toll was a necessary evil for any large host. Now, with the war and the deepening winter, few caravans dared the route. Rumor said the Freys patrolled aggressively, and travelers told tales of men being turned away or arrested for trifling reasons. Jon studied the fortress from a wooded ridge. Though the towers were not tall or grand compared to other castles, they commanded the crossing. Between them stretched the fortified span, gates at each end. Men trudged along the battlements, cloaks flapping in the wind. Smoke rose from the chimneys inside, and a line of the Fry banners, 2 towers on a field of blue, drooped in the icy gale. He felt a spike of tension. Any attempt to cross openly seemed doomed to fail, but going around might lead them into farmland watched by Fry outriders or bandits. The Green Fork was broad here, deeper than usual thanks to the partial ice jam. Could they cross upstream or downstream on foot? The chance of a safe crossing in midwinter was slim. The river was only partly frozen, the current swift, the ice unpredictable. He imagined men falling through with a splash, devoured by cold. He and the others conferred, hidden in the lee of a snow-draped thicket. Crossing at the Twins would be madness, Toller said, hawking. They'd pick us out for toll and questions. They might force us to see Walder Fry himself, and that old weasel would smell the Stark in you, or at least sense we're not who we claim to be. Nya's face was pale, her breath a visible cloud. We could pose as pelt traders, but those guards might ask too many questions. If they suspect anything, we'd end up in irons. Harwin frowned. We could attempt a crossing 10 miles downstream, near that village on the west bank, assuming the ice is thick enough. If it isn't, we might lose the wagon. Or our lives. Gendry looked torn. We need the wagon for our cover in the south, unless you want to pass yourselves off as fleeing peasants. Besides, there's no guarantee the Freys haven't posted men downstream too. Jon studied the lines of the fortress, recalling everything he knew about Walder Frey. The man was cunning and proud, always sniffing for advantage. But the battered realm might have forced him to redeploy men or reduce watch on some lesser crossing. We'll try it at night, Jon decided, voice low. Find a spot beyond the Freys' direct line of sight. If the river's half frozen, we might ferry the wagon across in increments, leading the horses slowly, testing the ice. It's dangerous, but better than walking up to the Freys' gates. They waited until dusk, then moved south along the river's edge, keeping well out of sight of the twins. The going was slow, with drifting snow concealing hollows and brambles. Twice they heard distant hoofbeats, sending them crouching behind pine boughs until the noise receded. Winter's early twilight wrapped the land in shades of gray. Gradually, the shape of the twins sank behind them, hidden by the curve of the riverbank. At last, they reached a broad bend where chunks of broken ice floated near the shore, submerging to form precarious bridges. The far side looked even less stable, with a ragged, half-frozen expanse. The river was wide here, the current swirling around islets of slush. By the time they arrived, full darkness had fallen, though the moon glimmered pale through cloud cover. They built no fire, for fear it might draw watchers. Instead, they tested the ice near the bank with poles. The first few yards seemed thick. Harwin ventured a few paces, feet crunching on the frozen surface. Gendry followed, leading the wagon's smaller horse. The animal snorted at the cold, but stepped gingerly. After 5 steps, the ice groaned ominously. They retreated, hearts pounding. Naya scouted upstream a little, returning to say there was a slightly narrower channel near a half-submerged spit of land. They formed a plan. Toller would lead the wagon horses, tethered together, going first over the thickest patches. Gendry and Harwin would follow with the wagon's wheels braced by rope, to reduce jostling. Jon and Naya would flank them, testing each step with their pole. If a crack appeared, they would scatter and try to salvage man and horse. Ghost prowled near the bank, sniffing at the wind, uneasy. It took a harrowing hour, inch by inch, with each footstep magnified into a thunderous clench of fear. The night ski overhead offered meager light, so they relied on the glow of the moon reflected on the ice. The wagon's wheels lurched occasionally, the horses whinnying. A spiderweb of fractures spread beneath Harwin's boots at one point, prompting him to leap aside. They rerouted around that section, creeping toward the halfway mark. Occasionally, the ice cracked with a sound like distant thunder. Each time, Jon's stomach plunged. If the ice gave way entirely, they might lose everything, and the river's chill was a death sentence. Yet somehow they managed it. After many tense moments, they reached a central islet of frozen silt and paused to breathe. Toller ran trembling hands over the mare's flank. Ghost padded onto the islet, shaking out his fur. Jon crouched, exhaling in relief, but they were only halfway. The far side beckoned, no less treacherous. Harwin scouted a path. Gendry tightened rope around the wagon's wheels. One step at a time, they eased forward. The current beneath them rushed in swirling eddies, visible through glassy patches of ice. At times, they heard water slosh. Once or twice, the horses nearly panicked, but Toller soothed them with low words, coaxing them on. At last, the far shore loomed, a dark shape rising from the snow. Naya whispered encouragement. The final yards were the worst, with a wide patch of questionable ice. At the far bank, half a tree protruded from the water, a root snarl that offered a handhold. Gendry and Jon carefully guided the wagon's front wheels over, ropes straining, ice cracking around the edges. For a breathless instant, Jon feared the wagon might tilt into the river. Gendry dug in his heels and pulled mightily, muscles bunched beneath his furs. Toller spurred the horses. The wagon lurched free, skidding onto firmer ice near the bank. A chunk gave way behind them, splashing into the current, but they were past the break. One by one, they scrambled onto the snowy shore. They collapsed, hearts pounding, glancing back at the black water. The slow swirl of ice fragments shone in the moonlight. Beyond that, on the far side, lay the north. They had crossed. Jon wiped sweat from his brow, though the wind was frigid. "We did it," Harwin muttered, relief a trembling note in his voice. Ghost let out a soft huff, bounding up the slope to investigate. No horns sounded, no Frey outriders appeared. They had slipped past the twins. After a brief rest to calm the horses, they pressed inland. The farmland here was scantily populated. They saw a few lanterns glowing in distant huts, but no major roads. According to Harwin, if they traveled southwest, they would pick up the main route near an old inn. From there, they might slip down toward the Riverlands, bypassing the direct crossing at the twins. The night air stung their cheeks, and the temperature plummeted. Jon urged them on, wanting as much distance as possible before dawn. He feared that if Frey patrols discovered footprints near the crossing, they might guess intruders had slipped across. By the time the sky lightened, they were miles away, concealed by rolling hills. They found a sheltered hollow between two ridges where they could conceal the wagon for a few hours of rest. The horses steamed with sweat. Jon assigned watch duties, then hunkered down to snatch whatever sleep he could. He closed his eyes on a swirl of exhaustion, the river's memory still an echo in his mind. In the following days, they traversed the upper Riverlands. Snow coated the fields, leaving many farms abandoned. Wind whistled through leafless orchards. Occasionally, they spotted lean-faced peasants scrounging for firewood. When the travelers approached, the peasants backed away, wary. Gendry sometimes offered them a bit of bread, mindful that hunger and suspicion often led to violence. Their wagon of trade goods seldom drew more than a passing glance, though once a group of ragged men with axes eyed them from a distance. Jon felt their stares like the prick of needles, but the men did not approach. Maybe they guessed these travelers were too poor or too dangerous to rob. They pressed on. The King's Road in the Riverlands had been battered by years of warfare, and winter's onset left it rutted with frozen mud. They passed broken caravans, donkey carts left abandoned in snowdrifts, rotting horse carcasses. More than once, they detoured around a half-collapsed bridge that spanned a frozen stream. The realm felt hollowed out. The War of the Five Kings had devoured entire provinces. Now, with the undead threat receding and the armies dispersing, a new lawlessness hovered in the cold. Jon's mind churned with the question of how to approach King's Landing once they arrived. Tyrion Lannister's cryptic letter suggested the city teetered on the brink of open revolt. Bread riots, discontent with Joffrey, and rumors that Stannis was mustering again. If the city descended into chaos, perhaps that would help them move undetected. But it also risked Sansa's life if Cersei decided to eliminate a northern hostage in a fit of paranoia. Jon dreaded that possibility. At times, the slow plod of their journey felt maddening. He needed to hurry, but the roads were too harsh to allow speed. At last, after nearly 3 weeks since leaving Winterfell, they came upon the fringes of the main roads leading to the Crownlands. The land rolled into gentler hills. Bare fields stretched on either side, with hedgerows tangled under frost. At intervals they encountered olden yards, many shuttered or destroyed. Toller scouted ahead, returning at dusk with news that a band of men carrying the Crown Stag banner had been seen a few miles east. Possibly Stannis' scouts, or remnants of Stormland lords who had turned to him. The entire region was a patchwork of fealties, many uncertain. Jon decided to steer west of them, not wanting to risk any entanglement yet. As they traveled, Gendry pulled Jon aside one evening by the horses. "I've been thinking," he muttered, voice low so the others wouldn't overhear. "This city, how do we even get inside if there's trouble at the gates? Won't the gold cloaks search us? They did that last time I tried to enter, back when I was a smith's apprentice in Flea Bottom." Times might be worse now. Jon nodded grimly. We may have to pass ourselves off as tradesmen again, or refugees seeking entry. In winter, thousands might be flocking to the capital, hoping for the king's bread. The trick is not standing out. Once inside, we find safe lodging quietly. We contact any potential allies, maybe a discreet approach to Tyrion. He wrote that letter for a reason. Gendry frowned. And Sansa? You think she's still in the Red Keep? Jon forced a breath. Yes, likely as a hostage. If Joffrey's lost all sense, he might keep her close. Cersei might use her for leverage. We can only hope they haven't done worse. He saw the anxiety in Gendry's eyes. We'll figure out a plan once we know the city's mood. Gendry's gaze shifted to the distance, where a pale moon was rising. I'll follow your lead then. I worry about how quickly things can go bad there. I remember the streets too well. Jon clapped him on the shoulder. We'll be careful. They resumed their journey. Another 2 days of plodding south brought them into the Crownlands proper, a region historically loyal to the Iron Throne. The road here, though battered, was straighter, and occasional signposts pointed toward King's Landing. The air grew saltier from the distant sea, though winter's chill still dug into every crack. Vultures circled overhead in places, feeding on the carcasses of starved horses or men who had died in the ditches. On the second evening, they passed a group of wretched small folk huddled around a burnt-out farmhouse, begging for scraps. Toller tossed them a handful of onions. The peasants stared with hollow eyes, then fell upon the pitiful offering as if it were a banquet. Jon's stomach twisted at the sight. This was the reality of King Joffrey's rule, no matter the illusions Cersei tried to maintain. The closer they drew, the more signs of chaos appeared. They saw columns of smoke in the distance, perhaps from a razed village or a large campfire. Once, a troop of ragged men wearing scraps of Lannister livery galloped past, ignoring Jon's group entirely, as though on urgent business. Another time, they heard thunderous hooves behind them. They pulled aside, hearts pounding, but it turned out to be a band of merchant guards hurrying in the opposite direction, leading a train of empty wagons. The guards shouted that they had come from King's Landing and found no profit there, only riots and corpses. "Get out while you can," one hollered at Jon. The rest gave no explanation as they thundered by. Dusk settled in a chill hush. Jon convened a brief discussion around the wagon. "They say the city's on the brink. That could be good for us, easier to slip in. But it's also dangerous. We need to hide our identities. None of us can appear lords or knights." Toller nodded. "We're not exactly polished knights, but watch your words or your accent if you're near any gold cloak. They might guess you're Northmen." Harwin leaned forward. "There's a small fishing village a few miles up the Blackwater, called Edge Sea, if I recall right. We could leave the wagon there, pose as travelers on foot heading into the city. Less suspicious." Jon considered it. That might work. If the city gates are mobbed with refugees, the wagon could draw unwanted attention. People might think we have supplies worth looting. He turned to Gendry and Nya. "Are you both comfortable traveling on foot the rest of the way?" Gendry shrugged. "I walked these roads enough in my old life. I can handle it." Nya nodded. "I'll do whatever is needed. So we aim to pass as refugees, or day laborers seeking coin in the city?" "Something like that," Jon said. "We can store some of our gear under false floors in the wagon. Keep only what we need. Try not to carry too many weapons. Gendry's hammer might be too conspicuous. A short sword or dagger can be hidden under a cloak." Gendry grimaced but agreed to stash the hammer in the wagon. He'd carry a smaller one on his belt, less of a warhammer, more of a tool. Toller, skilled at hunting, would keep his bow hidden as well. The plan coalesced. That night, they camped near an abandoned orchard, dividing up the last of their fresh rations. Jon stared into the darkness, an uneasy feeling coiling in his gut. The city was so close now, just a few days' ride or less. Yet the final step of infiltration might be the most fraught. He thought of Sansa as he had last seen her in Winterfell, wide-eyed and soft-spoken, dreaming of songs and gallant knights. Had that sweet innocence survived in King's Landing? He doubted it. The city destroyed innocence, devoured hopes. Even so, he had vowed to do anything for her freedom. Dawn arrived gray and cold. They found the fishing village of Edgesea by midday, perched on the bank of the Blackwater Rush. Most of the shacks were empty, battered by storms and short of fish in the freezing waters. But a single wharf jutted into the half-iced river, and a couple of battered rowboats bobbed there. A handful of fisherfolk eyed the newcomers with suspicious scowls. Jon approached cautiously, explaining they were seeking short-term lodging. He offered some silver in exchange for a safe place to keep their wagon. One fisherman, a gaunt older man with a drooping mustache, agreed to let them store it in a dilapidated boathouse for a few coins. "You do what you like, but I'd not go to King's Landing," the fisherman warned in a rasp. "Fires every day, they say. Soldiers beating folk in the streets. My cousin tried to sell oysters there last week. Gold Cloaks seized his cart, took everything, called him a thief. He's lucky they didn't cut off his hand." Jon forced a grim smile. "We've little choice. Work's scarce. We're hoping to find coin enough to last the winter." The man shrugged, pocketing Jon's silver. "Go then. Don't come crying to me if you're robbed or worse." They concealed the wagon beneath a tattered tarp in the boathouse, stowing excess gear in hidden compartments. Gendry parted reluctantly with his large hammer, patting it as though it were a faithful hound. Harwin checked his short sword's belt. Toller strapped a small quiver beneath his cloak, and Nya wore a plain dagger at her hip. Jon himself carried Longclaw wrapped in burlap, though the distinctive hilt might pose a risk if recognized. He considered leaving it behind, but the memory of the undead in the neck and all manner of dangers overcame that caution. So he kept it, disguised enough that any guard might mistake it for an unremarkable blade. They said farewell to the fishermen and set out on foot along the river road that led to the city. The cold wind ruffled the Blackwater's dark surface, carrying the faint stench of brine and rot. Over the next several miles, they passed burned-out huts, scattered fishing nets, and driftwood lodged in half-frozen coves. The day wore on, and by late afternoon, they glimpsed the high walls of King's Landing rising in the distance. Spires jutted above the city's silhouette, the Red Keep perched on its promontory, black against a brooding sky. Smoke columns smudged the horizon, hinting at cooking fires, or perhaps fresh riots. Even from here, the wind carried a pungent odor reminiscent of too many people crammed together in winter's damp. Jon felt an involuntary tremor in his chest. He had visited the capital only once before, very briefly, and that was in the swirl of war. Now, approaching it with Sansa's fate in mind, he felt as if he crept into a lair of snakes. Gendry's face was set, his eyes scanning the towers. The others said little, each lost in thought. Ghost, invisible in the city, might prove a problem. Jon couldn't parade a direwolf through the gates. He considered how best to conceal him. Possibly, Ghost would have to remain outside the walls, lurking in the outskirts. The thought pained Jon, but it might be necessary. As twilight deepened, they reached the outer sprawl of hovels and tents that ringed the city's walls, a shantytown of refugees seeking scraps of the king's bounty. Rows of ramshackle huts pressed against a frozen ditch, beyond which loomed the towering curtain wall. Torchlight flickered from watchtowers overhead. A press of people clogged a broad gate that led to the fish market quarter. Clusters of gold cloaks brandished spears, shouting at the crowd to keep order. The stench of unwashed bodies and stale fish nearly overwhelmed Jon's senses. At intervals, he heard arguments break out, curses flung in all directions. More than once, a gold cloak shoved a beggar aside with the blunt end of a spear. The tension in the air was palpable. Jon and his companions slipped into the mass, trying to act like any other ragged arrivals. Nya took the lead, adopting a tired hunch to her shoulders. Toller feigned a limp. Gendry kept his head down. Harwin donned a battered cloak with a hood that shadowed his face. Jon found a patch of brush near the ditch and quietly crouched with Ghost. Stroking the wolf's fur, he spoke in a whisper. "You can't go in there. It's too dangerous. Wait outside the walls. Hunt if you must, but keep hidden." Ghost nuzzled him, ears flattened. Jon's chest tightened. "Find me at night near the southern slope if you can. I'll slip out to see you. Be careful." Reluctantly, Jon rose and joined the others, leaving Ghost in the shadows. The line at the gate advanced by fits and starts. A gold cloak officer barked questions at each group. Some were waved through after a cursory check, others were turned away outright. A pair of ragged travelers behind Jon muttered that the city had begun rationing bread, so the watch tried to limit new arrivals. "Place is full to bursting," one spat. "But we've nowhere else." Another said that King Joffrey had threatened to hang troublemakers from the walls. Jon pretended not to hear, focusing on the possibility of forging ahead. If the gold cloaks demanded bribes, they had a few coins left. Finally, it was their turn. A burly guard with pockmarked cheeks stepped forward, eyeing their mismatched clothes. Names? Purpose in the city. He stared especially hard at Gendry, who looked strong enough to be trouble. Naya took over with a passable southern accent, bowed in what might pass for respect, and said, "We've come from the Riverlands, good sir, seeking work. Our home was burned. We heard the king's distributing bread for those who'll labor in the city." The guard's eyes swept over them, lingering on the partially wrapped shape of Longclaw at Jon's back. Jon quickly mumbled, "Am my father's sword, good sir. Family heirloom, worthless but for sentiment. We lost everything else." He tried to shape his northern accent into something less recognizable. The guard snorted. "Your father's sword, is it? Do you mean to sell it for coin?" Jon dipped his head. "If there's a buyer, maybe." A second guard stepped closer to rummage at Gendry's belt, finding only a small hammer and dagger. Another rummaged in Toller's cloak, pulling out a battered tin pot. Harwin surrendered a short dagger. "All right," said the pockmarked guard, apparently bored. "You look too poor for bandits. Welcome to King's Landing, gods help you. You cause trouble, you'll answer to the gold cloaks. Move along." He waved them forward, eyes rolling. Jon released a tense breath, following Naya through the gate. A wave of noise and stench rolled over them inside. Crowded stalls, cramped alleys, donkey carts squelching through half-frozen mud. Shadowy, narrow buildings loomed overhead. Smoke from countless fires stung Jon's eyes. The crowd pressed around them like a living tide, jostling. A child wailed. A fishwife shouted for customers. A gold cloak threatened to brain a pair of pickpockets. Beneath it all lay a tension that prickled the skin. Fear, hunger, the sense that one spark could ignite a riot. They moved inward, slipping into a cramped street lined with rickety taverns and boarded-up shops. The fish market district stank fiercely of rotting scales. Gendry stepped carefully around puddles of filth. Naya guided them with surprising ease, leading through the labyrinth of twisting alleyways until they found a modest stable courtyard. The sign above it had half fallen, reading Sour Stone. A gap-toothed stable hand glared at them, but for a few copper coins agreed to let them stay in the loft for one night. They trudged upstairs, a dim space with straw scattered across rough wooden planks. The stable smelled of old dung, horse sweat, and musty hay, but it was shelter from the street. Jon slumped against a post, rubbing his eyes. His body ached from days of travel. The others collapsed in exhaustion. For the first time in weeks, they were inside King's Landing. He inhaled and exhaled, trying to compose himself. When he looked around, Naya was eyeing him thoughtfully. "We need a plan," she said, her voice low. "We won't last long if we sleep in stable lofts and wander aimlessly. The gold cloaks might notice us. People are suspicious here." Jon nodded. "Tomorrow we'll get a sense of the city. Toller can search the lower wards for rumors about Sansa or the Red Keep. Gendry might find old smithing contacts in Flea Bottom. Perhaps we can glean word of the castle's guard shifts." Harwin added, "If Tyrion Lannister is truly our potential ally, we need a safe way to reach him, or send him a message. The Red Keep is heavily guarded, though. We can't just knock on the gate. Ask for him by name." Naya pursed her lips. "I might know a trick or two. I heard whispers about how to pass messages into the keep if you can pay the right folk." Gold changes hands quickly here. Jon considered. They had limited silver coins, some hidden in a pouch beneath his tunic. They might bribe a guard or a servant who frequented the castle. But it was risky. If word reached the wrong ears, Cersei's ears, they could lose all hope. We'll start with rumors, he decided. Even if it takes days to learn the situation, we must confirm Sansa's location, her condition, the guard rotations, whether Tyrion can be reached. We have to be sure it's safe before we move. His gaze flickered over each face, seeing fatigue but also determination. Rest now. We'll keep watch in pairs. Night descended fully, broken by the glow of sporadic lanterns in the courtyard below. The rattle of passing carts echoed through the shutters. Jon found a corner of the loft to lie down, but he did not sleep easily. Memories of Hardhome and the White's assault flickered in his mind, mixing with images of the Red Keep's imposing gates. A wave of claustrophobia pressed in. The city was a different kind of enemy, teeming with 1,000 threats. But he had come this far. He would see it through. In the morning, they scattered in small teams. Toller and Harwin ventured to the Street of Flour, where grain rations might be distributed, hoping to overhear talk of the castle. Gendry took Nya to Flea Bottom, claiming he knew certain alleyways from his old days as an apprentice. Jon, for his part, lingered near the fish market to gauge the mood. Over muddy cobblestones, throngs of desperate folk lined up before a makeshift ration booth. For gold cloaks and a scowling quartermaster doled out lumps of stale bread, barking that each person must show a wooden chit. Jon watched as many were turned away, tears in their eyes. Some cursed Joffrey under their breath. Others cursed the Tyrells or the Lannisters in general. "No shipments from the Reach," the quartermaster shouted at one wailing woman. "We're short ourselves." Next, tension crackled in the air. Twice, a brawl broke out in line, only for the gold cloaks to wade in, clubs flailing. Jon kept his head down, eavesdropping. One man hissed that a riot had erupted near the Street of Steel the previous night. Another whispered that Stannis's fleet lurked off Dragonstone, preparing to sail up the Blackwater Bay. Others insisted there was a hidden Targaryen across the sea who might return with dragons. Wild talk, all of it, but the overarching theme was fear. The city was hungry, restless. Snow flurries sometimes swirled, though rarely sticking to the streets, which turned to slush. The cold remained uncommon for King's Landing but had grown steadily worse. The breezes off Blackwater Bay carried an edge of winter that the south rarely knew. Jon slipped away, heading deeper into the city's tangle. The architecture closed in around him, leaning houses, ramshackle upper floors that nearly touched overhead. He passed shops with shuttered windows, taverns with chipped signs, beggars huddling in doorways. Twice, he saw small packs of urchins rummaging through refuse for scraps of food. Once he glimpsed a body slumped in an alley, half covered by a torn cloak. No one paid it any heed. Grimness weighed on him. He recalled how Sansa had once dreamed of a courtly life in the capital, with feasts and tournaments. He wondered how those illusions fared here. After an hour, he turned onto a slightly broader street that led uphill. If he followed it, he might reach the Red Keep eventually, though it was likely too dangerous to go alone. He paused near a corner where old men sat warming themselves at a brazier. He overheard them grumbling about the royal family. One old man spat, "King Joffrey's gone mad, I tell you. That boy's not fit to rule a hog pen." He had two men's heads stuck on pikes just for complaining about bread prices. They say the Queen Mother's pulling his strings. His companion, wrapped in a tattered cloak, nodded. Could be. Or that imp tries to keep them both in check. But what can he do with no real power? I hear half the gold cloaks answer to the Queen, the other half to the King. They're at each other's throats. Jon gleaned that Tyrion Lannister, the so-called imp, was indeed within the Red Keep, though overshadowed by Cersei. If Tyrion truly wanted to help them free Sansa, he might be pressed on all sides by hostile forces. Another snippet of conversation reached him, that Sansa Stark was seen once or twice with the Queen, forced to appear in the throne room during official audiences, a show of captive courtesy. The old men believed she might be forced into marrying Joffrey. But that's old news, one muttered. He was betrothed to that Tyrell girl, or was it another? I can't keep track. In any case, the northern girl's a hostage. Jon carefully edged away, heart pounding. At least it confirmed Sansa was alive and in the castle. But if Joffrey took it into his head to punish her for the realm's woes, there might be no warning. He pushed down a surge of anger, reminding himself that they needed caution. Then he retreated to the stable loft around midday, hoping some of the others had returned. Sure enough, Gendry was there, pacing. Nya leaned against a support beam, arms crossed. They both looked tense. When Jon entered, Gendry said, "We visited an old smith I knew in Flea Bottom. Place is half shut down. He recognized me, asked if I was mad. The gold cloaks have been seizing half the forge's stock. They're forging weapons night and day, preparing for a siege. My friend said the imp is trying to hold the city together. But Joffrey stirs trouble like a boy with a stick in a hornet's nest. People vanish. Heads appear on spikes." Nya added, "We also heard a rumor that a group of northern prisoners was carted through the streets a fortnight ago. Men who once fought for Robb Stark. Some apparently died in the dungeons. The Queen Mother claims she's punishing traitors." She narrowed her eyes. "These Lannisters are vicious. That was no idle rumor. People said a few bodies turned up with the direwolf sigil carved into their chests." Jon felt a flash of cold rage. It sounded like cruelty or intimidation tactics. He forced himself to stay calm. "We need to confirm Sansa's exact status. I heard she's definitely still in the keep. Probably she's forced to attend court when commanded. That might be our best chance, some corridor, some open yard. If we could pass her a message, or if Tyrion could get her out under cover of darkness." Nya snorted. "The keep's gates are swarming with Lannister guards. But I do know a contact or two who claims they can slip messages into the castle. We'll have to pay well, and we have to trust they won't sell us out to the Queen." Jon glanced at his dwindling purse. They had some silver, hardly enough to bribe half the castle. "All right," he said. "We try that route. Tonight or tomorrow, whenever you can arrange it. The message will be for Tyrion. We'll request a secret meeting. We must word it carefully. If someone else reads it, Sansa's life might be at risk." Gendry exhaled. "What about Toller and Harwin? Where are they?" They arrived soon after, clambering up the ladder to the loft. Toller's expression was grim. "We heard folks say riots are likely any day. The gold cloaks can't keep the peace. Food's too scarce. Some whispered Stannis is just waiting for the city to tear itself apart before he attacks. Also heard from a drunk that the Queen Mother's doubling Sansa Stark's guard because she's gotten wind of some northern rescue attempt." He shrugged. "Might be rumor, but keep your heads down." Jon swallowed. "That's exactly what we feared. We must act swiftly, but we can't be rash." He outlined the plan to contact Tyrion. Harwin looked uncertain. "The imp might betray us," he said quietly. "He's a Lannister." Jon nodded. "I know, but from everything I've seen, he's the only Lannister with a shred of decency or sense. We must risk it." They hammered out the details. Nya would use her contacts in the Undercity to find a discreet courier who could slip a letter into the keep. The letter would be coded enough that only Tyrion or Sansa might recognize certain phrases. If Tyrion responded, they'd arrange a meeting in a safe place, some abandoned tower or a crypt beneath the city. Failing that, they might have to attempt a more direct infiltration. None of them liked that idea. The Red Keep was a fortress. That night, they laid low. The stable's proprietor demanded more coin, complaining that times were tough, so they paid a bit extra. Through the broken shutters, they heard angry voices on the street. Torchlight flickered, and a group of gold cloaks marched by, dragging a cursing man in chains. At one point, screams echoed from a few streets away, but eventually faded. The city's darkness felt alive with fear. Toller muttered curses under his breath. Jon clenched his teeth, imagining Sansa locked in a gilded cage under the same malevolent sky. Come morning, Nya vanished into the warren of back alleys, promising to return by midday. Gendry offered to accompany her, but Nya insisted she knew the route better alone. The rest waited in tense idleness, occasionally venturing out to gather scraps of news. Snow flurries drifted between the tall, leaning buildings. By midday, the stables were abuzz with rumors of violence near the gate. Jon paced back and forth in the loft, cursing every minute's delay. Finally, Nya returned, cheeks flushed. She beckoned them into a corner. "I found a woman named Lara who claims to have a friend working as a washerwoman in the keep. For 5 silver stags, she'll deliver our note. Another 5 if we get a response. I had to pay half up front." Jon nodded. That was most of their remaining silver, but they had little choice. "All right, let's write it immediately." Then, carefully, they scrounged a scrap of parchment. Jon paused to think, then penned a short message. "Lord Tyrion Lannister, we bear important tidings from the north, and request a discreet audience to discuss matters concerning Lady Stark. The city's predicament may allow an opportunity for resolution that benefits all. Reply via the usual friend, a traveler from the cold." They debated a code phrase to confirm authenticity, but settled on referencing travelers from the cold as a subtle nod to the fight against the undead, which Tyrion would be aware of from ravens. Jon's name never appeared. The letter was short enough that a casual glance might not reveal the meaning. If Tyrion gleaned the subtext, he would realize Robb Stark's men were here to discuss Sansa's freedom. If someone else read it, it might come across as vague. Nya took the note and hurried off, promising to meet Lara in a dingy wine sink. The rest waited, hearts taut with anticipation. Outside, afternoon light waned. The stable loft smelled of stale hay and horse sweat. Jon tried to quell the roiling inside him by sharpening a small knife. Toller paced. Harwin sat with eyes shut. Gendry fiddled anxiously with his belt. At last, near sunset, Nya returned. "She has it," she said, breathing fast. "Said she'll slip it to her friend tonight. If it goes well, we might have a reply tomorrow. Or the day after." Jon nodded, exhaling. "We wait, then." The hours stretched long. Evening turned to night. Cries and shouts drifted up from the street. A brief clash rang out somewhere nearby, swords on metal. Gendry peered out a gap in the loft's boards but saw only a swirl of torches. When midnight passed, the city settled into a tense hush. They rose early next day, uncertain if news might come. Instead, they found the stable's proprietor in a frenzy, demanding more coin or they'd be turned out. "Lots of folks want a roof," he grumbled. "And I'm not risking trouble from the watch. Jonji, ave him a couple copper pennies," stalling for time. They could not remain in the stable forever. Already he wondered if it was wise to keep returning here, where they might be noticed. Mid-morning, a small boy burst into the courtyard, looked around as though uncertain. Jon caught a glimpse from above and hurried down the ladder, intercepting him. The boy wore threadbare clothes and had a runny nose. Sir, he stammered. "A woman in a red shawl told me to bring this to a man in a stable near the fish market. Said he'd pay a copper." He held out a scrap of folded parchment. Jon fished out a coin, pressed it into the boy's palm. "Thank you." The child scampered off. Jon waited until the stable's proprietor waddled away, then climbed to the loft and gathered the others around. Carefully, he unfolded the note. He found a short message scrawled in a cramped, neat hand. "To the traveler, your presence intrigues me, though you risk much in venturing here. I shall meet you this night, behind the Dragon's Bone Orchard near the Gate of the Gods, at the second hour of the bat's flight. Take precautions. Come with few. The Lannister who sees in the dark." A hush fell. Toller let out a soft whistle. "That must be Tyrion," Gendry said. "He's not lacking for style." Jon read it again, heart racing. "So he wants to meet near the Gate of the Gods. That's on the north side of the city, if I recall. There used to be an orchard they're called Dragon's Bone. Maybe just a small grove of petrified trees or something." Harwin shrugged. "I've never been, but we'll find it," Nya said. "He must want it away from prying eyes. That area's less populated. I think though rumor says it's turned into a hideout for cut purses. We'll have to watch our backs. Jon nodded. We should keep the group small. Gendry and I will go. Toller, Harwin, and Naya remain hidden nearby as backup in case something goes wrong. Keep an eye out for gold cloaks or Lannister men. If it's a trap, we'll need an escape route. They spent the day preparing, checking weapons, scouting the path. The orchard was indeed an overgrown patch of land near the city's northern gate, partially walled off by old stone. If you circled around from the west, you could enter through a gap in the crumbled masonry. They found vantage points from which Toller, Naya, and Harwin could keep watch. Sunset fell, painting the sky in dusky shades. The second hour of the bat's flight was an old city phrase for a time roughly 2 hours after nightfall, when the marketplace torches burned low. Jon and Gendry made their way there at the appointed time, wearing hooded cloaks to conceal their faces. The orchard's trees were twisted, leafless, rumored to be petrified in sections. Snow dusted the ground. A half-moon cast one light. They slipped inside the old stone perimeter, hearts pounding. A hush lay over the orchard, broken only by the distant murmur of city noise. Gendry's hand hovered near the small hammer at his belt. Jon kept a gloved grip on Longclaw's hidden hilt. The place smelled of damp earth and rotting leaves. Shadows moved at the orchard's far side. Jon heard a faint scuff of boots on stone. He tensed. A shape emerged, short and cloaked. Dimly, the moonlight revealed Tyrion Lannister's unmistakable features. Sharp-eyed, with hair that might have once been fair, now dulled by the gloom. 2 other figures flanked him, presumably guards, though they wore plain garments. The imp lifted a hand in greeting, his posture wary. "Ah," Tyrion said softly, voice carrying in the stillness. "You must be the travelers from the cold." He glanced around. "Spare me the trouble. How many hidden archers do you have out there?" Jon debated lying, then decided honesty might build some trust. 3 watchers spread out. They won't shoot unless you've brought an army. Tyrion nodded, unconcerned. I brought only brawn and pod. One figure was tall and wiry, the other slender. The tall one, presumably brawn, scanned the orchard with a lazy confidence, a hand on the hilt of a sword. The younger one, Pod, stood nervously, eyes wide in the dark. Jon tugged back his hood enough for Tyrion to see. Gendry did likewise. Tyrion let out a short, quiet laugh. "Jon Snow and, well, Gendry the smith's boy. I recall you forging armor once upon a time. I see you've made interesting allies." "Likewise," Jon said. "Thank you for coming." Tyrion cocked his head. "I can't resist a good intrigue, especially one that mentions Lady Stark. I assume you refer to Sansa. I suppose if you're willing to risk the city in these dire times, you want to arrange her escape. Or, at the very least, confirm her safety." Jon's breath billowed in the cold. "Exactly. She's Robb Stark's sister, an innocent hostage. We want her freed. We suspect you might help, if only to keep the peace with the North. You know how dire things are in the realm." Tyrion sighed. "Oh, I know. The city stands on a tinderbox. Joffrey's rule is precarious. My dear sister, the Queen Mother, grows paranoid, sees plots in every shadow. If she discovered I was meeting you, let's just say my head would adorn a spike come morning. But I'm here because I share your concern for Sansa's well-being. The poor girl, she's endured too much. Unfortunately, she's under tight watch, especially now that Cersei suspects some northern infiltration might be afoot." Gendry shifted. "Then how do we free her?" Tyrion pursed his lips, exhaling. "There might be ways. I've tried in the past to shield her from Joffrey's worst impulses, but my influence has waned. The gold cloaks are divided. The Queen Mother stations Lannister guards around Sansa's chambers. If we attempted a stealthy extraction, we'd face a dozen swords at least. Another approach is to smuggle her out under official pretense, but that would require forging royal documents, bribing gate captains, and so on. The cost in gold alone would be staggering." Jon's heart sank. They had little gold. What if we trade? The North would be willing to consider certain concessions if Sansa is returned safely. King Robb. Well, Maybe there's some arrangement that benefits House Lannister as well. Tyrion studied Jon's face under the moonlight. A formal negotiation? If we had time, maybe. But time is precisely what we lack. Joffrey or Cersei might decide tomorrow that Sansa's a liability. They could force her into a wedding. Or worse. Meanwhile, Stannis is rumored to be launching an attack soon. The city might burn. Gendry muttered. No shortage of nightmares. Bronn gave a low chuckle from behind Tyrion, as though amused by the dire predicament. Tyrion flicked his eyes from Gendry to Jon. Let me think. I might glean a chance if the city truly unravels. Amid a riot or siege, we could whisk Sansa away. But you must be ready to act swiftly, and I cannot guarantee success. Even I have watchers around me. Varys suspects everything, and my sister has her own spies. Jon squared his shoulders. If you can help us, we'll try. We have a small group, no real force to challenge the Lannister guards, but we can slip in if you open a path. Or we can meet you and Sansa at a gate. If the city's in chaos, we might vanish in the throng. Tyrion gazed at the sky, seeming to weigh the risk. Joffrey has a private audience scheduled in 2 days' time. Some attempt to quell the unrest by addressing the crowds at the Red Keep's outer yard. Sansa will be required to attend, as always, to display her loyalty. If tensions boil over, a riot could erupt. That might create the cover you need. If you were positioned near the keep side gate, well, there's an old sally port used by certain officials. If I can bribe the guard there, perhaps Sansa could slip away in the confusion. But if the queen catches a whiff of betrayal, he didn't finish. They all knew the cost. Jon felt an urgent spark of hope. We have no illusions, but it's a chance. Is the sally port locked from the inside? Tyrion nodded. Yes, I can secure the key if I'm discreet. That day, keep close to the keep's southern wall, near the stables. Look for a red lantern signal in a high window. If you see that, it means the guard is bribed. Then watch for the right moment. If the crowd grows restless, Sansa might slip away. I'll do what I can to direct her in that direction. But everything depends on the city's mood, and on me not being overshadowed by my dear sister or Joffrey's cruelty. Gendry's eyes lit with possibility. We'll be there. We'll slip her out. Once we have her, we'll flee the city as fast as we can. Tyrion offered a rueful smile. I admire your resolve. Just be aware the gates might be closed if a riot starts. You'd have to scale walls or bribe your way out, or hide in the city until nightfall. If you're caught with her, you're as good as dead. Jon set his jaw. We understand. For a moment, Tyrion's features softened. I respect your loyalty to your family, Snow. You remind me of your father in that sense. Let us hope it doesn't lead you to the same end. He turned to go, then paused. If I can't manage the sally port or if the situation changes, I'll try to send a raven with a coded message to your same contact. But keep an ear out. The crowd might riot. That's the best chance we'll have, when Joffrey tries to browbeat them and they snap. Good luck. Before Jon or Gendry could reply, Tyrion melted back into the shadows, with Bronn and Pod close behind. The orchard felt colder, emptier in their absence. Jon released a shuddering breath, adrenaline thrumming in his veins. Gendry stared at him with wide eyes. That's it, then. We have 2 days to prepare. Jon's mind spun. They had no real control over the city's crowds or Joffrey's performance. But if Tyrion believed the tension would ignite, then they could exploit the chaos. He ushered Gendry out of the orchard, rejoining Toller, Naya, and Harwin. They shared the plan in hushed tones. Toller gave a grim nod. Better than no plan, but we'll need a quick exit route. Harwin peered at the city walls, faintly visible in the moonlight. We might slip through the mud gate if it's open, or bribe a boat to cross the Blackwater. If a riot truly breaks out, half the guards will be busy in the Red Keep or the main gates. Hard to predict, but we'll have to adapt. Naya frowned. We should gather gear, maybe buy a small boat if we can find one for sale near the docks. That might be simpler than trying to push through a locked city gate. At night, we could slip onto the river if no one's watching. Jon agreed. We have 2 days. Let's not wait until the last moment. We'll try to secure a possible boat. We'll scout the area near the southern walls, see how the watch patrols move. Then on the day, we position ourselves in the crowd. We watch for Tyrion's signal. If Sansa appears, we guide her out. That's the plan. They moved quietly through the dark streets, returning to the stable. The next day and a half were a blur of tense preparations. Nya and Toller visited the riverfront, finding a half-rotten skiff for sale. They pooled their remaining coin. The boat's owner, a sly fellow who reeked of ale, demanded more than it was worth, but eventually settled on a price. They moored it near a dank patch of reeds, half out of sight. Meanwhile, Harwin and Gendry cased the area by the Red Keep's southern wall, noting guard towers and blind spots. They discovered a place where an old sewer drain ran into the Blackwater, possibly an escape route if all else failed. Jon kept watch near the city squares, gauging the growing anger of the populace. He overheard cursing about bread prices, a rumor that Joffrey had executed a fishmonger for treason, and whispers that Stannis' warships had been sighted in the bay. Finally, dawn arrived on the day of Joffrey's planned appearance. Toller confirmed that the gold cloaks were mustering in the main squares. People murmured that the king would address them at midday in the Red Keep's outer courtyard, joined by the queen and other high lords. Sansa would likely be there, forced to stand near Joffrey's dais as a symbol of captive loyalty. Tyrion, if true to his word, would attempt to manipulate the event such that the crowd might erupt. Then, amidst the confusion, Sansa could slip away to the Sally Port on the south side. Jon's group would be waiting outside the walls, hidden in an alley or corner, hoping to catch her in flight. It was a plan riddled with unknowns. Yet they had no better alternative. That morning, Jon took Gendry, Toller, and Harwin to the vantage point along the southern approach, leaving Nya behind to guard the boat. The entire city buzzed with restless energy. Bells rang from the Great September, presumably a call for calm or prayer. More crowds streamed uphill to see Joffrey's address. The men threaded back alleys, staying out of sight. They posted themselves near a stone outbuilding that abutted the keep's outer wall. If the Sally Port existed as Tyrion claimed, it should be a short distance around the corner. The wall loomed overhead, lined with crossbow slits. They had to crouch low to avoid drawing a guard's eye. Noon came and went, the winter sun feeble in the sky. They heard a distant roar of voices from the Red Keep's main courtyard, the chant of a crowd. It was impossible to discern exact words, but the volume rose and fell. Gendry gnawed his lip, nerves crackling. Toller peered around the outbuilding's edge, scanning for any sign of movement near the Sally Port. Ghost remained outside the walls, presumably prowling the city's perimeter. Then the shouts grew louder, punctuated by shrill cries, a sharper roar, echoes of panic or anger. Harwin hissed, "Sounds like a riot. Did Tyrion set it off? Or maybe Joffrey said something foolish." More noise, a clamor that rattled the stillness. The men exchanged tense glances. Moments later, horns blared from the top of the walls. A voice barked orders. Something clanged, possibly the main gates slamming shut. The riot must have erupted in earnest. Jon pressed himself against cold stone, heart hammering. If Tyrion was correct, Sansa might be fleeing this way soon. Or not at all. Another wave of shouting came, as though the crowd had turned into a mob. Then the sound of scattering footsteps. Abruptly, a door in the wall swung open from the inside, narrow, iron-bound. A heavy-set guard in Lannister colors stumbled out, cursing. He turned to holler back into the passage. "I told you, no one's leaving." He never finished. A small shape in a cloak barreled into him, sending him off balance. He flailed. Another figure shoved past, a slender woman with auburn hair. Jon recognized her in an instant, despite the battered cloak. Sansa, eyes wide with desperation. She had a single guard behind her, but that man wore half-lowered visors, as if uncertain whom to obey. The heavy-set guard roared in anger, grabbing at her. Sansa twisted free, fear etched on her face. Jon leapt forward. "Sansa!" he shouted, voice hushed but urgent. She saw him, face flooding with astonishment. The guard glimpsed Jon and cursed. Harwin tackled him from behind, wrestling him down. Toller brandished a dagger at the second guard, who stepped back, uncertain. Sansa darted to Jon, tears brimming. "Jon!" she gasped, disbelieving. Jon seized her hand. "We're getting you out. Come on." He half lifted her across the threshold. Harwin slugged the heavy-set guard with the pommel of his sword, knocking him senseless. Gendry grabbed the door and slammed it shut, dropping the inside bar. A frantic pounding came from within. They sprinted away from the wall, keeping low behind the outbuilding. The air rang with distant screams and horns. Sansa stumbled, breath hitching. She looked thinner, her cheeks hollow. Yet in her eyes, a wild relief mingled with terror. "Jon!" she kept whispering. "Jon, oh gods! No time!" he hissed, half supporting her. "We have to go. Guards will be everywhere soon." Toller led the way through a narrow alley. Harwin and Gendry flanked them. Bells tolled from the keep. Crossbows fired above at some target out of sight. The city had indeed exploded in chaos. They dashed along the cracked cobblestones, winding away from the main thoroughfares. Sansa's breathing came in ragged sobs, but she forced herself onward. Jon guided her, scanning for watchers. More horns echoed. They glimpsed a squad of gold cloaks rushing toward the gates, ignoring the small group in the side alley. Smoke curled from multiple rooftops. The riot must have begun in earnest. After several frantic turns, they reached the riverfront district, where Nya was supposed to wait with the boat. The streets were partially deserted, folks either off gawking at the uprising or barricaded in their homes. They found Nya near the designated spot behind a collapsed warehouse. She gaped at Sansa, then sprang to help. "Gods, you did it!" she murmured, eyes wide. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth, trembling. Are we free?" Jon swallowed, hugging her briefly. "Not yet, but close. We have a boat, we can slip away down the Blackwater if the watch is distracted. We must hurry." They rushed to the water's edge, where the small skiff lay half-concealed among reeds. Toller pulled it out. Nya steadied it. Gendry leapt in, took up the oars. Jon helped Sansa step aboard, then clambered in himself. Toller and Harwin scrambled next, letting Nya be last. The boat rocked dangerously under their combined weight, but Gendry kept it upright. He shoved off, the shallow water swirling around them. They glided into the Blackwater. Smoke from the city drifted overhead, crackling. The river carried them away from the dock by slow increments. Nya and Toller used makeshift paddles to assist Gendry at the oars. Harwin kept watch for any sign of a patrol boat. They heard clamor along the wharves, but no immediate pursuit. King's Landing receded behind them in a haze of black smoke and echoing shrieks. Sansa clung to Jon, breath-catching. He could feel her trembling in every limb. She was so light, as if half-starved. Dirt marred her cheeks, and beneath her cloak he saw bruises on her arms. Rage flickered through him, but relief overshadowed all else. "It's all right," he murmured, voice low over the sound of water. "We have you now. We'll take you home." She stared at him, eyes overflowing, and choked out, "Home, Winterfell." Then she buried her face against his chest. Jon rested a hand on her hair, tears burning in his own eyes. So much had been lost, but at least this rescue had succeeded. If they could only escape the city's lethal reach. They drifted farther along the current, pulling away from the docks. A few times, they glimpsed shapes on the bank, possibly gold cloaks or city watchmen, but no one paid attention to a small, battered skiff. On the opposite side, the massive silhouette of the Red Keep rose, lit by the glow of fires. Even at a distance, the roar of the crowd battered the air. Jon wondered how Tyrion had fared, whether he had survived the riot, or if Cersei had unleashed her fury. He silently offered thanks that the plan had worked. Gendry guided them downstream. Soon enough, they passed beyond the city walls, the sprawl giving way to a scattering of huts and half-frozen marshes. A cold wind whipped across the water. Jon clutched Sansa, trying to keep her warm. The sky overhead darkened with approaching twilight. They would need to find a place to land, secure horses if they could, and vanish into the countryside. King's Landing was left behind in chaos, a swirl of flames and fury. Even from miles away, they could hear distant bells. Harwin murmured, "We'll try for Rosby's roads, then circle north." Toller nodded, scanning the banks. With any luck, the city's meltdown would occupy the gold cloaks for days, leaving them time to slip away. Only then did Jon fully grasp that they had done it. Sansa was free, saved from the clutches of Joffrey and Cersei. He stroked her hair gently as she dozed against him. Her face still bore lines of fear and suffering, but there was also a faint glimmer of hope. They had risked everything, and it had paid off for now. Beyond this night, the realm still seethed with threats. The War of the Five Kings might flare again, the Ironborn might rampage, the freed North might starve, and no one knew how many pockets of undead yet lingered. But at least, in this boat skimming down the Blackwater, one small victory had been won. Jon steeled himself for the long road ahead. The future was no certain thing, shaped by the cruel bargains of winter and war. Yet they had rescued Sansa from the darkest corner of the South, an act that might restore a measure of light to their battered house. The boat glided onward, ripples spreading across the murky water, while the fires of King's Landing faded behind them into the trembling night. They drifted for what felt like hours under the gray sky, the little boat rocking as the Blackwater's current carried them away from the fires and screams that still echoed behind. Twilight deepened, blurring the city's outline into a wash of shadow and flame. Sansa trembled in Jon's arms, pressing her face to his cloak as if afraid that at any moment soldiers would burst from the water and drag her back. At intervals, Harwin or Toller would glance over their shoulders, scanning the black horizon for any sign of a pursuing ship, but none emerged. Even so, a collective dread gripped them. They knew that in King's Landing, men were dying, the crown was tottering, and Joffrey or Cersei might by now be howling for vengeance against Sansa's rescuers. Jon gently stroked Sansa's hair, feeling the brittle texture. She had lost weight, her cheeks too hollow, eyes ringed with exhaustion. If she spoke at all, it was only to whisper his name, as though verifying he was real. Eventually, she slipped into a fitful slumber, lulled by sheer fatigue and the boat's gentle sway. Jon held her fast, gaze flicking to Gendry, who rowed in steady strokes with Toller and Nya's help. Gendry's breath rasped, sweat glistening on his forehead even in the winter chill. No one complained. After weeks creeping through King's Landing in tension, the frantic flight from the Red Keep felt surreal. They traveled under the moon's pale glow until the city's roar faded into distance. At last, Toller pointed out a low, marshy shore where they might land without being spotted by any passing patrols. The water lapped at tall reeds, swirling around tangles of driftwood. Gendry guided the skiff with careful thrusts of the oar, and Nya fended off branches to keep them from tipping. They slid aground with a muddy scrape. One by one they disembarked, boots sinking into the cold mud. Sansa stirred, blinking in confusion until she saw Jon's face. She swallowed hard, her expression twisting between relief and shock. He guided her onto the bank, where she stood unsteadily, drawing her cloak tighter against the biting wind. The small group hauled the boat onto firmer ground, concealing it in a thicket of reeds. Nya peered inland, seeing no lights, no roads. She exhaled. "Let's hope no one followed us." Her voice was low, as if afraid the darkness itself might carry their words away. Toller, panting softly from the effort of rowing, nodded. "We'll have to find a better place to hide and rest. Then we decide how to get home." Home. The word carried both sweetness and dread. Though they had escaped the city, a vast stretch of war-torn lands still separated them from the north. Winter deepened daily. The roads swarmed with bandits, desperate peasants, roaming soldiers from scattered armies, Fry patrols, Ironborn raiders in the west, and who knew what else. Yet for all that, Jon felt a surge of determination. They had Sansa safe. He would face 100 wars to bring her back to Winterfell. Night pressed in as they trudged away from the reed-choked shore. In the gloom, they found a patch of higher ground among scraggly pines. The needles crunched underfoot, dusted in frost. Ghost appeared from the shadows with a low whine of greeting, startling Sansa, who almost stumbled. When she recognized the direwolf, a tear slid down her cheek. "Ghost? Oh, Ghost!" she whispered, lowering to stroke his white fur. The wolf nuzzled her gently. Jon and Gendry used their cloaks to clear a small area of pine needles. They dared not light a full fire, too risky if any watchers lingered on the river. Instead, they shared what little warmth they could beneath blankets. Sansa ate half an oatcake that Toller offered, though she seemed too numb to savor it. Eventually, they settled into a restless sleep. Jon and Harwin took turns on watch, scanning the shadows for movement. Ghost prowled, ears flicking at every rustle. The hours crept by. Over the watery landscape, a faint silver glow marked the moon's path. When dawn came, it was pale and cold, with a sky the color of ash. Sansa woke with a gasp, heart pounding. At first, she did not seem to know where she was. Then she saw Jon crouched near her, and memory returned. She pressed trembling fingers to her lips. Is it real? I'm free? Joffrey? Jon laid a hand on her shoulder. He's behind us. We got you out. You're safe. He paused. I'm sorry it took so long. She shook her head, tears threatening. No. I didn't think I'd ever see you again. You were at Winterfell or with Robb's army or... I prayed. But oh, Jon. Her voice cracked. I can't thank you enough. Her eyes flicked to the others. All of you. Gendry, Toller, Naya, and Harwin murmured reassurances. Each in turn, they offered her a few scraps of food or water from their canteens. She accepted, swallowing carefully, as though unused to anything but misery. Jon noticed bruises on her wrists beneath the threadbare sleeves. Anger flared anew in him. The same realm that had once boasted of chivalry had left his sister battered. If Joffrey and Cersei had not found themselves consumed by the city's meltdown, Jon might have been tempted to do far worse than simply rescue Sansa. He turned to the group. We have to move. The Lannisters might send riders to scour the roads if they suspect we fled this way. They'll guess we want to get north. Toller sniffed the air. So do we circle east toward the Kingswood? Or go west through the Riverlands? The roads are all dangerous. Harwin frowned. I'd rather risk the Riverlands than the Kingswood. That forest can be a den of outlaws, and if the king's men push south, they might block those paths. Besides, the Riverlands are more direct if we angle north. Maybe we can skirt the edges, avoid the worst of the warfare. Jon gazed at the winter-bound horizon. We need horses or mules, anything to speed our journey. We might find them in some village if we have coin left. He glanced at Naya, who carried the group's diminished purse. She shrugged ruefully. They had spent much of it on bribes in King's Landing and the boat. We'll do what we can, Jon concluded, and so they pressed on, forging a path through marshy lowlands that gradually turned to rolling farmland. The day was somber, the sky heavy with clouds. They walked single file, Sansa supported by Gendry when her steps faltered. Now and then, she asked in a timid voice about the others. Mother? Arya? Is father's memory? Jon explained as best he could, telling her that Arya was alive at Winterfell, that their mother, Catelyn, was overseeing supplies. He spared her the goriest details of the undead invasion, saying only that pockets of whites had appeared but were contained. Sansa's eyes widened at mention of walking corpses, but she did not question him further, as if she lacked the energy to dwell on yet another horror. That first day took them into a region of half-abandoned fields, stubble rising through the snow. They saw no sign of inhabitants, though old wagon tracks pitted the road. In late afternoon, they came upon a battered farmstead. The roof was caved in on one side, black scorch marks across a wall. Perhaps a year ago, bandits or soldiers had put it to the torch. No bodies remained. Toller explored the outbuildings, returning with a grim expression. Empty, though I found an old donkey in the stable, half-starved, but still alive. She was rummaging for scraps of hay. Jon and the others investigated. The donkey snorted at their approach, clearly spooked. Sansa stepped forward carefully, speaking in a soft, trembling voice, trying to soothe it. Perhaps the donkey sensed her gentleness, for it allowed her to stroke its bristly flank. A quick rummage produced a handful of leftover oats from a broken sack. The donkey lipped them from Sansa's palm, which lit her face with a momentary ghost of a smile. They decided to spend the night there, in a corner of the stable that still had half a roof. Gendry scrounged some rotting boards to block the worst of the wind. The donkey, warily calm, accepted their presence and shared a corner with them, stomping its hooves occasionally. Jon found a few half-rusted tools in a chest. No real treasure, but anything that might be sold was gone. At least they had a measure of shelter from the cold. They built a discreet fire with broken timbers, the smoke drifting up through the gaping rafters. As darkness settled, they ate the last of their salted bread and dried fish. Sansa dozed again, curled under a blanket. The donkey stood with drooping ears. Ghost prowled in the yard, sniffing for any threat. Jon stared at the flicker of the little flame. "We could ride that donkey," he murmured to Toller. "But it won't carry all of us, and it's too frail to move quickly. Still, better than nothing for Sansa if her strength fails." Toller agreed. "We'll see how it fares. If we find a village, maybe we can trade or buy real horses. If the donkey can keep up, fine. If not..." He trailed off. No one wanted to abandon an animal that might help Sansa, but they also couldn't afford to be slowed too much. In the morning, they discovered the donkey had warmed to Sansa. It even followed her about, nuzzling for more oats. She patted its muzzle and murmured kind words. There was something heartbreakingly tender in the way she handled the creature, as if it were the only thing reminding her of simpler days. Jon helped rig a halter out of spare rope, and with a bit of coaxing, the donkey let Sansa mount. She sat side-saddle, cloak draped around her, pale cheeks flushed in the chill. She tried to thank Jon, but her voice broke. She ended up just reaching for his hand, eyes bright with gratitude. They pressed on. The donkey's plodding pace was slower than a horse's, but spared Sansa from tramping through snow all day. The land unrolled in a patchwork of abandoned fields, broken fences, and the occasional burned ruin. No sign of living inhabitants. The war had drained the region of people, and any survivors had likely fled or hidden. Late that afternoon, Ghost alerted them to the presence of a small group on the road ahead. A ragged band of half-starved small folk carrying bundles. Jon and Toller exchanged wary looks, but decided to approach carefully. The travelers proved to be an older woman, 2 men with scythes, and a child. Their eyes were sunken from hunger, clothes tattered. When they saw Ghost, they nearly bolted, but Jon raised his hands in a gesture of peace. The older woman coughed. "We've nothing left to steal. Move on," she said hoarsely. Jon shook his head. "We want no trouble. Have you come from the city?" One man nodded warily. "West of it. Our village was taken by a band of Sellswords, or so they said. We fled. Then the cold. The roads are cursed. Up north is all snow and devils. South is King's Landing in flames." He spat in the road. "We aim for the next place we can find. Maybe out west toward the hills." They parted ways quickly, neither group trusting the other. Sansa looked back at the small folk, her expression troubled. The sight of them rattled her. She had grown up with tales that King's Landing was a place of splendor, yet these were the remnants. Frightened peasants, fleeing an endless war. As they vanished around a bend, Sansa released a long breath. "How many more must suffer?" she whispered. No one answered. There seemed no comfort to offer. By dusk, they spotted a distant flicker of fires. Toller scouted ahead and found a small hamlet still occupied by wary villagers. The place had a single muddy lane, a handful of huts, a squat wooden hall. Crops in the fields looked frostbitten, but at least the hamlet had not been burned. Jon decided to risk entering, hoping they might barter for supplies. They approached slowly, hands visible, Ghost trailing behind. Men emerged with crude spears, suspicious. Gendry stepped forward. "We can pay for bread and maybe a warm corner," he called. "We're just travelers." The hamlet's headman, a gaunt figure with a greasy beard, eyed them. "What coin do you have, travelers?" His people hovered behind him, silent, tension in every face. Jon loosened the string of his coin pouch, removing 2 silver stags. "We have these. Also, we might trade if you need labor or any skill." He gestured to Gendry. "He's a blacksmith. We can patch tools, perhaps." A murmur rose among the villagers. A blacksmith's hand was valuable. The headman spat in the dirt. "Tools, you say? I've got a half-dozen scythe blades that are cracked, a plow blade bent. If the big lad can fix them, I might find you bread. And a corner of the hall to sleep in. But only for one night. And mind your wolf." Jon nodded, relief stirring. Gendry quickly agreed. The next few hours saw them in the hamlet's rickety smithy, stoked by a small charcoal bed. Gendry hammered out the cracks in battered scythe blades and re-angled the plow's tip. The villagers watched with a mix of hope and wariness, guarding their meager stores. Meanwhile, Toller and Harwin quietly sharpened a few kitchen knives and weighed hooks for extra goodwill. Sansa sat on a bench in the corner of the hall, donkey at her side outside, drawing minimal attention as she dozed against Jon's shoulder. Nya rummaged for any scraps to add to their travel bag. By nightfall, the headman acknowledged that the repairs were decent. In turn, he granted them a few loaves of rough bread, a jug of water, and a handful of dried apples. They ate hungrily in the hall's corner while the villagers kept a careful distance. Jon gleaned that the hamlet had survived by playing neutral, occasionally paying tribute to passing soldiers. They had little use for the monarchy, having lost sons to both Stark and Lannister levies, they said. "You can keep your kings," the headman muttered. "All we want is to live." The next day, the group set out again, with a cautious farewell. Gendry's forging had at least guaranteed they weren't turned out empty-handed. The bread and dried apples bolstered Sansa's strength. She still looked frail, but there was a growing light in her eyes each time she realized they truly meant to bring her north. "I almost can't believe this is real," she whispered to Jon once, glancing at the donkey plodding beside her. "For so long, King's Landing felt like a prison I'd never leave." He squeezed her hand. "You'll see Winterfell again. We'll see them all." She bowed her head, voice lost in the wind. Their route took them westward, skirting old roads that angled toward the riverlands. Here the land gently rose and fell, dotted with stands of oak and birch. Snow lay in patches, the wind cold, but the air had a slight tang of moisture as if storms might come. Each day was much like the last. Hours of trudging, constant watchfulness, restless nights in half-ruined barns or beneath leaning trees. Occasionally they glimpsed other refugees in the distance or heard the distant gallop of armed riders. Each time, they veered away, not wanting entanglements. Ghost served as an early warning, his ears pricking up whenever strangers were near. It took a night for them to reach the broad plains that signaled the southern edges of the Riverlands. They found the Red Fork still partially frozen in places, though a narrower crossing was possible. The donkey balked at the water's edge, braying in alarm, but Sansa soothed it. Together they forded carefully, water lapping at their thighs. Gendry nearly lost his footing on a slick stone, cursing. Nya clung to the donkey's rope. Harwin and Toller kept watch, scanning the banks. At last, they emerged on the far side, dripping and shivering, but intact. A bleak sense of déjà vu overtook them. Here in the Riverlands, the War of the Five Kings had left scars on every mile. Villages stood deserted. Fields lay fallow. Rivers had run red in earlier seasons. Some lords had pledged to the north, others to the Iron Throne, others changed sides repeatedly. With winter's onset, it was no longer large armies but small roving bands that posed the chief danger. Jon pressed them onward. Each day Sansa's color improved slightly. She seemed determined to keep going, no matter how exhausted she became. On the 10th day after leaving King's Landing, they spotted smoke rising from a cluster of houses near a broken mill. Jon, Gendry, and Toller debated whether to approach. "We need news," Jon said. "We need to know if the Freys or Lannisters have men nearby." Or if Lord Edmure Tully still holds Riverrun. That might be a safe route north. Toller shrugged. Better we hear about threats than stumble into them. We can keep hidden if it looks dangerous. They proceeded carefully. Ghost scouted ahead, returning without alarm. As they neared, the shapes of men came into view around the old mill's yard. Some wore mismatched leather jerkins, others had battered shields stacked against a wall. The banner was unclear. There was a ragged piece of cloth that might once have borne a sigil, now too muddy to identify. Harwin cursed under his breath. Might be outlaws or broken men. Let's keep our distance. But it was too late. A sentry spotted them and shouted. At once, men armed with spears and crude swords began trotting forward, forming a half-circle. Jon's group halted. Sansa's donkey skittered sideways, braying. Ghost crept at Jon's heel, teeth bared. Jon raised both hands. We mean no harm. We're travelers heading north. The men sneered. Their leader, a big fellow with a slash across his brow, sneered back. No harm, eh? That's what every bunch says. He glanced at Sansa, lingering on her with a look Jon disliked. You have coin? Food? I see a donkey. We could use that donkey. Toller's expression hardened. We have little enough, he said flatly. Leave us be. The big man laughed, showing crooked teeth. Leave you be? No, I don't think so. My lads and I have hungry bellies. Maybe we'll search your packs, see what you've got. Jon's heart drummed. He knew this confrontation was inevitable. In the War of the Five Kings, order had collapsed. Brigands roamed. He tried to keep his tone calm. We've barely enough to keep us alive. Steal from us, and you'll be dooming a young woman to starve. He gestured at Sansa, who watched with wide, frightened eyes. The brigand leader only shrugged. If you're that weak, what does it matter? We have weapons. You have what, a few daggers? That fancy wolf. He waved a dismissive hand. Maybe we'll keep the girl. She can cook or wash. That donkey too. Gendry tensed, half drawing his short hammer. Naya and Harwin edged sideways, hands on their blades. Ghost let out a low, menacing growl. The brigands advanced a step, 4 or 5 of them, with more behind, brandish. NG spears. Jon realized they were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. Still, if it came to a fight, Ghost might throw them into disarray. Toller was an excellent shot with his shortbow, but the men were too close already. The tension grew thicker. Then a gravelly voice called from the back. Stop it, Jace. Don't be a fool. A lean, older man stepped forward. He wore a battered helm, and the stubble on his jaw was gray. His eyes flicked over Jon's group, pausing on Sansa. Have some sense, you idiots. This is no way to keep peace. We're outlaws, sure, but we're not butchers. Or did the gods forget to give you a brain? The bigger man, apparently named Jace, snarled. We do what we need to survive, Ryman. But he lowered his spear fractionally. Some of the others shuffled uncertainly. The older man scowled. Don't mind him, he muttered toward Jon. But watch your step. We're the ones left behind by lords who decided war wasn't worth feeding us. We're not keen on slitting throats for a donkey. Most of us, anyway. He shot Jace a glare. Let them pass if they can pay a bit of something. Toll, you might say. The roads are ours. Jon exhaled. This was still robbery, but it was better than outright slaughter. We have a few coins, he said carefully, and a little bread, but that's truly all. We need the donkey for the woman. If we lose it, she can't travel. Please. Ryman studied them. His gaze lingered on Sansa's bruises, perhaps noticing the signs of maltreatment. Then his eyes slid to Ghost. A direwolf, huh? Northman. Well, I heard your king in the north once marched through these parts. Bet you regret that, seeing how it all fell apart. He paused. All right, a few coins, a chunk of bread, then you move on. Jace, stand down. The big man spat in the snow, but did not protest. Gendry and Toller warily fished out a single silver stag and half a loaf from their bag, stepping forward to hand them over. The outlaws snatched them. Jace grumbled, should take more. But Ryman growled for him to hush. With that, the gang parted enough for Jon's group to slip by. Sansa kept her eyes lowered, urging the donkey forward. The stares of the outlaws were like knives between Jon's shoulder blades as they passed. Once they were out of earshot, Sansa released a shaking breath. I thought they'd kill us." Jon nodded grimly. "So did I. We got lucky the older one had some sense left." The encounter left them rattled, but also reminded them how fragile everything was. In these lands, the only law was the sword or the threat of a direwolf's fangs. They hastened their pace, determined to put distance between themselves and the brigands. By dusk, they found shelter in a small copse of trees along a frozen creek. The donkey nibbled at frost-laden grass. Nya tried to coax more from the supplies, but their larder was running thin. Sansa offered to eat less, but Jon insisted she keep up her strength. That night, they had no choice but to risk a small fire to stave off freezing. The glow danced over their weary faces, highlighting the lines of worry. Sansa curled into a cloak near the flames, knees drawn up. Now that she was truly free, the enormity of the journey ahead weighed on her. Jon saw it in her eyes, half hope, half fear. When morning came, the group resolved to head toward Riverrun. Even if Lord Edmure Tully's situation was uncertain, there might be some vestige of Tully rule or at least neutral territory. Robb Stark had once commanded respect there. If they could approach quietly, perhaps they could gain an escort north. So they turned their course to the northwest, following half-buried roads that occasionally bore old signposts. A chill wind cut across open fields, moaning through the bare branches. On the second day of this new direction, they discovered that the Red Forks banks had partially flooded a small village. The place was abandoned. Collapsed huts and muddy channels greeted them. They navigated carefully, trying to see if anything was salvageable. Gendry poked through a half-standing barn, unearthing a few turnips in a root cellar. Toller found an empty chicken coop. Sansa shivered on the donkey, patting its neck, while Nya rummaged for anything resembling blankets. The place felt haunted, as though memories of old lives lingered in each puddle. They spent only a short while there, gleaning what they could before pressing on. That night, they made camp in a hollow near the road, using a ring of stones to contain their small fire. Sansa sat close to Jon, whispering now and then about their family. She asked if Bran or Rickon had returned, and Jon had to explain gently that they were still missing, presumed lost. She went silent, tears trembling on her lashes. "I can't bear to think. Maybe they escaped somehow. Maybe they're still out there." Jon could only nod, not wanting to strip her of hope. Then she asked about Arya. He spoke of Arya's spirited training, how she had improved her swordsmanship, how she'd grown fierce. Sansa tried to smile at that. "We used to bicker," she said softly, "but all I want is to see her again." As they dozed, a half-moon cast a faint glow on frost-coated grasses. Ghost prowled the perimeter. Late in the night, Jon snapped awake to the sound of the donkey braying in alarm. He lurched upright, hand on his sword. Ghost stood stiff-legged, hackles bristling. Across the clearing, something moved in the shadows, a shape staggering on stiff limbs. For a heart-dropping moment, Jon thought of the whites, but as his eyes adjusted, he realized it was only an emaciated traveler. The figure collapsed near the ring of trees, letting out a dry rasp. Jon and Toller approached warily, weapons drawn. In the moonlight, they saw that the man's skin was pale with frostbite on his cheeks, his eyes hollow. He wasn't undead, only half-dead from hunger. A strong reek of sickness clung to him. They gave him water, a morsel of bread. The man could barely speak. Between coughing fits, he mumbled that he'd been with a band from the west, forced to flee after a skirmish with Frey men. He muttered something about the Freys tightening their grip on the crossroads, taking hostages, extorting tolls. Then his head lolled and he fell unconscious. Jon wasn't even sure of his name. Sansa, awakened by the noise, approached with sorrowful eyes. "We have so little, but can't we help him?" Jon pressed a hand to the man's brow. Feverish, though perhaps from exposure. They tried to wrap him in an extra blanket, feed him sips of water. He barely roused. By dawn, he was gone, having slipped away in the quiet hours. Sansa covered her mouth in horror. He just died. There was nothing we could do, Harwin said gently. Winter's cruel that way. Together they dug a shallow grave in the hard ground, piling stones to keep scavengers off. When Sansa wept, Nya wrapped an arm around her shoulders. The rest looked on grimly. Even the donkey seemed subdued, as though aware of the fragility of life in these wasted lands. The next few days blurred. They slogged through patches of old snow, occasionally battered by a sleet storm that set their teeth chattering. Streams had to be crossed or skirted, sometimes half-frozen, sometimes roiling with snowmelt from distant hills. Sansa rode the donkey for the most part, though she insisted on walking stretches so the donkey could rest. She tried to show gratitude by sharing what little tasks she could. Folding blankets, cleaning the donkey's hooves, singing soft lullabies at night to calm everyone's nerves. Her voice, though faint, had once been praised by septas in Winterfell. Hearing her broken songs in the darkness stirred an ache in Jon. The lullabies reminded him of gentler times, long lost. Eventually, the flat farmland gave way to gentler hills and the suggestion of a river in the distance. Harwin scouted an old watchtower, where he found a vantage from which to see plumes of smoke. Might be the outskirts of Riverrun, he said, but I'm not sure. The Tully banners used to fly from those ramparts. Now I can't see a banner, only the haze. They moved cautiously. If Riverrun was still under Tully control, they might receive a warm welcome. If the Freys had seized it or if Lannisters occupied it, approaching would be suicide. Jon debated whether to risk it. In the end, they decided to send Toller ahead alone, disguised as a traveler, to glean news from any market or fisherfolk. The others would camp in a thick stand of trees near a meandering stream. Toller parted ways at midday, promising to return by nightfall. A cold drizzle began that afternoon, soaking them. They sheltered under broad pines, shivering. The donkey huddled, miserable. Sansa's lips quivered, though she tried not to complain. Nya found dry branches to start a small, smoky fire. Ghost curled at Jon's feet, occasionally peering out at the rain. The hours dragged. Evening approached, but Toller did not return. Worried glances passed among them. Sansa's face grew pinched with anxiety. At last, in the final light, they heard footsteps splashing through mud. Toller appeared, drenched and panting. He sank onto a log, wiping water from his brow. "Riverrun still belongs to Lord Edmure Tully," he said in a hushed voice. "I got near enough to speak with a fisherman. The place is battered, but they're flying the Tully fish banner. Freys sometimes skirmish outside, but haven't taken the castle. Edmure holds on with a small garrison. It seems neutral now, not fully engaged with the war, but the fisherfolk say Edmure remains loyal to the memory of King Robb. The Lannisters haven't come in force, so Riverrun stands." Jon let out a breath. If Edmure still held Riverrun, perhaps he would aid them. Sansa brightened slightly at the name of her mother's kin. "Uncle Edmure, he'll remember father's oaths," Toller went on. "But the fishermen also warned me that the Freys prowl the river crossing, sometimes snatching travelers who try to reach the castle. They want to starve Riverrun out or trap them eventually. We'd have to slip past the Fry Watchers. Also, Edmure's short on supplies. He might be reluctant to take us in. The fishermen said the castle's larders are nearly empty. The Tully soldiers are on half rations. Some civilians inside are urging Edmure to negotiate with Walder Frey or the Lannisters. Tension is high. A grim hush settled. Even so, Riverrun sounded like the closest semblance of an ally. Sansa pressed her lips together. "If we can just speak with Uncle Edmure, maybe he can spare an escort or a few horses. Something to help us get home." Jon nodded. "It's worth trying. We can avoid the main roads." "Toller, did the fisherman mention a quiet approach?" Toller scratched his chin. "He said there's a path by the Red Fork's eastern bank, twisting around farmland. We'd likely have to cross a smaller branch or two. The Freys keep watch near the main crossing, but maybe they won't expect travelers from that angle. The fisherman said we could slip in under cover of darkness, if Edmure's men open a postern gate." They agreed on a plan. At dawn, they would circle wide, approaching Riverrun from the less traveled side. Under cover of the next night, they'd attempt to signal the castle, trusting that Edmure would at least grant them entry once they identified themselves. If that failed, they'd have to retreat. There was no telling how watchful the Freys were. Morning found them damp and shivering but determined. The rain had abated. Sansa steadied the donkey, letting Harwin check its hooves for cracks. Then they set out, forging a path between rolling fields. The red fork glinted on their left, a winding band of water overshadowed by the gloom of approaching winter skies. Bits of ice drifted along its edges, though the current ran swift in the center. Clouds scud overhead, threatening more rain or sleet. They walked all day, skirting farmsteads that looked deserted. In late afternoon, they glimpsed the distant shape of Riverrun's towers, a stout fortress rising at the confluence of two rivers. The Tully banners were indeed faintly visible, red and blue fish, whipped by wind. A pang of nostalgia flickered in Sansa's eyes at the sight, a memory of her mother's home. But more pressing was the presence of scattered tents or watchers on the far side. Probably Freys. The land around the castle was crisscrossed with half-dug trenches and battered palisades, evidence of old sieges. They made their final approach under the cover of twilight. Toller led them to a narrow track that curved close to the eastern fork, hidden by a line of willow trees. Now and then, they glimpsed movement on the opposite bank. Perhaps a sentry or two wearing cloaks of dull gray. Jon's heart hammered. If the Freys discovered them, they would be trapped between the river and an enemy patrol. Still, they crept onward, shadows among the reeds. Ghosts stayed close, silent as ever. Night fell thick. The moon was hidden by clouds, leaving the world in near-total darkness. They inched along, guided by the sound of the river lapping at the bank. At last, the walls of Riverrun loomed ahead, a squat silhouette with torches flickering on parapets. Jon signaled the others to halt behind a small stand of brush. He studied the fortress. The main gate was across the moat to the west, well guarded. But Toller insisted there was a postern gate on this side, though it was typically locked. They had to find a way to signal the watchers inside that they were allies. They advanced, hearts in their throats. The donkey shifted nervously, and Sansa stroked its neck, whispering soothing words. The fortress's stone walls seemed impossibly tall in the gloom. If no one inside recognized them, this would fail. Harwin clutched a small bullseye lantern they had scavenged. He used it to flash a pattern of light, hoping to catch some guards' attention. The minutes stretched. Jon began to fear no one was on watch, or that they'd be mistaken for enemies. Then, faintly, from the battlements above, a voice hissed, "Halt! Who goes?" Jon stepped forward, pulling aside his hood so the torchlight from above could reveal his face. "Friends," he called softly. "We're Northmen, loyal to House Stark. We seek Lord Edmure's help. Let us in." A pause. "Prove it," the guard hissed. "Any bandit can call himself a Stark man." Jon's mind raced. Sansa cleared her throat, voice trembling but determined. "I am Sansa Stark, daughter of Lord Eddard. My mother is Lady Catelyn Tully Stark, sister to Lord Edmure. Let us in, please." Her voice cracked with emotion. The donkey brayed as if in emphasis. A long moment of silence. More shapes moved on the walls. The watchers seemed astonished, uncertain. Then one voice muttered, "Light a bigger torch. Let me see." A bright flicker flared from above, illuminating the party. Sansa stood with her bruised face lifted, auburn hair tucked behind her ears, eyes bright with tears. The men at the top conferred urgently. Another voice, "By the gods, it might be her. Open the postern." Quickly, quietly, a series of clangs sounded. The small sally port in the wall creaked open. Jon gestured for everyone to hurry forward, donkey in tow. They slipped through, the door slamming shut behind them. Inside, a narrow passage led into the outer bailey. Guards in Tully livery stared in disbelief, crossbows half raised. One older man stepped forward, blinking. "If this is a trick." "It's no trick," Sansa said. tears spilling. Please, I need to see my uncle. Please, we're exhausted. The guard peered at her face, recognition dawning. 7, save us. Lady Sansa Stark. She's the spitting image of Lady Catelyn at that age. He turned to the others in shock. Alert Lord Edmure at once. Quick, bring them inside. A younger guard darted off. Thus they entered Riverrun. The donkey clopped on the cobblestones, echoing in the damp corridor. Ghost walked stiffly, hackles still raised, as if expecting a trap. Harwin and Toller exchanged relieved glances. Nya let out a trembling sigh. Gendry steadied Sansa, who leaned against him. Jon's eyes roved around, noting the signs of hardship within the castle walls. Battered masonry, piles of rubble from old attacks, weary-faced sentries. The courtyard was dimly lit, the stables half full. No sign of a bustling stronghold. Still, it was a fortress of House Tully, which meant at least a measure of safety. They were shown into the great hall, or what remained of it. Torches smoked in iron sconces, revealing peeling banners and a long table with maps strewn across it. A cluster of men in worn Tully livery rose in alarm at the newcomers. Then a door banged open, and in strode Edmure Tully himself, face lined by worry and too little sleep, his once handsome features drawn thin. He halted as soon as he saw Sansa. "Gods above," he murmured. "Sansa? Child, is that truly you?" She let out a sob and rushed forward. He caught her in an embrace, confusion and relief warring on his features. "How? They said you were hostage to the Lannisters. By the 7, I never thought you're alive." He glanced at Jon, at the donkey, at the ragged band behind them. "What in blazes happened?" Sansa, trembling, tried to speak, but emotion overcame her. Jon stepped in gently, explaining that they had rescued Sansa from King's Landing. Edmure stared, awestruck. "But how? The city is in chaos, yes? We heard rumors of riots, that Joffrey has gone half mad. But to think you snatched her from under their noses." He shook his head, marveling. "You have my thanks, Snow. And you're a sight. Catelyn will be overjoyed to see her daughter returned." Sansa clung to Edmure's arm. "Uncle, do we have a way north?" "Winterfell. I must see Mother, Arya, everyone." Edmure's smile faltered. He gestured for them to be seated at the long table. Servants rushed to bring water and whatever scraps of bread or stew remained. A few knights came in, curious. Edmure explained that Riverrun was under constant threat from the Freys, who had claimed the entire southern approach. "They want me to yield, in Walder Frey's name. We hold out, but supplies are meager. My men are near starving. Our farmland was ruined by raids. We survive on what fish we can catch from the rivers, and the meager stores that remain." Sansa frowned. "But Robb was... Once he was king in the north, he came through here. Has he not sent help? Or any word?" Edmure looked pained. "The war turned. Robb lost ground in the Westerlands, the southern lords parted ways. Then the threat of the Night King overshadowed everything. The realm was forced to unite. But once the undead were beaten back, the alliances frayed again. I've had only a few scattered ravens since. Some said the north was rebuilding, that Robb's attention turned to the devastation in his own lands. Others claimed Tywin Lannister forced a stalemate, leaving each region battered. As for me, I remain stuck here, lord of a broken house, with no allies strong enough to break the Frey stranglehold. We hear the Tully name is cursed in some circles, after so many changing fortunes. Walder Frey wants Riverrun for himself. Cannot yield. But I cannot break out either." Jon glanced at the handful of knights around the table, gaunt men with patched armor. They averted their eyes, shamed by the castle's straits. Sansa's expression flickered with sympathy. "I'm so sorry, Uncle. And yet, we have to keep going. We have to reach the north. Could you possibly spare an escort? Or horses? We'll pay if we must, or vow some alliance." Edmure spread his hands helplessly. "I'd help you if I could, child, but I've precious little left. My best knights are needed to guard these walls. As for horses, half of them starved last winter. Another half were lost in the last skirmish with the phrase, "I can't even feed the men I have. I want to send you north, truly, but every road is dangerous." Walder's riders patrol the crossroads. The Ironborn raid near Seagard. The Lannisters hold Harrenhal. Without strong forces, you risk ambush from any corner. And we can't march an army with you, we don't have one. Despair flickered in Sansa's eyes. Jon felt it too. They'd come so far, only to find Riverrun besieged by want. Still, there had to be a way. Gendry clenched his jaw. Maybe we just slip out quietly like we did the city. A small group can move faster, avoid the main roads. Edmure nodded, though his gaze remained bleak. You might manage, but it's a long trek. Winter is here. We can't feed you for many days either. He paused, turning to one of his knights, a tall, graying man. Ser Alden, do we have any horses at all to spare? The knight grimaced. We might muster 3 scrawny nags. They're hardly war horses, but perhaps better than that donkey. No offense to the donkey, my lady, he added to Sansa with a sad smile. Sansa laid a hand on the donkey's flank. She's been a friend, but if we can go faster, that might be best, she admitted softly. She looked at Jon. We can't risk traveling on foot forever, can we? Jon nodded. We'd be too vulnerable. 3 horses are something. If we ride carefully, taking shifts, Sansa can spare herself. The donkey might still follow if it's up to it. He eyed Edmure. Please, my lord. We only ask for what help you can spare. Lady Sansa is your kin. Edmure hesitated, jaw working. Of course. I won't turn you out empty-handed. I can't. Not with my beloved niece in your care. We'll find a way to feed you for a few days, let you rest, then arrange some gear. Maybe an old map of the roads. Ser Alden can guide you a league or 2 beyond the fry lines if the chance arises. Though I can't risk losing him. He sighed. I wish I could do more. That's more than enough, Sansa said, tears brimming. She rose and embraced Edmure again. He patted her shoulder, voice thick with emotion. We'll see you safe, I swear it. That night, they enjoyed the first real meal they'd had in weeks. Fish stew with barley bread, courtesy of Riverrun's meager kitchens. It was humble fare, and still the watchers around them looked wistful, as if the portion given to Sansa and Jon's party meant less for themselves. Nevertheless, none complained openly. Some recognized Sansa as the niece of Lord Edmure, the daughter of Catelyn Tully. That alone commanded a measure of respect. Sansa, for her part, seemed overwhelmed by the courtesy, tears threatening each time a servant offered her a morsel. She murmured gratitude in a trembling voice. Meanwhile, Jon, Toller, and the others devoured what they could, hearts heavy with the knowledge that these folk were on short rations. After the meal, they were shown to small guest chambers, stripped of luxury. Sansa parted from Jon with a faint smile. I can't believe we're in a real bedchamber again, she said, voice trembling. Thank you, Jon. He squeezed her hand. Rest, sister. In the corridor, Gendry asked Jon. You trust these Tully men? They're on our side, right? Jon sighed. They're kin to Sansa, so yes, I believe they mean well. But they're desperate, and desperation can breed betrayal or mistakes. Still, we have no better option. They parted to their respective rooms. Jon settled into a small chamber with a straw mattress, ghost curling at the foot. For the first time in ages, he slept under a roof with walls that did not threaten to collapse in the wind. Yet his sleep was troubled. He dreamed of stumbling through endless snowdrifts, hearing voices call his name. Bran's voice, Rickon's, each echoing in the dark. Then the wind shifted, carrying a faint moan, like whites stirring. He woke in a cold sweat, heart pounding. Ghost raised his head, eyes glimmering in the faint moonlight. Jon lay back, trying to calm himself. With all that had happened, at least Sansa was safe. If only the realm itself were not so precarious. Morning light found them summoned to the great hall. Edmure had made good on his word. 3 horses awaited them in the courtyard, thin, but serviceable. An old stable hand showed them a meager pile of supplies. A few handfuls of oats for the animals, some smoked fish, 2 water skins, and a worn map of the Riverlands. Sansa parted from her donkey tearfully, stroking its muzzle. She whispered thanks for its steadfastness. A stable boy took the donkey away to rest in Riverrun stables, promising good care. A hush fell as the group realized they would soon depart. The men of Riverrun eyed them with pity. Edmure arrived, looking more disheveled than ever. He apologized that he could not spare men to escort them far. The Freys watch every approach. We're undermanned. But Ser Alden knows a hidden crossing about a league to the north. He can take you that far, at least. After that, you're on your own. Sansa squeezed Edmure's hands, tears threatening again. Thank you, uncle. When Mother hears of your kindness, he managed a rueful smile. It's the least I can do, child. When you see Caitlin, tell her I've done my best, even if I can't break free. And if you ever find a way, let King Robb know we still hold in his name, or what's left of it. He glanced at Jon with a sad finality. They mounted up. Sansa shared a horse with Jon at first, arms around his waist, though Gendry offered to let her ride with him if it grew uncomfortable. Harwin and Nya took the other two nags. Toller walked alongside. Ser Alden, wearing battered armor marked with tully fish, led them out a small side gate near the rivers. They slipped onto muddy ground, the sky a dull pewter overhead. A few crossbowmen on the walls raised helms in silent salute. Then the postern gate closed behind them. Ser Alden guided them through thick brush, skirting the main roads. A few times they heard distant hoofbeats or glimpsed riders in the fields. Ser Alden signaled them to crouch behind hedges, letting Frey patrols pass. The tension was suffocating. Ghost padded silently at their flank, watchful. Sansa's breath trembled each time voices approached, but the Freys never spotted them. At last, near mid-morning, Ser Alden brought them to a crossing on a narrow tributary. Beyond lay rolling farmland that presumably led north. He halted in the shelter of a willow and dismounted. I must go back, he said quietly. If I'm too long gone, the Freys may suspect something. May the gods keep you safe. He turned to Sansa. My lady, if ever House Tully stands strong again, remember that we did our duty for you. Sansa leaned down, placing a hand on his shoulder. I will never forget, she said, voice thick. Then he was gone, spurring his horse back the way they'd come. They watched until he vanished. Now they were truly on their own. Jon signaled Gendry and Harwin to scout the crossing. Finding no immediate threats, they nudged the horses into the stream. It was cold but shallow, the water swirling around the horses' fetlocks. They emerged on the far side with a sense of strange relief. That done, they turned northward, hearts heavy but resolved. Winter's wind caressed their faces. In the distance, ravens circled above bare fields. Each step carried them closer to the north, though the hazards would remain. For the next several days, they wove through the upper Riverlands, avoiding any hint of roads that might be patrolled by Freys or Lannisters. The horses quickened their pace, although they still tired easily on meager rations. Sansa shared a mount with Jon or Gendry, alternating to give the animals rest. Each night they found some hollow or clump of trees, building only the smallest fires. They rationed the smoked fish from Riverrun, supplementing it with whatever wild roots Toller could forage. Once or twice, they stumbled upon a half-abandoned orchard, gathering a few wormy apples. Sansa never complained, though it was clear she was no longer used to riding. Blisters formed on her palms. She did her best to hide any discomfort, pressing forward with the quiet determination of a woman who had known true captivity. Gradually, the farmland gave way to rockier ground and sparser hamlets. The weather worsened. Snow flurries fell more often, dusting the lanes. The horses sometimes stumbled on icy patches. Jon insisted on more frequent rests for the animals. Each day, they tried to gauge their direction with the battered map. Harwin guessed that, if unimpeded, they would reach the outskirts of the neck in a fortnight or less. But that was if they met no major obstacles. One morning, Ghost halted at the crest of a slope, growling. They followed his gaze to a distant road, where columns of men marched, banners snapping. The sigil was uncertain from that far away, some shape of a tower or serpent. Jon and Toller squinted. Might be the phrase again, Toller said, or a lesser house sworn to them. They decided to circle east, giving the column a wide berth. As they detoured, they found themselves in a region of shallow ravines crisscrossed by icy streams. The going was slow, but safer than chancing an encounter with an armed host. Sansa glanced back often, as if half expecting to see Frey outriders. None appeared. That evening they found a derelict windmill on a small rise, partially collapsed. It offered rudimentary shelter from the wind. Gendry cleared out rotting timbers, Nya built a small fire, and Toller scouted the surrounding area for tracks. Sansa and Jon tended the horses, rubbing them down and dividing the last measure of oats. Ghost wandered, sniffing. The group exhaled in relief at the reprieve from endless cold. For supper, they had stale bread and a bit of leftover fish. Sansa ate slowly, lost in thought. Finally, as the fire's glow played on her features, she spoke. I've dreamt of returning to Winterfell, but I know it's not the same. You said there was fighting, that part of the castle was ruined, that the Boltons turned traitor or tried to. I can't imagine it. And the White Walkers, these nightmares you faced. Is it truly safe now? Or do we only exchange one horror for another? Jon hesitated, meeting her gaze. Safer than King's Landing, he said honestly. We drove back the worst of the undead. The Night King was destroyed, but pockets of whites linger. The north is ravaged in places, yes, but Robb and our mother are doing everything they can to rebuild. You'll have your home again, Sansa. It won't be the same, but we'll stand together as a family. She swallowed, eyes wet. Together, she echoed, faintly. He offered a small, hopeful smile. Ghost patted in, curling near the meager warmth of the fire. Nya's posture relaxed, though she still had a hand close to her dagger. Gendry dozed, arms folded across his chest. Toller chewed on a sliver of bread. Harwin examined the battered map. Outside, the windmill's old vanes creaked in a passing gust. The next day brought gloom and a biting wind that cut through their cloaks. They pressed onward, crossing rocky ridges that gave them vantage over the near-deserted farmland. Another day, they heard distant horns echoing at night, as if some battle were joined on a far horizon. They gave it a wide berth, refusing to be lured into any conflict. On the 7th day after leaving Riverrun, they encountered another small group of refugees. These wore the sigil of House Bracken on tattered cloaks. A surly man warned that the roads ahead crawled with bandits. Better to slip through the forests if you can, he advised. Though you might freeze in there. None of them had better suggestions. Eventually, they neared the southern edges of the neck. Tall stands of reeds and marshy ground reappeared, along with half-frozen bogs. This was the territory of the Crannogmen, loyal to House Reed. Jon recalled how he and Toller had once scoured pockets of whites in these marshes. He prayed they would not stumble upon more undead. The days shortened as winter deepened. The gloom overhead sometimes spat sleet, sometimes merely threatened. They took heart in the knowledge that each league brought them closer to the north. Sansa's spine straightened each morning, her eyes set with fierce resolve, though she grew more exhausted with each passing day. The final approach was a slog through half-frozen trails. The horses slipped often, whinnying in protest. Gendry and Harwin had to lead them by the reins, testing the ice. Ghost advanced ahead, sniffing out paths. Nya guided Sansa on foot for some stretches, letting her dismount if the horse risked a broken leg. Once or twice, they glimpsed the silhouettes of Crannogmen watchers in the distance, short figures with spears. Jon called out that they served House Stark, but the watchers melted away without answering. He guessed they might be wary of any intrusion. At least they did not attack. 4 days into the neck, they had run dangerously low on food again. Toller managed to trap a lean hare in the reeds, which they roasted over a meager fire, dividing it into morsels. Sansa took only a small piece, letting the others have more. At night, they huddled together for warmth, Ghost lying with them. The horses stood tethered to scraggly trees, drooping with fatigue. Still, each morning they rose and pressed on, mindful that to remain in these swamps was no safer than traveling the open roads. At last, after pushing past a half-flooded causeway, they recognized the route leading to Moat Cailin, the ancient fortress that guarded the gateway to the north. In earlier months, it had been a ruin contested by the Ironborn. Now, rumor said the Starks had reclaimed it. If that was true, and if they could reach Moat Cailin, they would find themselves at the threshold of the north. That knowledge lent them fresh vigor. Sansa's eyes shone despite her exhaustion. The memory of King's Landing seemed far away now. Here in the next damp air, the notion of wealth and courts felt unreal. Only survival mattered. They trudged on for another day, navigating watery hollows and tangled brush. Then, near dusk, they caught sight of rising walls in the distance, broken towers half-sunk, but still formidable in silhouette. A small northern banner flapped atop one of the towers, the dire wolf of House Stark. Relief coursed through Jon's veins. He turned to Sansa, a half-smile tugging at his lips. "We're here," he said softly. "We've made it to the north." Sansa's eyes brimmed with tears. She whispered, "Yes, yes." Gendry let out a breathless laugh. Toller and Harwin exchanged grins. Nya closed her eyes with a murmured prayer of thanks. Even the horses seemed to sense they were near some refuge. They approached with caution, mindful that Moat Cailin might keep sentries. Sure enough, men in Stark livery emerged from the battered gatehouse, brandishing spears. Jon rode forward, pushing back his hood. "Jon Snow, loyal to King Robb Stark," he called. "We have Lady Sansa with us." An uproar ensued, men crying out in astonishment. More guards ran forward. Jon slid off his horse. Sansa dismounted shakily, stepping forward on trembling legs. One of the guards recognized her hair and face, going pale with wonder. "By the old gods, Lady Sansa," he breathed. I never thought you're alive." She swallowed. "Yes, please can we pass? We need rest. We have to reach Winterfell." The guards bowed hastily. "Of course. Moat Cailin is under House Stark's command again, though the place is still half in ruin. We have a small garrison. We'll get you fresh supplies, my lady." And so they entered the fortress, guided through the half-collapsed ramparts into a courtyard of muddy ground and leaning towers. Once, Moat Cailin had been a grand sentinel of the north, but centuries of neglect left it a ruin. Still, the presence of Stark men, the direwolf banner, and a sense of camaraderie made it a welcome sight. The garrison captain, a bearded Northman named Louis, hurried forward, bowing. "Welcome back, Lady Sansa, and you as well, Jon Snow. We've heard rumors you rescued her from the Lannisters." Jon nodded. "We did. She needs food, warmth, anything you can spare. Our horses are near death from the journey. We must press on to Winterfell soon." Captain Louis exclaimed they would do all they could. He ushered them into a covered area of the courtyard, where a large brazier glowed. Servants brought bowls of hot porridge, thin, but hearty enough. Sansa's eyes closed in gratitude as she sipped. Gendry rubbed his hands before the brazier, while Toller and Harwin patted the horses, letting stable hands lead the poor beasts to a stable. Nya closed her eyes in relief, murmuring how good it felt to be out of the swamp's chill. Ghost prowled the courtyard, sniffing corners, as if reacquainting himself with the north's scent. Louis explained that King Robb had stationed a small force here to watch for Ironborn or intruders. The route behind them, from the neck, was still hazardous. "But we've not seen large raids for a while," Louis said. "Word is the Ironborn are pinned by ice near the coast. House Bolton caused trouble last year, but they've been quiet since the undead threat died down. Perhaps they fear the king's vengeance." He shook his head. "We heard you'd gone south for Sansa, but to see you truly back." He trailed off, clearly moved. That night, they slept in Moat Cailin's repaired guard tower, on bedrolls near a sturdy hearth. It was the best comfort they'd had in ages. Sansa, cleansed with a basin of heated water, wore a clean shift a kind serving woman had found. Her red hair, brushed out, fell over her shoulders. Jon saw glimpses of the girl who once wove flowers into her braids at Winterfell, before the world collapsed. Now, though, a certain steel had grown in her eyes, born of captivity and survival. At dawn, they rose to a clear, cold sky. The garrison provided them with fresh bread, dried meat, and newly shod horses. Louis offered 2 more riders to escort them north for a few leagues, just to ensure safety. They accepted gratefully. In the courtyard, the Stark men lined up to bid farewell. Sansa thanked them with a shaky curtsy, and they cheered softly. She blushed, unaccustomed to such open loyalty. Jon guided her onto the back of a chestnut mare, then swung up onto his own mount. Gendry, Nya, Harwin, and Toller mounted as well. Ghost trotted at their side. With that, they clattered out of Moat Cailin, hooves echoing on old stone. The King's Road stretched north, an ancient causeway that cut through the swampy neck. Portions of it were still pitted with old arrow holes and partially iced over, but at least it was a road. The 2 Stark riders guided them through the initial leagues, pointing out vantage points and warning of any watery pitfalls. They parted ways at midday, returning to Moat Cailin, leaving Jon's group to continue alone. Sansa wrapped her cloak tighter, face lifted to the winter wind. Despite the chill, a flicker of excitement lit her features. They were truly on the King's Road again, leading toward Winterfell. The miles rolled by, each one feeling like a small victory. The land grew starker, pines and firs replacing the scrawnier southern trees. The air smelled of resin and cold. Snow dusted the roadside. Ghost sniffed the wind, occasionally bounding off into the undergrowth, returning with a wag of his tail. Gendry joked that the direwolf was celebrating being home. Toller and Harwin pointed out old sign markers carved with direwolf sigils, half buried in snow. After 3 days of steady travel, they reached a place where the road rose above a small ridge, affording a glimpse of the wide northern landscape beyond. Rolling hills, dark forests, distant mountains faint under swirling clouds. Sansa gazed,